Hey guys, welcome back to the podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese Country.
Hello.
Also Footnum,
Hey.
Green Line.
With a phone that has to annoy me and let me know that we're live when I know we're live.
Oh,
Thanks,
is that what
phone.
that notification
Yes,
was?
that's what
I
that
literally
really
did
annoying
hear
That's why
your
you turn the
notification
volume
was.
down all the way low.
Yeah, I need to do that. I'm sorry. That
Before
was
we
my
start.
fault, everybody. That was my
Also,
fault.
Random 11
Hello.
and Perception Check is joining us again.
Hello.
Notably not joining us is Ken Jennings. I have no idea what has happened to him. I have not heard back since our conversation 2 weeks ago on, oh no, I can't make it tonight. So I hope all is going well with him. Wish him the best, and hopefully we can connect with him in the future. So if you guys have questions for him, you can send them to ocapodcast@gmail.com, and I will collate because my guess is we're going to get through the In Touch podcast today, and we're probably not going to have a third episode to cover with Ken right away. So if he's available,
yes, my man.
Well, here's hoping anyway.
yeah, I've seen Kiwi Farms is also quite disappointed as well. So I'm so happy to get to disappoint everybody. So anyway, there are a few things I'd like to start off with though. Do you guys remember that last podcast or last week we didn't have a podcast because I was supposed to go to that wedding? I want to share
the reason.
I want to share a little story with you. Okay. So naturally I don't want to go to this wedding, and I have to go and get clothes and everything. So I go to JCPenney, 3 weeks before the wedding, and I just buy a bunch of clothes that are like 80% off, right? I'm like, I don't even care how I look. I just need to have clothes to go to the stupid wedding, right? So then day of wedding, we're all like, getting ready, trying to get the kids ready. And I notice the fucking security thing is still on my jacket. So I have to run back to the mall on the way to the wedding where we're going to be late, right? And I get in there. My wife, I convinced my wife that she needs to go in my car so I can use the carpool lane. And so I go into JCPenney.
And they tackled you to the ground as the alarm went off.
Well, she's trying to get her wardrobe like all situated, like with a like a safety pin or whatever. And so I go in without her, and I'm literally fully dressed. I've got nice shoes on. I've got a tie on, everything. I'm carrying this thing, which I literally just took the tags off of in the car. I was having my wife take them off so that they wouldn't be on me, obviously, when I was wearing the jacket. And I carry it up to the counter, the exact counter I fucking bought it from. And I show it to them, and I was like, hey, you guys didn't forgot to take this off. I didn't notice until today when I have to go to this event, right? And they look at it, and they look at me, and they're like, we don't even use those tags. And they pull up this box of the security tags, right? And they're a completely different kind, right? So they're like, where did you get this? And I'm like 20 feet from here at that stupid place. You can literally see it. So I'm like, do you want me to go over there and grab another one and bring it back over here to show you it has the stupid tag? And then of course, like they make it as difficult as humanly possible. So I go back outside, I get my wife, and she comes back in with me, and she's got the tags in her hand because she just took them off. So we're talking to these people, and they're like, which do you have the card you bought it with, right? Because we didn't have the receipt with us naturally, because obviously it's like last second, kind of thing trying to get this handled. And so I wasn't sure if we had the card because I didn't know if my wife paid for it or if my mother-in-law paid for it, because I know she had a discount thing, right? Like a 30% off or something. So we tried to run my wife's card, and I thought it didn't go through, but it was actually that they just didn't know what they were doing. So they sent us to returns, right? And so I go over to returns, and the lady, of course, isn't there. She's like in the back room somewhere. And like, I shit you not, like 15 minutes later, she comes out, and it's just a nonstop barrage of like hitting a brick wall. Cannot get anywhere with this. And she's like, so when they had issues over there, they sent you to me? They didn't send you to a manager? That's weird, right? So she calls her manager down, and then it's like he's on the phone with other people, and then I hear him say, yeah, I got a customer here who wants to return a jacket. The tags aren't on it, but they've got the tags with them. Can I do that? And I'm like, no, I don't want to return it. I just want you to take the stupid security tag off, right? So I shit you not. We're there for like 45 minutes, it feels like, right? So we finally get that off there, and we get in the car, and we start heading to this wedding that we're running quite late for. And I'm just like dreading it the whole time. I'm really pissed off because I don't much love this side of the family. My wife's cousin's mom's side of the family is filled with a bunch of characters, let's call them. And there's this one particular.
Do they know that?
They do now.
They do now, yeah.
Anyway, so I'm telling my wife that was awkward timing. So I'm telling my wife like how much I'm not looking forward to going to this thing, just complaining because one of her cousin's relatives is how do I put this? Desperate for male attention, and so what?
She's trying to stop you. She's trying to save you from yourself.
So anyway, so I'm complaining about the history that I have.
Should
with
I
this
hand
girl.
you a shovel? Do you want?
I'm complaining to my wife about the history I have with this girl. She's like, "Don't worry," because my wife follows all of them on Instagram and whatnot. She's like, she's obsessed with this guy now. She's not going to bother you. I shit you not. I stepped 1 foot in the venue. I am dead serious. 1 foot, and then from 15 feet away, this exact bitch comes up to me. She hugs me and nuzzles her face on me, and then I'm not even kidding. I turn to my wife, right, and I have this girl's entire face in makeup on my shoulder.
Oh no!
And I was just like,
"Do you know what I mean?"
Yeah. Anyway, so that was the wedding.
Oh, between you and that other chick? Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. We already got it.
I want to see some pictures of you walking around with a face on your shoulder.
Oh, dude, it was just immediate. I rubbed it so much that, like, you know, it's still there, but it's just kind of like it's dispersed throughout the whole area. So it became thin enough that it almost, you couldn't tell there was discoloration.
I don't know.
I'm laying it on thick for the humor, but yeah, it was too funny that literally I'm just joking with my wife the whole way there about, she better not hug me, right? The fucking second I walk in there.
Karma's a bitch.
Anyway, all right, go ahead.
Do you know how black holes work? Where as you approach the edge of the black hole, you basically just get smeared across the surface of the black hole.
The event horizon.
That's what it sounds like with the face that you smeared on your shoulder.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, so welcome everybody. I hope you are ready for quite the show tonight. So we are going to talk the In Touch podcast, but we're going to do things in a little bit of a separate order. Real quick, if you would like to support us, there is the OCA podcast Patreon. I'm not going to wait for it to load. Okay, there it is. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon for the channel. Many ways to support us on the website. And we just got super thanks enabled on the channel. So what this means is during the live show, you can fund us with a super chat. But super thanks allows you to basically do the same thing, but on videos that aren't live. So if you wanted to go back to a previous episode of the podcast and show your support, you're welcome to do that. Any of the videos on the channel, you can do that. That's something we now have enabled.
Or
if you're watching this one right now in the backlog, you can test it out right now.
You can prove to us that it works.
Donate right now. It's a challenge.
Right now. We'll probably see you tomorrow.
The super thanks challenge.
Dude. All right. Anyway, so there's some news. So like I said, we're going to be covering the In Touch podcast, but we've got some other stuff I think should happen first. So with that in mind, I'm just going to open all of these now.
Oh my gosh.
Power Ranger star Austin St. John was arrested for wire fraud related to the COVID-19 Paycheck Protection Program. So Austin St. John, who is best known for playing the Red Ranger in several Power Ranger franchise installments, was among those charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud on Tuesday in a federal indictment related to the COVID-19 Paycheck Protection Program. The 47-year-old actor, also known as Jason Lawrence Geiger, which I think is funny because his character in Power Rangers was named Jason, was among the 18 defendants who were either arrested on suspicion of conspiracy or summoned to appear before a federal magistrate judge for the charges, according to the Department of Justice. If convicted, St. John could face up to 20 years in federal prison.
Oh.
Per the indictment, the group of defendants is alleged to have fraudulently obtained at least 16 loans and at least $3.5 million through a plan led by two men, Michael Hill and Andrew Moran, to defraud lenders and the Small Business Administration's Paycheck Protection Program effort. Hill was allegedly responsible for recruiting co-conspirators who used an existing business or created a business to submit applications and obtain the Paycheck Protection Program funding. Moran allegedly assisted co-conspirators with the application paperwork, both in fabricating supporting documentation and submitting their application through the Federal Assistance Program's online portals. The DOJ announcement states that the defendants allegedly misrepresented information about the true nature of their business on the applications, as well as the number of people the business employed and the amount of payroll. Loans were then approved and dispersed by the SBA and other financial institutions based on these material misrepresentations. Instead of putting money toward employee salaries, utility payments, or healthcare benefits, St. John and 17 others are accused of, in some instances, paying Hill and Moran, who transferred the money to personal accounts before spending it on personal purchases. So I saw another article where they mentioned this thing about spending on personal purchases were not just, like the way this is phrased, it sounds like Hill and Moran were the ones doing that. But another article I read made it sound like the 18 individuals were doing that, not just those two guys. So others allegedly sent their fraudulently obtained funds to a third individual, Jonathan Spencer, so that it could be invested in foreign exchange markets. The case is currently being investigated by the FBI and IRS, criminal investigations, with assistant U.S. attorneys in the Eastern District of Texas prosecuting. So, here's the Eastern District of Texas. Now remember, 18 were arrested, right? So here we've got these names: Michael Hill, Andrew Moran. We've got Jason Lawrence Geiger, a.k.a. Austin St. John, a.k.a. the Red Power Ranger. And we've got
really
this guy.
Imagine being a police officer arresting the guy and being like, "Oh my gosh, I'm such a fan." Okay, you're under arrest.
Putting the fact that he's the Red Ranger in an official document.
Yeah, come on now.
Wait, in an official document, they put that in the.
This is on justice.gov.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So
It's like,
right
we
underneath.
want you to get fucked on SEO. We're gonna put your who you are on here.
So right underneath Austin St. John is Eric Reed Maraschio, aka Phoenix Marcone. Who is Phoenix Marcone? Oh, God damn it. One moment, please. Oh my God.
Did he delete his Twitter?
Oh my God.
He nuked his socials.
It's gone.
That's a
The
good
whole
idea.
account or just the Twitter, just that one tweet. Sorry. Like go into the URL and just delete everything after status.
Hold on. One fucking tweet. I didn't actually.
Monals.
Oh, shit.
So this tweet that I'm trying to show
That's
is the one where Vic was arm in arm with Phoenix Marcone. So anyway, that's who I'm talking about, Mr. NFT guy.
The account is still there.
Maybe it's better that it doesn't exist anymore.
Well, they deleted it because it was connecting them to a guy who's been arrested, right?
Yeah.
So Vic said, update, due to some recent developments, I'm no longer able to be a part of the NFT project announced several weeks ago. I wish everyone the best, but I will no longer be involved. And I just want to remind you of this.
If I come to find out that there is anything nefarious or, kind of scammy about this, I will be the first one to call it out and distance myself from it.
He will become the canary in the coal mine for everyone to follow.
By the way, I took that from Ronan Jaw's Twitter. Thank you, Ronan. And so we've got Humanimals. Due to circumstances, both parties agreed to part ways with that Vic
Your
Mignogna.
pronunciation of it is very generous.
Yep.
Yeah, when I saw it, it looked like I kept reading it as human animal sex, and that's what actually like.
Oh my god!
That's what I mean. It's probably because I spent too much time in animal control. Don't go down.
I
Don't
would
go into that
pronounce
board.
Humanimals.
Whoa. Okay,
I
so you
thought
might
it
be
was
wondering, wait a minute, why
Humanimals.
is it called Humanimals? Okay.
Like
Well, because
hormones.
it looks like a bunch of furry stuff, and I don't trust the furries. I don't know. I have a very strong negative bias against furries.
So I've realized I screwed this up. So Vic said, due to some recent developments, I'm no longer able to be a part of the NFT project announced several weeks ago. Jamie Markey can't help herself due to completely foreseen circumstances. I have a case of the giggles. So let's see.
I don't mind that. Good job, Jamie.
I mean, there's her tiny little W, like a little micro W.
I mean, I'll give it to Jamie. It was pretty foreseen.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, we pretty much every one of us called it the second we covered this on podcast.
As soon as I saw the website, it just looked like something that was furry related. It was the same thing with that. It was the same thing with the what was that other thing? Damn it! It was another animation project with animal like anthem.
Yeah, Vic Boyston.
Are you talking about the Humanimals from Prince Adventures from Fantasy Soft?
Oh, Prince, yeah, Fantasy Soft, yeah, that stuff. That was another furry project. I saw it. I was like, that looks like furry stuff. Don't ever trust the furries. They're up to something. You don't trust them.
I don't know. I'm on good terms with the CEO of that company. I'll just say I think he's got a good heart and a good. I think he's going places. That young fella who's older than me. Anyway,
I thought you were gonna say you were on good terms with the furries or like the head council of the furries.
No. So real quick, due to unforeseen circumstances, we decided to move forward without Phoenix. We will still use his original book, but moving forward, he is no longer on the Humanimals team. Okay, I have fucked this up so hard. I should have shown you this first. This is Phoenix Marcone's personal Facebook. He hasn't accepted my friend request from jail yet.
You know who else's personal Facebook it is?
So
Yours.
Here's his 2022 goals. Record 10 audiobooks. Train for a 15-mile run. Read 12 books. 3 endurance events. Visit 1 country. Launch a new company. Top 10 in jump ropes. Whatever that means. And create an NFT line. Well, unfortunately, he's not off to a good start.
And going to prison. I mean,
Oh my gosh.
So why are they called Humanimals now? So this happened before all that other stuff. There just wasn't a good way to work into it from the Austin St. John thing. We rebranded our name due to another trademark in a different class. There are multiple classes in trademarks. We want to do merchandising and don't want any conflicts. We will constantly update you with changes. We still have our Zoom every Wednesday. Great job. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time for any questions. And then we have a team meeting in place today. This meeting will address how we will move forward and get things back on track. Andrew, this is the MMA marketing director guy. This has been one entertaining process, to say the least. Someone called Jerry Springer. Please be patient as changes are being made. This is a process. We are working diligently to get everything transferred over / removed and or changed. So the question is, how much do people hate NFTs? So this guy, I saw this on their timeline. Look at my beautiful boy, right? So I guess he commissioned this artwork or something, right? Humanimals.x. This is cool. Response. NFTs are a predatory, shitty money-making scheme designed to pretend some silly paper doll furries you put minimal effort into coding is going to be the next Beanie Babies. Fuck yourself. But yes, the drawing is very cool. Thank you.
Wow,
Like a Daman Mills guy.
that was like a a bit of a whiplash kind of deal. The tonal shift at the end. What the fuck?
We had a good laugh at that last night.
They cannot catch a break. Like, I'm surprised they haven't given up yet. I honestly thought when that tweet didn't load that they just nuked the whole project. Like, and the funny thing is that when I need to, I archive these little things here. When they have a hyperlink, that's the archive. And I've archived like so many tweets and things, this specific podcast, but apparently not that specific one. Great job, me. So anyway, also I want to address before we continue moving forward. So Austin St. John's Instagram account posted this. Austin St. John is a father, husband, role model, and friend to many. He's the father to many. The indictment detailed today is populated by a multitude of individuals, the majority of which Austin has no knowledge of and has never met or interacted with. It is our understanding that Austin put his faith, reputation, and finances in the hands of third parties whose goals were self-centered and ultimately manipulated and betrayed his trust. We expect Austin's legal team to successfully defend against these charges and lead to his ultimate exoneration. We ask that you respect the privacy of Austin's family in light of this serious situation, and thank you for your support. Zachary McGinnis, Galactic Productions, LLC. So, anyway, I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that he is saying, I didn't do it. Or at least somebody on his behalf is saying that for him. Now, connecting this to our good friend Phoenix Marcone. So here's Phoenix Marcone's LinkedIn. Great job. Get out of here. I saw these weird stuff. Okay, so first of all, somebody actually, most of what I'm presenting to you was sent to me courtesy of Little Rocks on Twitter. So thank you for that. Who mentioned that his LinkedIn is locked. So this isn't like a protected account, though. This is me or him, probably me, not having the premium LinkedIn account. That's all that is. I can't message him because I didn't buy into LinkedIn's grift. But in his
why would anyone do that?
I don't know. I haven't actually done anything with LinkedIn in so long. And then I logged in one day and noticed I had like 30 job offers over the past 10 years that I didn't even know had come in. Right. So anyway, he worked on a lot of things like Revoice, Marcone Clean, which is a cleaning company he started during COVID in order to take advantage of people's hysteria on COVID. No. And then I saw this, right? Under his, so he's got his publications and honors and awards, Key to the City, issued by the mayor of Allegan, Michigan, and Key to the City, issued by Mayor Maddox of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And then causes, this is what's important to him: animal welfare, children, environment, disaster and humanitarian relief, science and technology. So these are the things that are important to him. And of course, like any good grifter, the first thing, I guess maybe it's not the first thing, honestly. Oh, it was funnier when it was because it wasn't. It was the first thing that shows on his LinkedIn without hitting show more is he started his own foundation like the Clintons for disaster relief to take in money. That's what I forgot. Holy shit. Hold on. Let me show you his Facebook. Where did his Facebook go? Here it is. This is why I brought this up. The other reason. So here's his post. Now, like, again, he hasn't given me access, like he's not allowed me to be his friend. But I noticed the only thing on his entire Facebook: fundraiser, 4th annual Operation Toy Drop, $0 raised to $5,000, ended. Before that, fundraiser, 3rd annual Operation Toy Drop, $50 raised of $2,500, ended. 2 people donated. Before that, Fantastic Heroes, Terminally Ill Kids Halloween Fantastic Heroes event, $1,045 raised of $500. And then before that, nothing, I guess. Just basically his entire Facebook is a grift, like what do you call them? Fundraisers. Here we go.
Can you check the dates on those?
And so few of them are. This is from 2018, August 6, 2018, through Facebook fundraiser. This one, $220 of 5,000. What I'm getting at is this guy kind of he's been bullshitting from the beginning, right? Oh, publishing Forbes, all that shit that we kind of exposed last podcast, and like he can't even reach, you know, like I mean the last two literally $0 raised. Like people learn about his grift and stop donating, right? It's just it's pathetic. Anyway,
the reason I asked about the dates is just because I know Facebook offers a feature where it's like if it's your birthday, they're like instead of asking for gifts.
Oh, you want to see if they're the same day every year?
They weren't. I already looked.
Okay,
I saw.
So anyway, so here's
before you go any farther, check the private messages real quick. Random 11 sent you something special.
Oh my.
Oh.
It's just the picture of the tweet. If you...
Yeah, so this was the tweet from before that I was trying to show that was deleted.
Before we got any farther away from it.
Yeah. So that was him. And again, this is important. Another amazing lunch with my good friend Vic Mignogna, right? So he was, you know, it was an obvious grift from the beginning. And this actually really furthers Vic's case over the fact that he's a terrible judge of character.
Boomer.
Right?
Oh, okay.
So anyway, here is the tracking the paycheck protection program thing. This is Phoenix Marcone's Hazelnut Cafe. The payroll that they applied for was $225,000, right? And here, Moroskio v. State. So here's this was an appeal on a previous ruling on fraud, and I just had to share this because this was included with prejudice. Right? Before trial, the state filed a 15-page notice of its intent to introduce evidence of other acts, crimes, and wrongs, including the following: bail jumping and failure to appear in this case in March and April of 2009, a guilty plea to an aggravated promotion of prostitution charge in October 2003, false statement to obtain property or credit over $200,000, instances of misconduct during his active duty in the Air Force resulting in his discharge prior to completing his full term of enlistment. I would like to point out real quick before I continue reading that on his Facebook, because again, grift, Air Force veteran, right?
Not gonna lie, that guy looks like a massive douchebag. Like he looks the part.
Yeah. And it's funny because like he looks like Kratos without all the ash, but when you hear his voice, he sounds really kind of effeminate. Like he doesn't have the gravelly, rocky voice of Kratos. False, prior duty and full term of enlistment. So he was discharged dishonorably, right? False statement to obtain property or credit, money laundering, and engaging in organized criminal activity involving the purchase and resale of 38 other properties in Texas between 2005 and 2008, becoming part of a group of individuals claiming to denounce their U.S. citizenship and become world citizens / Moor nationals / Moor Republic members with diplomatic immunity from prosecution, income taxes, and any state or federal authority.
Sounds like some kind of like hybrid of sovereign citizen and the globalists.
Right? Presenting and using a governmental record he knew contained false statements, a pleading stating he was not the defendant in the underlying case and was immune from criminal and civil jurisdiction, arrest, and detention, possessing false documents identifying him as Reed Marcone L., a diplomat from the Muir Republic, creating a false pay stub or pay record for Natalie Reynolds, forging homeowner signatures on change of address forms in order to route mail to his office in June of 2007 and July of 2008, involving himself with making counterfeit passports and identification for himself and other Muir associates, filing a false affidavit that he was not criminally liable for the underlying criminal case pursuant to the Uniform Commercial Code, having 9 indictments pending against him in Collin County, and making misrepresentations about being one of only 7 people ever to be honored with the key to the city of Tuscaloosa, Alabama by the mayor in 2008 for his humanitarian work in rescuing missing and abducted children, and claiming he was personally responsible for 2 missing children being recovered.
Oh my gosh.
That was all for Phoenix Marcone.
That's just Phoenix Marcone.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Yikes.
Whew, so I think, Vic, you need to have a private investigator
For
do a
every
background
single
check
person
on
you
all your
interact with.
business partners in the future.
Wonder why he changed his name, eh?
Right? Whew,
Like,
all
I
right.
think Vic just has the unhealthy mentality of everyone is my friend by default. It's no, they have
It's
to.
like, how many times do we have
They
to
have
teach you
to
this
earn
lesson,
your
old man?
actual trust. You can't just give it to them and then take it away once it's been broken. That's not how it should work. Okay, like you're literally just setting yourself up for disappointment and suffering.
Yes, this is the Little Rocks who provided us with this delicious piece of our podcast here. Thank you so much again for that. So real quick, I do want to acknowledge Luigi the Metal 64 says right click, save image as, pick a folder, and image save. Screen image copying exists too. NFTs are useless. So actually, let me. And yes, so is another Red Ranger heading to prison? We'll find out.
The first Red Ranger was the Wild Force Ranger, who was arrested for attacking his roommate with a sword.
Oh my gosh.
I wish we had covered
Wow.
that on podcast. That sounds hilarious. So someone's in
He claims self-defense.
in other
Well,
NFT news. This is just too good. Someone stole Seth Green's Bored Ape, which was supposed to star in his new show. The actor has been pleading on Twitter with Darkwing84, who bought his ape from a scammer, to return it. Reality is so much funnier than fiction.
Oh, what the fuck is I'm sorry. What the fuck is this Mario?
Just wait.
God.
Actor and producer Seth Green was robbed of several NFTs this month after succumbing to a phishing scam that inadvertently threw a monkey wrench into the plan for his new animated series. The forthcoming show was developed from characters in Green's expansive NFT collection. But in light of the recent hack, the project's blatant crypto optimism has become a tragically ironic reminder of the industry's shadier side. On Saturday, Green teased a trailer for White Horse Tavern at the NFT conference VCon, a twee comedy. Don't ask me to define what that is. It would take an entire hour. The show seems to be based on the question, quote, what if your friendly neighborhood bartender was Bored Ape Yacht Club number 8398? In an interview with Entrepreneur,
That sounds so stupid.
it is stupid.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah,
I think he just
Sorry.
wanted to use his IP just for the sake of, I own the rights to this NFT right now.
Right?
I need to do something.
I
with
need to
it."
do something with it. Sticky Hams with the $2 super chat says, thanks for making work easier. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
I love
being
spreading the
our-
love
for
on
chatting.
these on these hilarious articles we get to cover.
Oh my gosh.
So in an interview with entrepreneur and crypto hype man Gary Vaynerchuk, Green said he wanted to imagine a universe where it doesn't matter what you look like. What only matters is your attitude.
And your NFT
Unfortunately for
collection.
Green, what also matters is copyright law. And when the actor's NFT collection was pilfered by a scammer in early May, he lost the commercial rights to his show's cartoon protagonist, a scruffy bored ape named Fred Simeon, whose likeness and usage rights now belong to someone else. Quote, I bought that ape in July 2021 and have spent the last several months developing and exploiting the IP to make it into the star of this show, Green told Vaynerchuk. Then, days before, his name is Fred, by the way, days before he's set to make his world debut, he's literally kidnapped.
What? Okay.
Green
I hate everything about this.
Crypto trafficking. Right?
I just want to say, I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer, but pretty sure that's not how copyright works.
Right.
Unless,
it almost seems like a publicity stunt, doesn't it?
Unless the copyright is literally contracted to the NFT itself, and I would imagine most of them aren't. But in this, because the Bored Ape was like the big one, maybe they did that. Maybe they made it a contract that said the sole copyright of this work is hereby inherent in the smart contract of the NFT. So therefore, anyone who owns the NFT owns the inherent copyright. But unless that's true, then owning the NFT doesn't give you the copyright. So if it was stolen, the stolen copyright does not go with it. It's
right. It doesn't it seem like a publicity stunt?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that it sounds more like this sounds
it's
so
too
ridiculously
funny to be real.
stupid. I'm sorry. There's so much there's so many levels of ridiculousness to the story. I want to I don't know like what it is about it that just makes it so stupid, except that it's just it sounds like a publicity stunt.
I find it hilarious.
It's
this
so
is
extra
funnier.
stupid.
Guaranteed this concept is funnier than the show itself. Right?
Yeah. They should make a show about this.
Right?
But they don't use the likeness.
show
It's
we're
actually
making
something
right
else.
now is about this. You're watching it live. You're experiencing it. So on May 8th, an anonymous scammer swiped 4 of Green's NFTs in a phishing scheme. Green mourned his stolen assets on Twitter, which he somehow already had photos of his screen. Where he announced the losses of a Bored Ape, 2 mutant apes, and a doodle, which were transferred out of Green's wallet after he unknowingly interacted with a phishing site. So his way said, "Well, friends, it happened to me. Got fished and had 4 NFTs stolen.
It happened to me."
Hashtag me too.
Please don't buy or trade these while I work to resolve. At Darkwing84, looks like you bought my stolen ape. Hit me up so we can fix it. I just got to know what this guy's Twitter profile is. Damn, I was hoping he was using it as his profile and everything. Oh. One of the mutant apes was flipped for $42,000, Motherboard reported. Transaction ledgers show the Bored Ape was also sold by the scammer to a pseudo-anonymous. How do you pronounce pseudonymous? I'm going to go pseudo-anonymous. A pseudo-anonymous collector known as Darkwing84 who purchased it for more than $200,000. The NFT was then...
Christ.
Okay, that's how I know it has to be fake. There's no way someone's spending that much money on it.
Well, I mean,
some of the NFTs are, people are spending way more than they should.
The transaction happened.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to fake that unless the reporting's just stupid.
Who's that?
Unless this is completely fake.
Howdy, Lance.
It has to be. It has to be.
I don't know. I'm just glad I get to cover it now, and then when it turns out to be fake, we can cover it then.
Yes, we can hear you again.
Yeah, we can hear you, buddy. You're a little low, but we can hear you.
A little low.
Yeah.
I didn't hear him at all.
So the NFT was then swiftly transferred to a collection called GBE Vault, which is where it currently sits. If the current owner, quote, wanted to cause trouble for Seth Green, they probably could, because that person becomes the holder of the commercial usage rights, said Daniel Dubin, a tax and litigation attorney at Alston and Bird LLP. NFT copyright law can be, quote, a particularly thorny issue, Dubin said, and has only begun to be tested in court. A growing number of NFT projects are granting owners the right to commercially adapt their works. So this is probably in this case, there's probably a smart contract built into the NFT that acts as copyright for commercial usage and all that.
I guess that would make sense.
Also, it sounds funny because he sounds like a villain, like Dubin.
Right.
NFT cartoon with the villain Dubin. It's Dubin again. Who?
Daniel Dubin. A growing number of NFT projects are granting owners the right to commercially adapt their works, which has been a useful strategy for increasing brand visibility, but has consequently introduced a host of legal disputes. Bored Ape Yacht Club was among the first to adopt these terms, which led to an explosion of Bored Ape merchandise and derivative NFT collections, but also set the stage for bitter copyright lawsuits. Seemingly aware of the problems his ape's new owner could cause, Green has spent the last several days tweeting at Darkwing84 in an attempt to reclaim the Bored Ape, appealing to them again on Monday to, quote, work it out between us. A Green supporter even sent Darkwing84 a message by way of an ENS domain that spells out, contact Seth Green on Twitter.eth. That's Ethereum, I guess, as the domain name. It's unclear if Darkwing84 knew the ape was illicitly obtained when they purchased it, and they did not respond to a tweet from BuzzFeed News. Well, that'd just be rude to respond to BuzzFeed, but not Seth Green. Ordinarily, bona fide purchasers are legally protected if they buy an item not knowing that it is a hot item. Eric Goldman, an intellectual property and technology law professor at Santa Clara University, told BuzzFeed News. But for buyers of stolen NFTs, the blockchain, which records a chain of ownership, could make it tricky for them to plead ignorance. Goldman theorized, quote, there will be a lot of questions about whether they're buying a stolen NFT and not doing their homework. After this story
I don't know about
published,
that. How would even if someone looked through the blockchain to see the history, all they'd be able to tell is that Seth Green previously owned it. They don't know that Seth Green,
which could make somebody more like, oh, it's famous, I want to buy this one. Only 200,000, I'll take it.
yeah. It's not like the blockchain is going to be like Seth Green had his account hacked and that's how it got sold.
Yeah,
like that's
it's gonna cripple. It's going to cripple the NFT market, which is a good thing. If everybody's afraid to buy anything because it once belonged to somebody who even shares the name of a celebrity, right?
Yeah, imagine the Me Too like cancel thing, and it's like you own an NFT that was once owned by like insert bad person here. It's like you got to sell it now.
You got Hitler NFT.
I'll buy it from
take
you
a
for
financial
$5.
bath on that because it was once owned by a bad person.
Yeah, somebody like Seth Green, turns out Seth Green gets Me Too'd, right? And like just major stuff comes out, and then Darkwing84 gets shamed over owning an NFT that once belonged to. All right, so after the story was published, Green responded on Twitter to allegations about what the stolen ape means for the future of his show. Oh shit! I thought that was the end of the article. Okay, good. I thought that was the end of the article already. Seth Green's Bored Ape NFT, which was set to star in his own. So this is the question they sent out, and I guess he didn't respond to BuzzFeed. More Butter TV is the one he responded to. Not true, since the art was stolen. A buyer who purchased stolen art with real money and refuses to return it is not legally entitled to exploitation usage of the underlying IP. It'll go to court, but I prefer to meet Darkwing84 before that. Seems we'd have lots in common. The NFT marketplace OpenSea said it has frozen the tokens, as it has previously done when assets were reportedly stolen. All 4 NFTs taken from Green are now marked with suspicious activity warnings. Quote, we do not have the power to freeze or delist NFTs that exist on decentralized blockchains. However, we do disable the ability to use OpenSea to buy or sell the stolen items, said Ali Mack, an OpenSea spokesperson. OpenSea is currently facing 3 lawsuits from NFT owners who lost their Bored Apes to similar phishing attacks. Because NFTs aren't physical goods, it's interesting to imagine the different ways that IP rights can be affected and the interesting new IP issues that can arise from the fact, Dubin said. Quote, I think we're just scratching the surface. Green has speculated that the attack could have been the machinations of a person, a foreign financial conglomerate, or some massive scam house somewhere. Wow. Thinking logically, aren't we, Green? But assured VCon attendees that he is working with authorities to retrieve his NFTs. Guys, if there's a door to kick in, I promise I'm going to kick in the door for us. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I just want that to be the pilot episode. Is
This has to be
actual
fake.
Seth Green is in it, and he kicks in the door and rescues his ape character from Darkwing84, right?
Yeah, but before
He
that,
rescues Curious
kicks
George.
the door. He kicks the door in that Family Guy skit where Peter's on the ground, like hugging his knee and like,
Yeah.
like he can't do it. He can't get down the door.
It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be Darkwing 84, since he had that pic. This is a Disney. Looks like it's gonna be a Disney show. It's gotta be a cyberized Darkwing duck.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, it almost looks like the Chippendale Rescue Ranger concept is being used here too, except with NFTs.
It's a lot shittier.
Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah,
this is the Adult Swim knockoff of of that concept. All right, so real quick, I want to address Luigi the Metal 64 said I read the NFT market is crashing. Yes, in slow motion over the past few months.
Good riddance.
Yeah, right.
Can that-
Okay,
can
so
that
in
slow
Daman
become a
Mills
landslide,
news,
please?
what's up?
I said, can that slow crash become a landslide, please?
Yeah. All right. So, follow up to Daman Mills. Previously, we had talked about the bots. Bickety Buck Bumble on Kiwi Farms has been the person sort of behind the effort to expose that. So they had this to say on May 13th. So while checking Damon's social blade, I noticed that he had a big dip in followers between March 10th to the 16th, followed by a sudden huge gain in followers from April 28th to May 4th. So if you look at it, you can see this huge jump, right, in followers. And this is the dip, right? Bear in mind, Daman made his Twitter thread responding to the allegations on April 27th, so the day right after he suddenly experienced this growth. The descriptive stats show that he suddenly gained 1,070 followers on April 29th, and then 2,169 more on May 3rd. So naturally, I started looking through his followers and looks like there are more bots. So Daman also got bots to gain back the followers he lost during the situation. So he's got screen recordings and stuff. You can see him going through the bots if you're interested. Now, what I found even more interesting than this is when I looked at his social blade, I couldn't help but notice the jump immediately was followed by a crash, which tells me that perhaps Daman Mills is it's either Twitter purging bots, which has been an effort to get bought by Elon Musk, right? So they don't have to.
What was the day that they announced that?
I have to go back and look, but the alternative option is that he's paying attention to the fact that he's been noticed. So he's like, "Oh fuck, get rid of him." You know, I don't want people to know. You know, and so Social Blade shows, all right, I'll buy all these bots, and then oh fuck, get rid of all the bots, right? So I thought that was pretty funny.
April 25th. Okay.
And then we've got this one. Now, I'll just say that we've got another victim, right? Another alleged victim of Daman Mills, and it's.
Wait. Oh, I think
Is it that completely anonymous one?
Yeah, and it's kind of a stretch to call this a quote unquote victim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't trust anyone coming forward anonymous. I'm gonna keep my standards the same.
Right.
I did the same with Vic. I did the same with Sean Schimmel because his one allegation was anonymous on a forum somewhere. I don't buy into anonymous claims at all. Right.
So I'm gonna go through this real quick because I want us to have covered it and acknowledged it, and there's some interesting things about it, but bare minimum we got to go through it. So this is what they had to say here. And I'm, by the way, it's truncated because it's a Twitter thread. So I'm gonna not read it verbatim, but I'm gonna keep it on screen so that you can see what was said and what I'm changing to make it flow a little bit better. So this is what they had to say. First, I have no desire to be interviewed, have my identity revealed, or elaborate any further. I've already witnessed. What's up?
How convenient,
right? I've already witnessed what happens when someone comes out against these people. I'm going to post my experience and never log back in or answer any questions.
The person sometimes gets destroyed unfairly.
Whether you're going to believe it or not is up to you. But with all the controversy surrounding Daman Mills right now, I feel like sharing my experience is the right thing to do, and hopefully it will give others the courage to share their own stories. I was a volunteer for a convention in 2019. Before that, I had never met or even knew anything about Daman Mills. I was 19 at the time, and it was my second year volunteering. I carried chairs, set them up, helped set up tables and form lines, carried equipment, the standard tasks that volunteers do. When I first met Daman Mills, I was helping to set up a panel and the tables for autographs. I didn't realize at the time that Daman Mills was a voice actor, and I was having him hand me things. When we were getting close to finishing setting up, we began talking, and Daman expressed his appreciation for my help setting up for his panel. That's when I realized that he was a voice actor, and I was really embarrassed. I guess he could tell that I had mistaken him for another volunteer, but he just joked about it, and it made me feel less embarrassed about being so aloof. I really liked him. He seemed like a very outgoing and likable, friendly person. He had a magnetic personality. Every time he's seen me, Random 11, is this your account?
He's Canadian.
Spotlight.
Every time he's seen me, so every time he saw me after that, he would yell my name out very affectionately and call me over. So I assume he means like, yoo-hoo, Anon, like to get your attention. He would joke about me making him my assistant and just talk to me. After his signing session ended, he made it a point to come over and thank me again. And he told me he wanted to find a way to thank me for doing all the errands for him. Then he started talking about Hawaii and how lonely he was. Now, I find this a little bit interesting because Daman hadn't lived in Hawaii for several years by this point, since around like 2014, if we're going off of the photo of Tracy's Facebook post where he took a picture of the snow. You guys remember that? And Daman was saying like, I can't wait to be in Ohio or whatever. It's like, that was in November or December of 2013.
Man, that's a really shit pickup line if that's the way they even try this. Continue.
Okay. So anyway, so he hadn't been in Hawaii for several years by 2019. And none of the conventions that he went to in 2019 were located in Hawaii, right? So he must have been living in Texas by 2017 because he recorded Junie Tyson with Vic at Funimation. And 2019, the year that this convention supposedly happened, was the year that he backed out of Kamehacon. So he would have had to have been local to land his role as Monaka and Frieza's understudy in Dragon Ball, right? Mm-hmm. But he would have only been in Texas for a few years at this point because he would have been in Ohio for some of those years between 2014 and 2019 anyway, right? So I don't know. You could look at it just from the perspective of he's using, talking about his home in Hawaii and being lonely as a pickup line, as you were saying, Lance, right? So
yeah, I'm lonely and I'm remembering my homeland.
And it's a way to sort of push the conversation in the direction of I'm going to say that I'm lonely so that you will invite yourself to be my friend and hang out and, kind of thing. Right. So anyway, Daman talked about how lonely he was and how hard it was to make friends once he became a voice actor. He then asked how old I was and other semi-personal questions. It was at that time I began to get the feeling that he was hitting on me and that there had been an ulterior motive to his overly nice attitude. Let's see. So, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to make the wrong assumption and offend him by just saying, hey, I'm straight. For all I knew, this could just be his personality. The next day, he took things to the next level, leaning against me and really invading my personal space. He started suggesting more intimate things like how I should style my hair. He then told me that he had thought of a way to thank me and wanted me to help carry some things back to his motel room after his signing session was over. Which I think it's interesting that he specifically says motel room. And I'm just saying, if we wanted to narrow down what convention this was, that details probably how we're going to do it. A 2019 convention that booked their guests in a motel rather than a hotel, right?
Yeah.
Let's see, where is I?
Yeah.
So he invited them and wanted. he then told me that he had thought of a way to thank me and wanted me to help carry some things back to his motel room after his signing session was over. The way he looked at me when he said it made it abundantly obvious that he wanted my boy pussy. No, hold on. That's not what that says. The way he said it and the way he looked at me made it obvious what he was inferring.
I like your ad lib.
Right. Not wanting to offend or embarrass him, I told him I would be happy to help him carry things to his room, but there was no need for any special thanks. I told him that just getting to hang out with him and help him with his panels and things made my time at the convention amazing. After several minutes, I just casually mentioned that my fiance was coming to the con once her shift ended. At that moment, or the moment I said that, Damon's demeanor completely changed. He simply said, okay, and then never spoke another word to me. I mean, you did kind of friend zone him, right? But he acted as if I was invisible, like I didn't exist. He was very cold. I just thought that with all the controversy going on with him, that this may be relevant. I know my story may seem tame, but it was really a hurtful experience, and I lost my love of conventions because of it. I just hope that he realizes...
That's really dramatic.
Right? I just hope that he realizes this kind of behavior is unacceptable and takes the steps to better himself. How dare you not take rejection well? So this is a pretty unimportant story in the grand scheme of the Daman Mills grooming scandal. The guy in the story says he's 19, right? Or was at the time. It seems like Daman was just flirting with him and thought he was receptive to it and therefore also gay until the guy told him his fiance was coming, right? That probably embarrassed Daman Mills. So he just sort of shut down.
That's young too.
Yeah, and probably a lie, right?
It probably was a lie, honestly.
He was probably nervously like his the way he phrased it, he's like, after several minutes, I just casually inserted in the conversation, by the way, my fiance is coming, right? And then so it's like the way I see it, Damon's been flirting with this, like I'm playing devil's advocate on Damon's behalf here, but it seems like Damon's been flirting with this kid, the whole convention. At this time, I think Daman Mills was like 25, 26 in 2019. So half his age plus 7 would make this kid underage for him, but only by a year and a half. Anyway, so the way I see it, he just kind of got shut down emotionally around the guy because he was embarrassed over the fact that the guy kind of rejected him with, oh, by the way, I'm straight kind of thing. So I don't see it as a big deal.
I mean, fiance does not assume straight, but I'm following you. Please continue.
Well, he said my fiance was coming to the con once her shift ended.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So so I don't see this as a big deal, except that apparently Tracy, this is where it was originally shared on Kiwi Farms, I believe. There's another accusation up, and the only like it has is from Tracy Wilcox's legit account. So not Duncan Wentz, not the fake account he made in order to drop his, by the way, I made it all up, and here's proof, my interactions with Lindsay Leverage and everything, right? That account that had the likes that were supportive of believing his story being not fake. But the actual account belonging to Tracy Wilcox, according to this user on Kiwi Farms, who, as far as I know, may just be the guy who made the account and posted that whole thing that we just read. I don't know. Okay. But according to this person, Tracy's actual account, the Fort Hero account on Twitter, liked this post. Now, the like is not still here. When you go to the likes, that his account isn't here, right? And the Kiwi Farms user did not archive. I don't know what Ghost Archive is. I couldn't find the likes showing there though. But they didn't, as far as I know, nobody had archived that the like was there. Like not even a screenshot, right? So take it with a grain of salt. I thought it was worth sharing. And the other thing I'd like to point out, if you look at the tweets and replies, this person who said, I'll never log back in and blah, 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 they were making sure that their voice was heard, right? They really wanted to make sure this got out here. So Cress had said, unsurprisingly, I'm hearing that Daman Mills either paid for likes or had a PR firm bought his tweets about the Duncan situation. Right. And then they came in and said, I have my own creepy experience with Mr. Mills when I volunteered. He is not a nice person. And then
That seems like a bit of a clout chaser. Sorry, I like
A what
when it
chaser?
comes- a clout chaser. I
Oh,
said
just-
terrible.
oh,
Like
well, that's
I
what I'm
just
saying
told
is
her a
they're
lame thing,
they're
but, like,
actively
he-
going
yeah.
out of their ways. They're doing a Rontoye. They're searching for Vic. Oh,
Yeah.
Vic was mentioned. Well, hey, I want to share my story, right? So they're finding people. Actually, Mr. Mills is not a nice person. He tried creepy stuff with me when I volunteered at a convention.
This is right out of that anonymous Vic accuser playbook too. Yeah, I don't like it. The people who are just trying really hard, and it's pretty transparent that this is for attention.
Right.
Plus,
this
I'm
person
sorry,
said-
but like the story itself is just a nothing burger.
Like, yeah,
It
what did he try? Oh, he tried to pursue a relationship with you because he thought you were also gay and you turned him down. It's not, there's nothing there, right? Like you said, it's a nothing burger. But again, actually, Daman Mills on MySpace reply, Mr. Mills is a creep. I had a very weird encounter with him before, right? So it's just as many as they could for some time. Anything. I had a weird experience with Mr. Mills, blah, 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 like all this, right? So they definitely had an ulterior motive of wanting to make sure that their story was heard and everything. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's the Daman Mills updates. I just wanted to make sure that that it was covered so that we could acknowledge it in future installments if anything new comes up.
Yeah.
Mother
Anyway.
covered.
Let's see. Anything? Yeah, no burger. Is it too late to get Linda Young to voice Freeze again? I'd love that. But I don't think Dragon Ball is going to come back except for the movie. I think they're just going to do movies from now on. Personally. Anyway,
I wouldn't.
So
honestly. I also wouldn't mind that.
So moving from here into Vic news. So real quick, I've got some updates to the timeline. From Stan Dolan. Stan sent me his DMs with Monica and the email that was sent to his dad.
Oh.
Holy crap! Some juicy deets.
They're not terribly juicy, honestly. We covered last podcast the one from Monica and the one from Michelle Specht that was just trying to shame him
For telling the truth.
for telling the truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
How dare you not back up our lies?
How dare you not lie for us? What the
Right.
fuck?
Effectively. But
And the fact that it was her, that kind of shocked me, and also like confirmed like some people's, like originally I wasn't behind that headcanon that Michelle might be a bigger part of this than just her, her affidavit and email, and now I'm thinking maybe she had a bigger part to play than we know.
I like to entertain the idea that the entire Me Tooing was due to the fact that Vic dated her for 12 years and then broke it off. And
I mean, that can leave some hard feelings.
yeah, all of
But-
her friends are like, he cheated on my friend. He was dating my friend Michelle Specht at the time when he tried to attack me in his hotel room. And I was flirting with Raleigh Pickens, and he was dating my good friend Michelle Specht. And then later on saying like, well, she wasn't really a good friend. She was more like a fun get together at conventions friend, kind of changing her story there. So anyway, here's the email that Stan Dolan's father received from a person going by the name Jordan Means.
Does Jordan mean
This is
what?
impossible to fucking read.
What does he mean?
Hello, are you the Stan Dolan that founded KawaiiCon and co-founded Anime Ohana? If so, do you have any commentary / words on the Vic plaintiff defendant situation? Oh, plaintiff / real defendant situation. Your name was mentioned in a court document in response to a lawsuit as a potential witness to an incident that happened during IzumiCon 2007. I emailed the piece of it that has your name on it. If you do not have anything to say on this issue, just tell me and I'll leave you alone. I will also be keeping any information you have private if you wish, to avoid you being heckled by people. Right? So
You should
this was
totally
forwarded-
believe anyone who ever says that to you at all
Right.
times.
this was forwarded from Stan's father to him, and he said, tell this with the message, how do you want me to answer this guy? Right? So Stan said, Tell this person only that you are not the one they are looking for. Do not engage this person and block their email. Good move. Okay, so here are the DMs. These are Facebook DMs between Monica and Stan. And I'll just tell you, I cannot believe how hard these are to read. I have to double check that they're not compressed on the website on the back end. But I'm not going to read them. I'm just going to let you know because it's normal con stuff. But what I will point out is the enormous gap in conversations between what I believe is, I'm going to just pull it up on my computer so I can see it. Let me see if I can do it this way. Vic Archives. Stan Dolan. That's the one for Michelle. Here it is. Open with Brave. Okay, there we go. So you can see from September 12th, 2012, right? That was the last conversation they had to, hey, Stan, I want to apologize for not giving you a heads up about all this stuff. We haven't spoken in a while, and everything was happening so fast and furiously. Remember we covered this last podcast?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's how long that gap was between their conversations. Now, did they interact with each other on Facebook and just not through DMs? That's possible. I don't know. But I did think that was interesting, and I blocked out all the information on different people's emails and stuff. Although I do think it's funny that Sharami Lay's agent is the horny agency at sbcglobal.net.
What a name.
No.
Look. Sometimes you just have to roll your feelings on your sleeves and put on them.
Anyway, so once again, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the fact.
Does it bother anyone that picture is them eating and they just need to put those cookies down? Like, it would do them a lot of good to.
I do find it funny that the headshots being used in the photos of the ones that they're printed on the cookies that they're eating are at least a good 30 to 60 pounds lighter than they are actually eating them.
They're literally eating themselves because they need their
They should have swapped
They need their
cookies,
own
and then
self jelly bean joke.
They should have swapped cookies, and then their jelly bean story wouldn't hold water.
Right.
And
So
they
anyway,
both have the crazy, well, especially Monica right there. Wow, crazy eyes.
So
I think
I
the
wanna remind you-
smoothing filter also does not help that picture.
right.
Mm-mm.
I'd like to remind you that episode 1 was recorded on January 8th, but it came out like February 12th or something like that. And then the second one, Halftime, this was recorded on March 14th, and I think it came out like 2 days later, March 16th, something like that, right? But the point is, March 16th, we've gone through the rest of March, all of April, and now we're almost all the way through May, and there hasn't been an episode 3 yet.
Good.
2.5 months almost.
Yeah. So I just wanted to throw that
Hey,
out.
I don't like your tone that you sound disappointed.
Well,
Well, it's content.
yeah, not.
But
The point is-
I have an obligation to mess with him about this. Please continue.
No. The point is,
And entertainment on top of the fact.
That's debatable.
the point is,
Me and Random.
why
11.
haven't they put out another episode? Is it because they're too busy? Because like the way I see it, they've written them. They've put themselves in a corner here, right? Because I mean, how humiliating would it be if you went to wewillbeinTouch.com and you were met with a 404 error because the website didn't exist anymore, right? Like it just seems like they put themselves in a situation where
Sweet dreams are made of these.
where they have so few viewers that it makes it difficult to justify financially the action of actually recording the episodes. But at the same time, to stop recording the episodes is an admission of that fact, right? But continuing to record the episode, we're just going to continually point out the inconsistencies and everything in their stories. So they're screwed either way.
And even better, they're giving more material. Should this thing come back on appeals, if it comes back on appeals, this is usable stuff. They're giving Vic's legal team more versions of the story, more inconsistency. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I don't understand like why they're because I guess Vic also did but he had a very limited interview. He didn't go into a lot of detail.
Are you talking about the IO9?
No, I'm talking about Vic's
Oh.
appearance on Nick's stream.
On Nick, the 1 year anniversary thing?
You know,
Yeah,
a friend of mine. Continue.
And it was mostly like he did go into some detail and he had some like strong words to say to Ron Toy, but like a lot of it was just how he felt during the time. Like it was just basically it didn't go into
it was almost his version of their podcast, just telling his experience behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So
Except there's no inconsistencies on his part because he's telling the same story over and over again,
right.
which is interesting to me.
As a
It's
friend
because
of mine,
he's not trying to convince you that he's a super huge victim that was, he in a way he's a victim of defamation, but he's not trying to convince you that he's helpless.
Well, I do consider men who've gone through this because they go through what is appropriately coined as life ruination, and it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I've been doing because I'm doing some research on this, or trying to find some research on this is kind of hard, where men are a little different than women in this way, where like their sense of purpose and their validation, their social validation comes from their careers, comes from the things that they built up, and specifically people like, and I've been doing this in the context of researching for a video on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation. Having something that you've spent decades building just completely annihilated in such a short time is such a devastating blow, and it's an emotional trauma.
Yeah, because for men, they, like you said, men have a drive to build systems, to build companies, to build things that have value. And so for somebody like Vic, that's his career, that's his repertoire of work, that's the good faith he has in the community with his fans, right? And as you said, like that collapsed nearly immediately, even though the fans were still there, but the way to reach them was cut off, right? In terms of the conventions and whatnot, and the work he was doing. Sorry, I cut you off. Were you going to say something?
No, I was just trying to, because I know that there's research out there that supports that. I'm just struggling to find it because nowadays it's so like non-political. It's so anti-politically correct to say men and women are different in these specific ways.
Well, in that regards, anyone who has seen their life's work, whether it be a collection they've built up or a career they fostered throughout their life, crash overnight, that is a incredible psychological blow.
Right, that's how Seth Green felt.
Oh God.
What's he up? 40,000? That's like a drop in the bucket, isn't it?
Well, Seth Green is he's
what was the last thing he was in? Oh, I guess he's in
the Bored Ape NFT show.
Well, wasn't he involved in some TV shows? I don't know much about Seth Green. I don't find him.
He's Chris in Family Guy. He was Scott in the Austin Powers movies.
Which came out ages ago.
Yeah, but there's that show he did relatively recently with that GIF of the Asian girl in the sailor uniform doing like the giggle in the.
And isn't he a co-creator of Robot Chicken? I believe he's just one of the.
Yeah, he was a co-creator of Robot Chicken.
Anyway,
that's still going.
Aside, I'm sorry I brought it up.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, but real quick, so let's jump in now.
That the fan.
So this is right where we left off.
Is this the joke part? Is this where we're gonna get the thumbnail joke?
Oh well, yeah, we're gonna we're gonna get there in this episode, yes. But I did want to bring up. I think it was Sticky Hams had said on one of the Clips channels thing. They brought up the fact that Monica and Jamie talk about how their careers now, they have this renewed sense of worth over the fact that they have something else to fight for than they previously had. Like they get to be a voice for victims and stuff. And he juxtaposed that next to well, we don't stand up for all victims because it didn't happen to us. And I thought that was a great take. Anyway, let's jump right in here.
The way that the fan club is organized is very, very similar to a cult. You have to earn the right to speak with him. You have to earn your right up through to get the chance to actually talk to him. You have to be approved of by leaders within the fan club. It is extremely cult-like. I encourage you.
Yeah, which again, we talked about this last podcast that you can literally send an email to Vic the WWIII at AOL.com and he'll get back to you. So
yeah,
that blows that out of the water.
If you're in it,
which sadly we didn't do.
I think it would be beneficial for Vic to not talk to us until this is all over, right?
Wondering about it, watch any cult documentary ever, and you will see resemblance in there. That's why I know people listen and they're so insulted when they hear the word cult. But if you see how a cult works, people in a cult never believe it's a cult. So if you're wondering about it, take a step back, right?
I'm sorry.
Consider talking to someone who can get you out.
Well, those pops are coming from the fire I added.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking about something like, God damn, my PTSD continue.
This brings me back to an issue, and I see a comment saying Kick Vic is just as much as a cult, just as much of a cult. I don't agree with that either. I think they're just some very double, triple, quadruple down people. They don't want to. They either believe it completely or they don't want to admit they were wrong.
Right.
You can't read into someone else's mind. I just think this is so loaded, and again, it's a sign of their manipulation. And I almost want to say, I think I made the comment that it seems like it's a little gaslighty last time, and I'm going to stand by that. It's trying to convince people that they're being manipulated, or that they're crazy, or that their perceptions are wrong because their perceptions, we see the evidence. We see the evidence that you, Monica, and Jamie have lied. We've seen it. We've caught you in so many lies. And then we don't see any evidence that Vic is the monster you say he is. And they're saying your perception is wrong because you're in a cult. Your observations are wrong because you're in a cult. You're crazy. And it just seems like it's like very much, at least at the borderline of gaslighting. And it is very manipulation, or like highly manipulative to use these loaded terms like grooming and cult. And I think did they call him a messiah, or like made a joke about that?
They joke literally the part right before we came in on this episode here. They're saying like that you're defending this man who did all these horrible things simply because you like his voice. He's not a god. He's not, blah, blah, blah. That's literally right before this part of the podcast. And they refer to him as their Lord and Master and all those sort of terms. Because again, they're trying to rile up Vic's fan base, more specifically his fan club. And like you said, it is gaslighting. And it's like, it's really like, this part is extremely offensive just from the perspective of they have spent like, this is an hour and 55 minutes. The halftime episode is, and they spend like the first hour and a half degrading and attacking. And then right here at the very end, they decide to play this like, oh, it's so profound as I'm going to help you and tell you have worth and get you out of the brainwashing and stuff.
Controlling.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, it kind of reminds me, like you're saying about, we were sort of talking before a little bit about how much the things that they're doing we're seeing unfold in the courtroom with Amber Heard. And I was saying earlier how Vox wrote an article claiming that Johnny Depp is being propped up by an army of bots. And it's kind of the same thing here. Like you're either a cult, you don't exist, you don't have agency because you're just bots, right? And it's like what that is that they're claiming, like they think so little of other people. They believe that they're so smart that and not only do they use bots, like look at Daman Mills, right? We just talked about, but they actually believe that the only reason that Johnny Depp or Vic Mignogna have any support is because people saw some bots promoting something and went along with it like sheep, right?
Mhm.
But everyone I know who's on Vic or Johnny's side, or even like Kyle Rittenhouse, like they have intimate, they can intricately explain key factors of the case because they've actually been paying attention.
Right.
Whereas when you talk to people who are on their side or on Amber Heard's side or whatever,
Or
like when
against Kyle Rittenhouse.
right, when you talk to people who are against Kyle Rittenhouse, they just say like, well, he took a weapon across state lines.
Oh my
And it's like, well, first of all, no, he didn't. And second of all, what does that even have to do with anything? You know, like in the grand scheme of everything involved, like all it is a talking point. You saw like
on the media, on mainstream media.
Yeah, just passively scrolling through your social media or turning on CNN. You just heard this thing and now you're parroting it. And it's like literally we're being accused of either being bots or being, you know, sheep who bought into a narrative because we saw some bots promote it. When, like I said, like every person that I've talked to who's on Vic's side, they have intimate knowledge of the details of the case. And nobody on Amber Heard's side can say anything. Like it's literally just an accusation of, oh, it's because of bots, right? Or believe, you know, like I stand with Amber Heard because, you know, she's a victim and believe women and all. Like it's just like at the end of the day, they're just projecting, you know.
Yeah, because you mentioned believe all women, and obviously this is a very prominent, well, not prominent in the larger society, but in our niche little corner of the world. This was a very prominent Me Too case, and this mantra that you have to believe all women because they are women is so dogmatic and it doesn't make sense to me. I've hated that line since I've heard it from the first Me Too accusations. Just because I have a vagina doesn't mean I'm honest. I'm just saying, and that's the same with you guys as well. Like you, Monica, and you,
Jamie. For anyone, it doesn't matter what you are. People will lie to get that was literally a conversation me and a buddy of mine had.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to say it right now, but like when you look at the family court system and how much institutional power women have in that, and in the criminal justice system in general, because women get like treated with kid gloves in the criminal justice system because they're women. Okay, women lie. Women do lie, and women have weaponized sexual assault allegations, child abuse allegations, domestic abuse allegations, false accusations, by the way, to get what they want. And we're seeing we saw that with the Amber Heard situation, and we're seeing a lot of the same behaviors with you guys, with you, Jamie and Monica. You if you're telling the truth, you're not propping that up with so many lies. And that's what you've done, is you've lied so much that it just leads me to believe that you have to be lying about your accusations. Plus, they don't make any sense. I'm sorry. Jamie, yours is the most ridiculous. I don't know what fanfiction.net story you pulled. Like, it has to be right off of fanfic.net, because it doesn't make sense. And I could say the same for Monica, because her behavior doesn't match up. Why would you go back to the room when you had an out after dinner? You didn't have to go back, but you did, and you didn't say he forced you there. You just said that you were there and you didn't like, it doesn't make sense. Plus, I don't know. I'm gonna
before we get back to it, I just want to remind people that Jamie's accusation was basically a carbon copy of that one cosplayer's accusation.
Jesse Pridemore. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you want to remind our viewers that we have a Patreon and a Discord and to share the video with your friends.
An hour.
Those are good things. We need likes. We only have 14 likes, so that means there are 6 of you out there that have not liked the YouTube video yet.
We need to get that 100% like ratio.
What you were talking about, perception check, made me think of something I saw earlier today. I'm trying to pull it up from Kara Edwards's Twitter account. About the idea that innately being a woman, or this or that protected class makes you immune from being a bad person or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, she can't be lying because it's a
literally-
woman, right?
There's literally no race or gender that is incapable of lying.
Well, the irony is that their ilk is so quick to say there's no meaningful difference
Excuse
between men and
me.
women, but women are victims and not lying, and like, you know,
Reese,
They're walking contradictions.
But women
Yep.
don't exist.
I'm
so.
almost there. Oh, God, I had to scroll
Yeah,
so
are
far.
we? Wait a minute, are we
Believe all
biologists?
women who don't
We are-
exist.
Wait, none of us are biologists. We're not qualified to.
Reese, explain to me how the Kentucky Derby lies to me. Okay, that's that they are a race. How do they lie? They can't lie.
Wait,
They're a
race or gender, and you go Kentucky Derby. Please tell me,
Indy
good sir.
500.
How do you make
Indy
this?
500.
Motherfucker, I clicked on the. Oh no, that's tweets and replies.
Indy 500. Is that what you're talking about?
Sure.
That's
that.
another race.
Look, guys.
They can't lie.
When does the MLB get their gender equality? And I don't mean the MLB themselves. I'm just talking about the gender. Oh fuck! I lost what I was trying to say. I was trying to turn the MLB into a actual person, male or female, not the people in the MLB. Just never mind.
Yeah.
Shoot the
Your
guy.
joke failed. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lance.
I'm a terrible person.
I'm trying to pull up the. I can't find it off the cursory look right here, but
Well,
she,
I see
she
you
posted,
ruined that one.
Right. She posted a picture, or maybe she was quote tweeting a picture that was like, my kids. This is from my kids' school, where it is like, what does it mean to be a president or whatever, and or like, what should a president do or have, right? And like the kids' answers were like, eat vegetables and have a female vice president, right? Like, was literally the answer that they gave. Like, having a woman vice president is the only good option, right? And it was just like, this is like how these people think, right? That they deify what they view as what do you call it? Marginalized or oppressed groups, to the point where they've lost the plot completely.
Well, I would argue that when this stuff was coming into prominence, I would argue that at the time, women had already had sort of like, it sort of was balanced out. Like, we didn't have men had certain advantages, women had certain advantages, women had certain disadvantages, but men also had certain disadvantages. Like, it's not the same, but it kind of balanced itself out. Like, for example, like even back in the day, when it comes to who you save first, it was the women and the children. The men were disposable and have always been disposable from the beginning of time, almost, because that's how the human race survives. But because of that, like there was a trade-off. I mean, I'm maybe I'm making a really bad argument.
No, you're right.
Like, but it comes down to the scientific. We're going to talk about science here, even though I'm not a biologist, but the scientific differences between males and females are substantiated. We have, not only do we have different physical traits, but we also have different kind of like psychologies, generally speaking. But we're all human, and we all are capable of lying, and we're all capable of spite and all sorts of horrible, evil deeds. So just because you're a woman doesn't mean you're telling the truth.
Well,
if I could redeem myself, we live in a world now where it's, everything has to be 100%. Men and women have to be 100% even. You got to have a unisex bathrooms, everywhere. And I'm just like, to each their own, but they're trying to force us to have this whole non-separation of any capacity. So women and men have to be 100% in everything.
I'll argue with you, not everywhere, because women aren't fighting for women to get drafted. Women don't want equality and
wasn't that a thing not that long ago?
That happened.
No. But women were like those people who are crying about women should be equal to men. They were crying about that. They were like, no.
Generally in my world, I feel like women kind of have always like been kind of ahead of dudes. We always feel like we're trying to play the mental catch-up game, but maybe I'm just an idiot.
Well, to come back to, first of all, addressing this comment before it gets way too far away, Gilzino mentioned you can also just go on Vic's Wednesday Twitch streams and talk to him there. I did find the tweet here. I'll show it in a second. But going back to what you're saying about men are more expendable than women. There's a in Fallout, which I've never played, but have heard this story, and it's obvious the reason why it's included and everything. But the idea is that they had a bunch of vaults, right, in the Fallout universe where different sort of experiments played out, right? So one vault had 99 men and 1 woman, and that vault failed. The other vault had 99 women and one man, and that vault thrived because in order to repopulate the earth, right, one man can impregnate all 99
sounds like
women.
a very certain, very weird show.
But only one woman can be pregnant at a time when it comes to having 99 men. So the men all fought each other and killed each other for the
One woman.
Yeah, for the one woman, right? And the society in that vault collapsed, whereas the other vault, the man fathered, kids with half the women there or more, right?
Straight up went to Pound Town.
Right? So society was able to live on. So the idea is, yes, save the women and children because they're the future, whereas it only takes, one guy to continue the lineage in the whole world theoretically versus needing the women to actually be the vessels that carry children and birth them and everything.
Keep the species going.
So anyway, regarding this, I've got the Kara
so
Edwards.
if you're a dude, you're expendable. You've heard it here.
Kara Edwards tweeted this out. Our teacher asked the kids what it means to be a good president and wrote down their answers. So the handwriting here is all the same because it's the teacher writing down what the kids said. And I would like to point out how dumb these kids are. Just throwing that out there.
Are you sure these are exactly from the kids? Are you really sure?
I hope so, because I could feel that if the kids said some of these, I could excuse their retardation. What it means to be a good president. Make good laws. Kids know nothing about government in this class. Eat vegetables. Be kind. Be equal. Drinking monkey milk to grow up strong.
Wait. Monkey milk?
I don't know. That's that right there is very poetic.
What the fuck?
Excuse me while monkey milk.
Hi guys.
Is that like? I hope it's like a.
I was hoping it was like a juice box style, like like it was gonna be like Yoo-hoo. But apparently,
but is it legit monkey milk?
And NFT milk.
No, the children have been programmed to like the upcoming pandemic.
Right. Help others, drink water, do well in school, have a girl vice president, or boy, hold on, but girl is better.
Oh my gosh.
That sounds equal, yeah.
Learn about presidents. Have a jacket and mittens.
I mean, they might already be on the whole like
take away guns from bad people.
Oh my gosh.
Give love to each other.
Be like Teddy Roosevelt. There was a good president.
So I just I don't know why I brought this up now because it took so long to find. No, it was about the women being better than men or whatever.
Speak softly and carry a big stick.
Carry a big stick, yeah.
Right, and he was almost impossible to kill as well. So.
And then I wanted to address this before we move on.
He got shot, and he.
I'm kidding.
Oh, sorry.
Museman said, "This is what pisses me off, or this is what pissed me off for this part of the podcast. Like I am not. They are acting like I am not smart or intelligent. I did because I saw Comicsgate. Look, it's rubbing off on our viewers. Random 11.
They're Canadian as well. Museman's confirm that you are Canadian."
You're contaminating the water and the well.
I seen Comicsgate stuff and didn't believe it because it's because of these political Looney Tunes. And I lost where I was here. Okay, that's why a lot of these VAs make me mad.
I was gonna say, Monica Rial. I mean, this could also be, but since the beginning, at least since the beginning of this controversy, she has had a consistently condescending tone, and when I look back, she's kind of always had that. But like that could also be what do you call it? You start to see someone for who they really are. It sours you, and then you look back on your past experiences, and you're colored.
Sticks out.
And you're colored. You're
rose colored.
Now you have a except the opposite. It's not rose colored.
So the concept of familiarity breeds contentment.
Yeah, but she is very she and Jamie Markey too. They both had this superior attitude of I'm better than you, I'm smarter than you. It's very, man, I wish Ken was here. Dang it. Because I'm not gonna armchair psychologist, but
Yeah.
it's very off-putting when you're noticing it. And right here is like a good example of it. Their condescension and their superiority is dripping. It's like this, and they both have this kind of saccharine veneer, sweet little sickly sweet voice. I'm trying to think of a comparative like character, but I can't think of one at the top of my head. But like it's very sweet, but it's dripping in malice as well. Like it's very it's very thinly disguised contempt for the people they're talking to.
and
they're
ultimately
come across someone who can't take criticism. That's immediately a down step in my mind, because anyone says anything to Jamie and Markey and Monica you're immediately blacklisted. I'm just like, okay.
Yeah,
I remember
your tweet is sent to her attorney and law enforcement.
Yep.
I remember at the very beginning,
criticism that's a knock on your personality. That's to me. That's my.
At the very beginning of this, I remember responding to her "It happened to me" tweet, or one of her tweets, or maybe that tweet thread. I was just asking what happened, and I got blocked. So, and I think that was literally the phrase of my tweet was, "Hey, what happened?" Because I was a little, like I said, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I was completely taken aback by the fact that it was Monica who was accusing Vic of something. So I just wanted to know what happened, and she immediately blocked me, which was like, oh, okay, so that's sus.
I guess I don't need to know.
Wow. I'm concerned about you. Are you okay? Don't ask me questions, Block.
Right. Well, that is what happened to a lot of people. I'd have to look back because I've never tweeted at her.
That is sus.
And she blocked me, but it was because of the blockchain, which was what they called the chain of accounts that were connected to other accounts. So if you followed Ricada, then blocked. If you follow, anybody who was against them, you were blocked. So
that's a lot of effort to turn around and run your mouth.
Yeah,
well, it was one button to just click and type in Nick's Twitter account, and anybody who was following Nick was immediately blocked from there.
Wow, isn't it a wonderful thing to block someone who could possibly have been on your side if you tell the truth?
Right, and that was going to be what my next point was. When I initially asked her, "Hey, what happened?" Because I was, like I said, I was like, this is Monica Rial. She is publicly known to be a really close friend to Vic Mignogna. So like what happened between them to make her have to make her feel like she had to come forward? And all I asked was what happened. And she just blocked me. And I'm like, okay, that immediately tells me that you've got something to hide immediately, and that's not a good sign. That just screams red flag, dishonest. I'm hiding something. Maybe I'm lying, whatever. But as it progressed, it became very, very clear, very fast that she was lying because of her reaction to people just asking her for evidence or asking her for her story or asking her what happened, because she was basically saying, this nebulous thing happened to me in the context of people accusing him of some serious accusation, making some serious criminal accusations about him. And she just threw this literal gas on the fire.
Yeah.
And is upset now that people, I'm just gonna say it. I hate women like you, Monica. I'm not gonna hide that. I hate people like you, like Jamie, like Amber Heard, because you destroy the credibility of real victims. It is so obvious that you are not a victim. It is so obvious you're so full of shit. Okay. Same with Amber Heard. I can't hide my contempt for these women. They are evil. And they don't deserve my empathy anymore. After I've tried, and I tried with you specifically. I didn't try with Jamie because fuck Jamie. But I did try with you, and you just insta-blocked. So and then you just couldn't stop lying. So I'm sorry, you're full of shit. I'm not. I don't know. I'll stop because I'm getting heated. And I need to stop.
Okay, so Stan is in chat. What's up, man?
How's it going, Stan?
Stan.
Oh, hey.
So Zedpool said, I think the reason they made these podcasts is because they hate Vic's fans more than they hate Vic. And this is the best way to hurt them. And if the fans attack back, then they play the victim. Yeah, I definitely think that they want you to engage with them in a way where they can use it to refuel their victim card, you know. Testimony is evidence. How is that working for Amber Heard, right?
Yeah, it's falling apart.
Little Rock said they are always deflecting. Jason Sal says, hey, like the stream for sure. Okay.
Smash that like button, hit that subscribe, turn on the bell for notifications. What else? There's the
Discord, Patreon, super chats. All right.
Of that situation. Talk to people that are not a part of that situation and give them just the facts, right? It might be that you need an expert, but you are worth breaking free from this toxic group. You do not have to stand up to him to have value. You do not need this man to have value. And you can break away from it and find something that is supportive of you. Because I guarantee you, if he did that to you, that group of people would abandon you so fast. And I'm sure there are people in there that have had those experiences that can't talk about it
ritual.
because they'd lose this
family.
Quote, friends, family. But it isn't that. You should, if he was truly this great person, you should just be able to talk to him whenever.
Yeah.
Right? I see people tweeting to us. We reply to tweets. I don't think he does. Right? So it's just something to consider.
You send him an email.
You might be involved in something that you can take a step back from, and you absolutely should. Even if you decide to go back, take a step back for a little bit and see how you feel. Are you happy outside of that situation? Are you making better choices for yourself? It's worth it to give it a shot. It is worth it to take a step away.
It's also has a lot of that self-absorbed, self-care, insta therapy kind of like language that I think is so toxic and convincing a lot of people that they're sick in the head when they're not. If you did you guys notice that trend, or is that just me? Because I'm a woman, so I notice that because I get that stuff shoved in my feed all the time. And I don't know if a lot of guys do it. So this comes back to the difference between men and women. But like a lot of the language that they were using right there just screams the Instagram therapy, the self-absorbed self-care trend going on, and it's.
And remind you again that this is like an hour and a half into this episode after they have spent so much time belittling and like this is like the abusive husband who hits you with the remote, but then the next day brings you flowers. Like they're treating you like absolute garbage, and then they're saying, and you need to step away. And even if you come back, just get away from him for a while. Break that programming. And they're like, and if it happened to you, they would be turning on you so fast because they're convinced that members of Vic's fan club are his victims. Right. Yeah. So they're acting like, oh, well, you would be, if it happened to you, they would turn on you so fast. And it's like, but they've got no proof. And they're just assuming that they're speaking to somebody out there who's been hurt, but is still a member of his fan club.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just real quick. I'm just going to say this is also another form of belittling, but it's like dressed up as I'm helping you. But it is an abuse tactic in relationships. So go ahead.
That's why I brought up the beating you with a remote and then bringing you flowers, kind of,
Nice wink and nod to Rontoy.
Yeah,
and then he'll go on.
They learn from the best.
I mean, do you know anyone else who has beaten someone with a remote? No.
Is there any evidence in court that says Rontoy bought flowers for anyone? I don't think so. He just sends you tweets with smiley faces.
Yeah, that's quite the allegation to say he sends flowers.
Yeah, he just threatens to chop up dogs and kill judges' kids. Totally normal shit.
But what I was going to say is, tell me if I'm incorrect, but from my memory, I can only think of one person who was like and she wasn't even a fan. She said she wasn't a fan specifically. The one girl
Erica
that said
McCord?
she's no, hold on. I don't know her name, so just the girl that stood in line for like a long time and got a hug from Vic and then said she regretted it.
In the original Anime News Network article that said she was in line for her friend.
Yeah, that girl. Besides her, who already said she wasn't a fan of Vic,
Well, she claimed that in the Anime News Network article years later
She claimed what? Sorry.
that she wasn't a fan.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna take her word that she wasn't a fan. So besides her, was there any other like quote unquote fan that has yet to step forward to say anything
I'm
bad
aware
about
of.
Vic?
Well, the allegations, the online allegations from the one Hanleia tweeted from Nyakuro on Pretty Ugly Little Liars, claimed that she was a fan of Vic and went to the convention and met him, and then got groped in the elevator, and
Okay.
and then later on said that Vic married the 16-year-old and got him confused with Il Guardiola and all that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she had like a traumatic brain injury too. She mentioned that, so there's that.
These people, they're such victims that they have every checkbox marked, right? And then when you challenge them, also, oh, wait, I maybe I was wrong, but it's because I have a traumatic brain injury.
Mhm.
You know, like
What I was gonna say was, in a situation. What?
You were very specific before that.
referring to the story I was just explaining.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Random Mud.
In what I was trying to get at, and I guess there's a couple exceptions, I suppose, but if they're claiming that it's a cult and you need to leave the cult, and I know it's gonna be bad because they'll turn on you, but like leave the cult. Why has basically no one left the cult? Like, why aren't there other? If he's abusing everyone,
holding them, this is an online cult.
Yeah, like if he's abusing these people, why aren't there more examples?
Well, I'm pretty sure that like there's been several like reasonable rangers that have left, but not on bad terms. I've never heard a bad story as far as I know. I could be wrong, but like I feel like there's been a bunch of rangers who have moved on good terms, but like they've outgrown anime or just outgrown the phase or whatever. But it's like a natural progression. It's not, and the thing is that doesn't that kind of defeat the cult angle a bit? Because it's like something you're excited about, but then if you're not excited about, you move on, and there's no like noise about it. And I'm pretty sure like some mods have moved on, and so there's, like I said, probably still on good terms. I haven't heard any stories of people leaving the club in an explosive or in kind of on kind of bad terms. I've just haven't seen that story. So, but I do know that people have moved on or outgrown anime or outgrown the phase or whatever, and it's just a fan club. So,
Joe Crazy said, Jamie, join my cult instead. We will abandon you faster, right? Like they will quote, they will abandon you so fast, says the woman who blocks you for asking a simple question. You guys are on fire tonight.
All projection.
Evil Angel says, God, I hate their tones. It's like a mother talking down to a 3-year-old, right?
Or it's like that fundamentalist evangelical like Sunday school teacher. Do you know what I'm talking about? The archetype. Maybe I'm the only one who experienced this, but I'm not saying all religious people are bad, obviously, but there's an archetype of like these super like Christian-y people who have this like very condescending tone when they're talking to children,
where they're preaching to you about anything, just like oh, you shouldn't do this, like you shouldn't listen to this non-Christian music because it's bad, or
or Pokemon is the devil or whatever. Yeah,
I hear you.
Yeah, but they have that very it's that condescending that very condescending, sickly sweet. It's like a saccharine veneer over their just vile.
Yeah.
There are other people who will treat you like you're a human.
What is it with the human stuff? Oh my god. I am starting to believe this lizard conspiracy.
This is why the Humanimals exist.
I think that's true. I mean, it breaks my heart to see it happen.
Don't trust
it breaks my heart because there's nothing that we can say. There's nothing.
What's up?
Wait.
Okay, you can hear me. Cool. I was just gonna say it's funny. They apparently hate men in general. So it seems like they don't like women, and they constantly keep referring to us as humans. I think aliens might be more the thing than the lizard people, but Go with what you will.
I feel like aliens would be smarter.
Yeah.
I think you do because
made
it's
They wouldn't
indoctrinated.
understand
It's set up that way.
And
Sorry, there's my mouse got stuck. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think aliens are probably smart enough they wouldn't meet us here.
And
They'd be smart if not.
it's heartbreaking to watch.
well, it's sad because what they're looking for is a sense of community, right? So they're sacrificing, or they
condescending.
may be sacrificing what they believe in or how they truly feel just to feel this sense of community. And it's like, you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to sacrifice those things to feel like you're a part of something, to feel like you're cared
Yeah.
for. Like, find a more, a less toxic environment.
And I'll say that there are people that have broken
Hold
out.
on one sec. You shouldn't have to feel like you have to sacrifice things in order to belong to the community. Says the people that have fired or not rehired people for voicing the fact that they like Trump or like Nick Rekieta, like that other voice actor.
Eric Roland.
Yeah.
Roland?
Oh,
Yeah.
You step out of line, you can't be part of our community, but
It's all
it's just-
projection.
it's just so.
These people simultaneously want everybody in the world to be their fan, but also want to shut half of you out for not thinking like them.
Yeah, if you like I said, it
You're gonna
only took
agree
me
with me
asking
or
what
you're out
happened.
the door. You have two options.
I'm sorry, when it comes to Monica saying, I don't know which one of them was saying that because I can't really tell them apart anymore. But if it's Monica saying that you don't have to sacrifice, like all I had to do was ask.
This
for
whole
what
time
happened.
it's been Jamie, just FYI.
Oh, okay, but still, Monica, all I asked you was what happened, and you blocked me because you're like, okay, you're wanting evidence, you want proof, block. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they said
There wasn't
earlier
even
that,
an I'm sorry in that thought process.
they said earlier that they talked to their fans or whatever, reply, but not you.
Right.
Did you weren't a fan necessarily.
I was out of the room when that happened. But did I put the tweet up, right? That they we reply to fans. Yeah, okay. That's just making sure. I did. I was listening for a response.
I received your
Nobody
tweet
left.
and whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is that they're lying because one, Vic replies to every email and someone brought up his Twitch stream. He tries to go through. I don't watch his streams very often because I don't find them that interesting. But he does go through and try to say at least hi, hello. He'll answer
you're
questions.
not a fan and you're
He'll bring
defending
people
him? Poser.
I mean, I would still consider myself a fan. I just don't find his
joking.
live streams that interesting. But yeah, anyways,
I'm
I digress.
joking because these people try to make an argument that you have to be, you have to be a fan of his to defend him. I'm not a huge fan of Vic, so I just don't like how a human being has been treated unfairly. That's the only reason I defend
I would
him.
argue
Human
the
being,
person that they hate the most
did I
is a
What
good
did I say?
example of that.
Oh,
which would be
good.
sorry. Nick Rekieta
No, it's okay.
wasn't an anime fan, didn't know who the hell Vic was, and still believed him, supported him because the evidence was on his side. And that's why they hate. And also, I'm gonna say this, I'll bring it up. Kiwi Farms. A lot of those people started off saying, okay, where there's smoke, there's fire, and then they started looking at the evidence and they're like, oh wait, okay. So weird anime man who voices in Chinese cartoons with really gay pants. I'm not sure, and they do making fun of him all the time. They're not fans of his, but they're like, okay, but you guys are clearly lying, and the evidence doesn't line up with what you're saying.
Right,
Actually,
and
the
they
evidence
acknowledge.
works
I think
out.
it was in this episode. Not we've already covered it. I believe they talk about how Vic has more supporters now than he did before this happened. Right, and it's like, why do you think that is?
You have a whole bunch of people who were not anime fans, who did not grow up on his voice, who don't give a shit about anime or Star Trek, and they still want to support him because they saw a man being falsely accused and his life torn apart on the on the back of those lies. That's why he has so much more support now. So good job, you owned yourself on that regard. But you're once again trying to pigeonhole all of his supporters into a cult when that's just not the case.
Right.
Of that fan club. cult. They've broken out of
She
it,
cannot help herself.
and you probably have some really great resources to talk about how you feel about things.
Yeah.
Find those people. You guys can create
Instagram.
your own group of supporters for what
Sorry.
you've been through, because it's not fair to you either. Next question. As a former police officer and victim advocate, I never doubted any part of your stories. Thank you.
Wasn't
my
Vic a
question-
former police officer?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, appeal to authority that much? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
well, that's all they got.
Is about the constant harassment you, as well as other female supporters, had/have to deal with on social media. Did Twitter,
Mother
Facebook,
Carlson.
Kiwi Farms, etc., ever improve their harassment policies? Sorry.
Hold on. Hi, Ronan. Sorry I didn't acknowledge you yet. How are you doing? I'm glad you're here.
I don't know
Just
what they're
laugh.
about to. Oh, sorry. I don't know what they're about to say about Kiwi Farms and their harassment policy, but that's just a hilarious sentence with those
It
two
is, right?
terms in the same sentence. I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
Zedful says, does anyone really think these questions are real? At least half of them, I'm sure, were made up.
At least half of
Looking at
them
the
were
answer
submitted by
already.
Ron Floyd.
What
Right.
changes would you like to see to make it harder for trolls to use their website to attack victims? Thank you for your time. Hopefully I'll get to meet you at a con one day. Hey, yeah, totally.
Oh my
I'm sure.
god. Nope. I don't think anything's.
No.
I don't think they're doing anything. I will say I refuse to get on Kiwi Farms because any
No, I
site.
only ever see screenshots.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Any site that prides itself on pushing people to commit suicide is just absolutely disgusting in my.
That's
Well,
a
I'd like
lie.
to see the
Citation
citation
needed.
for that.
That's
Number
a
one.
lie. Sorry.
Citation needed. Number two, you're all over Twitter. I don't know if you can make the same statement there.
Especially,
Yeah.
I was going to say, especially with the Elon
Like, wait
tweets
on-
or whatever, but then I realized they're not saying, they were saying for someone to kill him, to be fair.
Well, I can't wait to see what they think next podcast when they have episode 3, because the Elon Musk thing happened long after they recorded this one.
Mhm.
I don't give
Yeah,
them
I'm
episode
sorry.
3. That would be episode 2 still.
By the way,
1.5.
speaking of Kiwi Farms, just a quick update. T. Greg Doucette has potentially purchased a batch of peanut butter for some kids that has maybe been, or has definitely been recalled due to salmonella. So there's
Yeah,
a
Jif
thing.
Jif
And he-
peanut butter has been recalled. Also, he's going to give it to all the kids with peanut butter allergies and kill them all. Good job, Greg.
Well, he got featured on Kiwi Farms because of that, which is great.
Oh,
Yeah. Featured content, yes. So there's a small little update.
He has
T-Greg
paid for us
Doucette-
all.
he the only thing I know him from is that tweet where he said that because of the ruling from Chup dismissing the case, that Vic is now a sex pest as a matter of law. Fucking idiot, this guy.
Oh, what happened?
What an idiot this guy.
What an and then you
Rip.
get the keys
Rage
and then
quit.
stream.
God damn it, Reese.
What?
I cucked myself out of the
What happened to
street.
your cut count?
No
Oh,
lessons today.
it would seem
Need a
that
sense of
Greg
being for
heard
that one?
you.
Greg
we gotta-
has
we
the
gotta
last
reset the
laugh.
counter.
That's pretty funny.
What? Yeah, I accidentally hit the button on the side of my mouse that.
That the
Oh fuck! Where were we?
It's okay. See, you do that as much as I misspeak and make an idiot of myself. We're good.
Oh, wow. You
Bounces
see, you
love
really
out.
ruined that one.
Okay,
all
fine,
gonna make-
fine.
we're all-
Even though you have control over this, you could just do it yourself.
And AC was the
Oh,
one who
called
ruined that, but
There's a lot of lore that I don't have time to get into.
can create
By
your
the way,
own
Watch the podcast.
I was
What's
going to
up,
say,
Freedom?
earlier when Perception Check was talking about the perception, it was kind of like those songs where they say the song title or the
Oh.
movie where they say
Yeah.
the title of the movie. I was like,
You said the thing.
All credits.
Real.
That's the point of the
Do
of
the
the
line.
name, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
no, that's a D&D term, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I do get a lot of jokes about that I roll critical misses or ones. I mean, that's the most common one. You know
rolled
what's
that
funny is
once?
I named my channel and I wasn't thinking about it because I was like, man, the content I want to do is not related to D&D, although I could, I guess, technically do that. But why did I take this channel name? But yeah, so yeah, I guess it was the
percent check rolled 1.
Yeah, like you get. I mean, I don't know. I'll shut up now. But yeah.
Let me find
Wait,
out where we're at because I
roll
it reset.
One in a
We're 2
perception,
minutes
that means
in.
You know nothing.
I know.
Just
but-
go to
Means
2
I-
minutes
Oh.
in, and that's
Well,
where we
no,
are.
the
No, I'm
well, the
pretty sure.
critical miss is
I'm just joking.
you
joking.
perceive the wrong thing. Like there's some ridiculous thing that the DM has to
Yeah,
make
there's,
up.
there's,
that you-
there's usually a heavy ramification for the action. Yes.
yeah.
That's why I'm Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, right? That was the
Mhm.
Family Guy.
Oh,
one.
sorry, AC. I was incorrect. 30 seconds in. We've only covered 30 seconds.
Just give me
Wait,
the-
what?
No, he's when I accidentally
It's
cucked
my-
myself,
it's
I
my
lost
fault I
I lost
decided
the
to join.
timestamp we're at. I got to figure out where
Sense
we're
of
at.
community, and it's like,
I'm pretty sure we're
And
like 3 minutes.
That
in.
fan club. Cold.
Okay, we're right.
They've broken out of it. And you probably have some really great resources to talk about how you feel about things.
yeah.
Find those people.
Come on.
And victim advocate, I never doubted
who's
any
the
part of your
police?
stories. Thank you.
Yeah.
My question is about the constant harassment you, as well as other female supporters, had/have to deal with on social media. Did Twitter, Facebook, Kiwi Farms, etc., ever improve their harassment policies? Sorry, just laughing at the answer already. What changes would you like to see to make it harder for trolls to use their website to attack victims? Thank you for your time. Hopefully, I'll get to meet you at a con one day. Hey, yeah. Hopefully.
Oh my
I'm sure.
god. Nope. I don't think anything's. I don't think they're doing anything. I will say I refuse to
Yep.
get on Kiwi Farms because
I
any
refuse
No,
site.
I only ever see screenshots.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Any site that prides itself on pushing people to commit suicide is just absolutely disgusting, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I will not ever give it a click. I will not read screenshots. I don't care. You guys can just go do your Kiwi thing on your own. And honestly, that's an insult to Kiwis. The fruit, the animal, and the people.
The fact again,
Not
and
helping this alien joke.
it's not helping the fact that they're misrepresenting a website again.
This is what we just talked about with the Kiwi Farms thing because we called out because AC called out the whole citation needed, wasn't it?
Yeah. The fact that they say that they pride themselves in that though is taking it
It's laughable.
It's taking it one step further than what is already the misinformation on the table.
Well, first of all, the purpose of Kiwi Farms is to milk lol cows. If you kill your lol cow, then you don't get any more milk.
Right. So what they do is pride themselves on finding people to laugh at online. They have specific rules about
Monkey
not
milk.
going. They have specific rules against touching the poo, which is essentially you do not mess with these people. You get banned. You get banned off the website if you like come in and say, "Oh, I've done this thing to this cow." You will get yeeted. You will get yeeted so fast.
Museman said, "You tried to push somebody to suicide, didn't you, bitches?"
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
That's a great point.
Did
Excellent.
Musemans confirm they're Canadian yet? I wasn't paying attention.
But
You really want to know what country they live in, don't you, Random?
He wants to confirm his bias.
He just wants somebody else to use the term "scene" unironically.
Oh,
but yeah,
I can use it ironically.
I mean, the fact that the fact that people call Kiwi Farms as a harassment site is so laughably stupid. One, they will ban. That's one of the fastest ways to get you banned off of Kiwi Farms is if you're going out and harassing any cows that they have on the website, any persons of interest. All they do is collect information and like document the funny shit these people do that they find funny. All they do is document. There's essentially another basically archive of the funniest, craziest, weirdest, degenerate stuff that's on the internet. So and then Ron also has an account.
Yes, I was going to say this is my favorite aspect about this is they treat it like even just existing on this website that is so awful makes you the scum of the earth, and yet Monica's fiance has an account and all that.
But and
so does Shane Holmberg.
Yeah, and Muse is right. They're commenting on this, and the suicide is not confirmed, and a lot of people believe that was fake. that hasn't been confirmed. But like, I digress. That is a subject of speculation.
You're referring to
where
them trying to push somebody to suicide, or
yeah, I'm gonna.
well, they
talk
tried
about
to push
Monica.
Vic to suicide.
Yeah, Monica Real and Jamie Markey. You guys.
Oh, you mean
made
not
a-
confirmed as in? Okay, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but they made a concerted effort to drive a man over the edge. You
They
guys.
intentionally took actions that they would realistically should know would potentially cause a suicide.
Well, think about this. They've said that have they gone as far as to say that they're traumatized by the harassment that they received as backlash? Like they clearly haven't handled the backlash, which I will argue is probably a fraction of what Vic got. And also, Vic lost his job. You publicly humiliated the guy. You publicly lied about him. You destroyed his reputation in this massive public, like it was basically like seeing that happen in real time was seeing a man getting drawn and quartered naked and spit on and thrown. Like it was the most,
Getting very elaborate.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it was kind of crazy and disturbing and just chilling to watch because it happened so fast.
Yeah,
and it was
the
so
way that it
public.
unfolded was almost like public execution
Mhm.
in a way.
It was instantaneous. I will give you that. It was very quickly. Then there was no defense in Vic's court because he never had time to set up a defense. No one gave him a chance.
Jason South makes a good point.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
want his
true.
head. I want his balls. I want his head. JB wanted him dead.
Yeah.
You could take intent from that.
Yeah.
And the fact that they would not let up, and they wouldn't let up, and their reaction to him fighting back, they didn't expect that, and they're pissed that he chose to fight back instead of laying down and dying.
But to be fair, what she said that in relation to was somebody saying, like something like, "Quick kicking him while he's down. You guys won't be satisfied until you have his head on a silver platter," or something like that. To which she replied, "Yes, I want his head. I want his balls." Right, and she basically threw that out there. So anyway,
and didn't not Jamie, not Monica, but I think it was like Pigeon Carrier. Like it's that little orbiter around Emmett Plant who said that if he committed suicide, it would be his, like she was like basically like it'd be his own fault because he did this to himself. Like it was like essentially I don't care if he kills himself.
Of course, they don't care. They want that. That's the outcome that they want. See, and this is the thing: is it's all projection. First of all, I would like to acknowledge Stan was saying that is right. Ron went the full mile to verify his account on TV Farms, which he referred to as taking an act of Congress, effectively. Like it was so difficult for him to do it that it was like almost not worth it. But
and
that's
now
basically like getting a cow sticker on your profile, like.
And now he can't, like, I think that prevents him from modifying his posts, and it definitely prevents him from deleting them.
Oh,
so
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get through this next question.
I know.
An insult all the way
what
around.
What did they ever do?
I know.
Kiwis are great. Why is this farm thing so awful? It's just false advertising in the name.
Really is.
Someone should sue for false advertising.
I mean,
someone's gonna write that down I can and put it on bad law.
Right.
I didn't mean it. It's a joke.
So I can only talk about Insta, TikTok, Twitter, right? I will say Insta and TikTok both allow you to block certain words from appearing in comments. I think Twitter has something, but it doesn't work as well.
Yeah, no.
What I love is that Insta has this feature that allows you to delete comments, restrict comments, so like only you see what's being said, so you can decide whether or not to publish it. But my favorite thing that they do, and this is awesome. Whenever you block an account that's harassing you, you have the option to not only block that one account, but every other account that person has or will create in the future. And I'm telling you, it was a game changer. I would love for Twitter to do more, but honestly, that site is a garbage pile. I've kind of given up on them. I will continue to post. I usually post and ghost, or I'll hang around for a few likes and a few interactions, and then I'm gone.
Remember when they were just saying about how
They respond to people on Twitter.
Right? Yeah, but I just post and ghost. You know, like
So she basically contradicts herself within and this is like minutes basically.
we're at like the 6-minute mark of what we started covering tonight. So yeah, that should give you a window of how quickly that those two things she said were. Yeah.
I wonder what she has. I wonder what kind of mental deficiency she has in common with Amber Heard. I wonder that for both Jamie and Monica. I'm really curious about that. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Drunkle John Cosplay says, just tuned in. It's 3 a.m. UK time. Came for the Harpies and hope I haven't missed much.
Well, thanks for coming around.
Yes, thank you for being here. I don't know if that I don't know that
At
I
least
can say
we're
that
harpies and not humans.
That's mean to the Harpies, to be honest.
Everything Anime said that they are still talking. LOL, Vic has moved on. Why can't they? As I showed earlier too, about like they are so obsessed with the due to foreseen circumstances, I have a case of the giggles, right? Like you're definitely, at least being fed information about what's going on with Vic because you despise him so much.
But that's the thing. Twitter allows people to, it's not that they allow it, but people have figured out ways to create multiple accounts and stay anonymous, or at least kind of anonymous.
They do
honestly,
legitimately allow it, by the way. They have a feature in the app that lets you quickly switch between different accounts. So
cool if you had to present some form of...
That's Monica. You guys are so bad at knowing who's talking.
That was Jamie talking.
That's Monica talking right now.
Right this second. Go back 2 seconds. It was Jamie that said that about...
If you had to present some form of ID before you can sign up...
I didn't go.
It's not that they allow it, but people have figured out ways to create multiple accounts and stay anonymous, or at least kind of anonymous. Honestly, I think it would be really cool if you had to present some form of ID before you can sign up for a social media account.
Absolutely.
So they want the Chinese Communist Party out of controlling their people. Good job, guys.
That's not shocking coming from these chicks. They like to control, yeah. Plus, also, isn't that what the blue check mark is for?
Right. And there's ways, as our Lord and Master Elon Musk has shown, that you can block notifications of replies and mentions from people who aren't a blue check mark, who have a account that's less than a year old, who have an egg profile picture still, all those kind of things. Also, Stan says the OCA podcast has them all riled up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the reason that they haven't released a 3rd episode in their podcast is because of the things that we have torn apart on their show.
And because the amount of WrestleManias we've made out of it.
Right. They're still getting through them. They haven't finished watching our streams.
They're like, holy shit.
No, I think far less people would be hateful if they couldn't hide behind the anonymity of an anime avatar or an egg.
Absolutely.
Or
an egg, yeah. Or just a shadow.
Or just a shadow.
And again, like, they're corporations. They're not people.
Right.
They do not care unless it affects their bottom line. TikTok and Insta are better for sure. Twitter's just easier for me right now.
I love how
in
they
my
don't
dream
say
world,
Instagram. Like,
right.
They're so Zoomer now.
Frost the White Lion says, hearing Monica and Jamie makes me want to tear my ears off, and so many of their so-called fans are the worst people. On Twitter, I can't stand seeing them attack Vic. Yeah, they're pretty awful. Don't you know it's 17 WrestleManias, right? That's where we're at now. Somewhere on there.
Twitter would take the time to allow everyone to be verified. Then we would get the option.
If everybody's verified, then nobody's verified.
Exactly.
It stops meaning something at that point. Other than the fact that you are who you say you are. So what they're effectively arguing for is that everybody should have to use their real name and their real profile picture and stuff.
They should also implement this credit score thing to ensure you can post,
Right.
To choose to interact with only verified accounts or ever.
That's a thing.
On Twitter, you stupid people. Oh my gosh.
That's so smart.
That's so
right?
smart.
And so then, any old schmuck who wants to make 100 accounts simply to harass us will not even be able to see us because we will only be available unverified. accounts,
Sounds
right?
like
so
they've
smart.
given this some thought.
Yeah, right.
I hope
There's
you listen
no
to Twitter.
reason.
The useless commentary added by
AC,
Monica. I mean, both
you
of
don't
you.
have to
That's
humor
so
me with everything I say.
smart.
That was
Doesn't it just
Right, so smart. Oh my god, I love you. Oh my god, yes.
doesn't
that
it
was
it conjures
like
up to
Valley
me
Girl
like a
there.
Midwest mom who's like so proud, like their kid says something that is incredibly stupid. Like the thing we we're just looking at was like a good president has a female vice president, and there's like, that's right, baby, you're so smart, right? Like that's what I'm getting out of the. That is so smart.
I just want to point out that maybe people forgot, or maybe people weren't paying attention to.
Jason Salsa sounds like they don't want to interact with their unverified fans.
I think they just don't want to interact with any of their fans at all. I swear to God, they've made fun of people in their lines before.
Oh, really?
But anyway,
Stan says,
They
to the surprise
they've
of
openly
absolutely
attacked
no
a
one.
lot of people. And
Oh my
they're
god,
probably
Stan,
the-
really?
Stan says, to the surprise of no one, Monica is a socialist. I've had fights with her on Facebook about various political topics.
No wonder she hates Vic.
so I don't know if people
Yes,
remember
totally.
or if people were paying attention back then, but I believe it was in 2008, because I believe it was a thing about with Barack Obama when he was getting elected. But Facebook wanted to do like this whole like you can only use your name. Google did this whole thing where they changed everyone to required to have a Google account with your name.
My YouTube account got updated and changed to my actual name because they integrated Google Plus.
Yeah, that was AIDS.
And so everybody had to go in and change their YouTube account name back to the name that they were using as their profile rather than their actual name.
Dude, I couldn't even get rid of my last name, so I had to put like my last initial for my one account for the longest time. It felt.
And when that all went down, you know, all of these leftists were out there preaching like, "Oh, this is you can't do this, Google. You're going to cause problems in third world countries when they're, you know, people aren't going to be able to stay anonymous and they're going to get killed." And for voicing political
dissenting
opinions
in other countries will get you killed, right?
And now,
because not every place has freedom of speech, of course.
Yeah, and now that it's going to help them,
and even in places that
because they
get in a
have
lot of trouble for being different.
So they have the prominent voice now. They want the same fucking regulations and restrictions that they were complaining just a long time ago now, but
You
still,
know, that's
like, go ahead.
It bothers me to no end to sit. It bothers me to no end to sit here and think that it's what Stan's talking about. Is like Monica, if she since I don't have that like in 100% writing, I'll say if she is, not discrediting him in any way, but just saying if she is, that's a very disturbing process for a thought process.
Would it surprise
for someone
you at
who
all?
has been a part of the anime industry? Be honest with you, at this point, no. But it's a very like I'm being legit. I'm not. I know why it's mean that I'm in any way shitting with anyone. It's a very disturbing thought to think that someone who is such a big part and has been such a big part of the anime industry, something that very much is a part of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and being yourself would in any wise be cool with fucking socialism.
Well,
because
it makes perfect sense.
Anyone 1.5 cents knows where that leads. I understand what you're saying.
Sense, though, because but think about it. It makes perfect sense why they hate Vic so much, because in a meritocratic society, which is where we almost live, I mean, they're trying everything they can to destroy that whole model. But Vic is successful based on merit. And so this is what, to answer your question, Ronan Jaw, effectively what a socialist is a person who uses collective bargaining in order to advance themselves because they can't do it alone. So in a capitalist society, the people who have skill and talent, they rise to the top and they become the top of their field. But the way that socialism works, the way that socialists in the modern sense
everyone
of the
gets
word,
a trophy.
Effectively, yes. They argue for everybody being treated and receiving the same outcome rather than
look at it like this. look at it like this to give you a very base thought process. Let's say you have a talent. Doesn't matter what it is. Well, let's say you go and you're competing for a job and or event. Well, let's say for some reason you outrun the person beside you, or you play the piece of music better than anyone else there. Well, they win, and so do you. No one is allowed to excel, because no one can be left behind in any way.
The difference is that in a capitalist society, let's use the real term, free enterprise. In a free enterprise society, everybody receives equal opportunity, and in a socialist society, no matter how much work you put in, effectively, you'll
never get anywhere.
The theory, not the practice of socialism, is equal outcome versus equal opportunity, right? So in an equal opportunity society, a person who is naturally gifted and is capable of outrunning everybody else, they win the race because maybe they put in more time on the track training, or whatever. They win the race because they actually put in more effort. Whereas in the socialist theory, the equal outcome is that everybody wins, everybody gets the same reward for whatever they're able to put in. But in actual practice, usually socialist countries aren't run that way because everybody must work in order for the commune to survive. And so
that kind of mindset in socialist countries always backfires. So it has never not backfired to
Jason
my
South said exactly what I was going to say.
I will,
what I'd say. Equal opportunity is a capitalism, equal outcome is socialist. Right. Anyway, so where were we?
I hope you're
I know.
listening.
There's no reason they cannot make that happen. But they won't, because it's not a financial need at the moment. If it becomes one, maybe they'll change.
How many users are on Twitter?
Well, that's
hundreds of millions, right?
Oh, sorry. Did that?
It spiked hard. It's all right.
Okay.
Don't worry about
it.
I got close.
You're
Is
good, but you woke me up.
Is that in question because Elon is implying that the number of bots,
the numbers
percentage of bots
are skewed? Yeah. Well, the reason I ask is because she makes it sound like Twitter could just snap their fingers and it would be a thing. It's like, no, it would take quite a bit of manpower to make that happen, and it would not make the site better, right?
Did you guys hear about the things coming out that like Twitter employees, some of them are working like 4 hours a week.
Oh yeah,
or 4 hours a month or something. Yeah, something crazy,
from Project
stupid.
Veritas.
Yeah, no one's fucking working.
Yeah, James O'Keefe probably just saved Elon Musk $44 billion.
Yeah,
he probably earned him $1 billion because of the exit clause that Twitter to not be sold is going to have to pay him.
But they won't do anything because they care. They won't care. They can't care. They're a corporation.
Well, not only that, I think that they like the fact that they're the shit-stirring site and that people go there to argue. I think that they enjoy that that's their MO. I think that, it's a shame because why not make it a positive, happy place instead of a place where people argue with bots?
I mean, imagine how many Russian misinformation things we wouldn't have to deal with if they had to verify who they were.
They want this. Okay, it needs to be a sweet, nice, positive place. It's again that saccharine veneer. You don't know what that means, Monica. You have this idea of sweet. Oh, sorry, Jamie. Either one of you guys are interchangeable at this part.
Sure.
At this point, but both of them don't know what that means. They just equate that to whatever's comfortable for me because the world revolves around me, and I shouldn't have to deal with anything, any feedback from any of the shit that I'm throwing online because it's hilarious that Jamie is the one. Oh my gosh, was that Jamie that was actually saying that? That is hilarious coming from you stupid bitch. Okay. Do you remember the Gamergate thing that you just went in and attacked fans? You should have been yeeted out of Funimation that fucking day. Okay, sorry.
No,
I'm
I totally
sorry.
agree.
You are a nasty, foul-mouthed, aggressively awful person. So you don't know anything about positive and happy. You just want things that are comfortable for you because you think the world revolves around you. And Monica also does. Maybe they believe that because their mask has the stuff in orbit around them, but it's not going to work with the whole world. Okay.
Yeah, and what they're calling for is they're at like, why can't it be a nice happy place? And it's like, a happy place for you is a place where everybody agrees with you and only shares your opinions, right? But that's not the world that anybody lives in. People disagree. We have differing opinions. That's how, human beings are. So treating it like,
someone who can't conversate after they disagree, then move on.
And the way that they act is like, it's a bunch of bots and fake trolls who hold these fake opinions they don't even believe just to get on our nerves, right? Rather than, half the country, half the world not agreeing with your bullshit.
Actually, I think it's more than half.
I will honestly applaud. I would honestly applaud them if they just dug their heels in and stuck to their opinion and made people prove them wrong. But it's like at this point, you can't even have a conversation with these two. So honestly, good on.
Jason Sells www.echochamber.bs. Yeah.
It's been very nice recently since Russia turned off Twitter over there because, holy moly, there's like half the people on Twitter that there were before.
I love that she says this. Twitter's been really nice lately because of the war in Ukraine, where they turned off Twitter in Russia. It's like, I wonder, because Twitter was pretty nice a couple weeks ago when Elon Musk announced that he wanted to make the algorithms open source. And then all of a sudden, all the accounts sort of flipped. And I had like 100% more engagement on every post for a week. Like, that was nice. That was really nice when all the bots got yeeted and Barack Obama lost over 1 million followers or whatever it was. Like, yeah, let's keep that going. Just like Jamie and Monica are advocating right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
right?
crazy.
It's nice.
It is nice, but it's crazy. Oh,
the next one's from our favorite.
So,
okay. I don't usually do trigger warnings, but I'm just going to let you know, following this question, there will be terminal levels of cringe coming your way. Just warning you now.
Brace for impact.
This is from Monica Volvatron, aka Jimmy. We all know him. I'll just leave it there. Hi, fat, raggedy bitches. Ogre Jamie and Monica the conniving backstabber. Ron Big Cock. Oh, Big Cock. I'll go with Big Cock. Big Cock. And Tyrone. Whoever that is. If Vic was already getting fired, then why bother getting the community involved and allow fans to turn against each other on your behalf? You got what you wanted, right?
I like that I'm an ogre because ogres have layers.
There's the thumbnails.
Donkey.
Lizard people, literal.
Oof, big cringe on that.
So first, real quick though, Monica and I are the only ones hosting the podcast. So, this question's already started off strong, adding wrong, but who the fuck is Tyrone?
Oh, I think it's some kind of weird racist thing they're trying to perpetrate.
Wow.
Who is this 4chan? Right? Am I right?
That's actually a good one.
What?
Yeah. They don't know the memes.
Right.
They're definitely boomering it right now.
Oh, they are lying through their teeth.
Yeah, they know.
They're pretending not to be bothered by those.
You don't think Ron goes and complains about that cuck simulator game every fucking day to Monica?
Well, to be honest, like, are we gonna?
Oh my god.
Is that a legitimate question, or is that their straw man of what their critics are?
No, this guy Jimmy was a real. He's a real one of their trolls or whatever.
Oh.
Right. So I saw somebody was talking about him getting yeeted off Twitter recently, or something like that. I don't even know how to answer your question. I can't even. I don't know. Like I share your bewilderment, Nexus 2126.
They have to pretend. They have to pretend to be not bothered when they're actually really bothered.
Right, which is what I love about the amount of times they brought up the line sizes.
Yeah, Jamie Markey specifically when Vic did that. I think it was on.
Oh my god, they're so obsessed with size. Move on.
When when he basically stated on his unlocked stream when he made that statement, I think it was like a year after the whole thing happened, and he goes, "I have never been like sexually attracted, or I've never been."
He said that in
attracted
his
to Jamie
deposition.
Marchi." Well, he said that in his deposition, but he also said that in his unlocked stream when he was doing a statement like a year into, like it was like the year anniversary or something like that, and he was going through his story and he just wanted to speak directly to his fans and essentially reiterated like a really short condensed version of his deposition. And one of the things that he restated during that was, "I've never been attracted to Jamie Marchi. It's just straight up never have been attracted to her." And she goes on this huge Twitter tirade, and then she's like pretend like everyone who's like laughing at her, she's like basically saying, "Who is that? Who is that?" Essentially pretending that she doesn't know who Vic Mignogna is, but she is clearly salty about that.
Well, the problem
You will
is
have to
like
forgive me as I have to
I
take
don't.
another
I'm
massive
not. I'm
leap.
just gonna say like this is probably. It's probably got nothing to do with looks or anything. I mean, if this is the personality they've portrayed, they're incredibly unattractive. It's like, come on,
Well, yeah,
can't even have a conversation with these people.
Like when I see her in panels like with Vic before all this kicked off and like decades ago, not decades, but like at least a decade ago, she's still this very, very crusted, like I will say back in the day, she had a very, like she was out on the outside, she was probably considered very attractive to a lot of people. I wouldn't say she's conventionally attractive. She's kind of a little different looking, but I could see her being attractive.
Looks are all determined on the person, but their personality is,
right,
questionable at best.
Right, and Jamie Marchi's personality, even back then, was so crusty and so like she basically embodies the if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best kind of personality. She's very entitled. It just oozed out of her. She could not mask that, and that
she couldn't even in her voice acting.
Yeah,
like
it immediately turns you off from that kind of person because you can tell just by the way she talks to you. And it's not even attempted to be disguised. And there's not a lot of people who find that attractive. So even if you're on the outside looking very beautiful, it doesn't matter because you have probably one of the most vile personalities I've ever encountered. And it is the reason why even before this whole thing, I didn't like you very much because you were a very entitled, crusty, toxic female. You've just always been that way. And this didn't help. This made you look like even more vindictive. It just like followed that progression of this awful spinster who isn't going to ever get married and is just bitter at the whole world because she thinks she's entitled to a certain kind of man. But that kind of man is probably not going to put up with her, personality because it's just not attractive.
Or woman, but
well, yeah, but I don't think she's...
Well, I know. I'm saying that for some of our viewers. The thing for me that kills me with the way that they act. Again, I'm not going to like go how they look, this, that, and the other because again, I really don't give a crap as a person. And if this is how you treat people when you try to have a conversation with them, you cut off any form of being able to talk to a person. So thus, you are incredibly unattractive in that regard. So I don't give a darn if you're, America's top model. If you're shit on the inside, you're shit overall.
It's the feminist pipeline.
You're shit overall.
That's what happens.
I've got an interesting message here from Stan.
Oh God. Stan is always full of interesting messages.
Stan said, "What did she say about having their hair pulled? They don't like having their hair pulled?" ?
What?
I would like to know where this came from. Oh, I'm not screen sharing because I cucked myself earlier. Hold on. That's an interesting photo you have.
Whoa.
Is this? It's like a slumber party.
Yeah.
Is this the quote unquote sailboat art? Was she misremembering the events with Vic?
Yeah.
I'm curious where this photo came from. Are you the photographer, Stan?
Is this before or after the?
Yeah, I'm gonna need a date on this.
He always brings up. I don't even know what you're looking on the screen. Just
wow. Okay. Also, I wanted to address some chat real quick. So, but earlier you guys were talking about Jamie, right?
Yeah.
Jamie, I don't know if she's married, but she has a long-term
fiance.
I don't know if you fiance. She is like the stepmom of his children or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She probably aborted all her own kids. Oof. Sevia Kubi says, I can confirm she was fine around 2010, but still had a horrible attitude. Got pretty homophobic at her panel at IzumiCon. She even said so herself that she's offensive. I have it on video.
Wait. Well, she said that she's okay. Jamie Markey said that she is offensive.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Hasn't Jamie Markey always had seemed to have this whole I'm edgy thing she's tried to portray? It might be backfiring on her because she just took it too far.
She's always been the type of person that's prided herself on being like hated, offensive. She wants, but I guess in a PC way because she's one of those people. But she prides herself on that level, and I think it like projects out some kind of like massive insecurity because what she's doing isn't like I think she thinks she's funny, but it's not funny. It's just very awful. It's cringe at best, and she's treating people awful at worst. Because she ends up treating people like shit. Sorry.
I hate that I keep I'm derailing.
Let me just acknowledge real quick. There is a delay happening with Lance, so I just want to acknowledge that because you're stepping all over her. But it's not your fault, and I think I just want to acknowledge it so that we understand why there's this weird disconnect happening. There's a delay on his end, so he starts talking before you finish, and it's causing a little bit of a hiccup here. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows.
I'm not doing that on purpose.
That's why this is happening.
Oh no.
I just want to give a heads up. Also, Drunkle John Cosplay said, Jamie Markey, this is what a bitch looks like. And this is to go further beyond. That's where Goku goes Super Saiyan 3. I love that. Sweet Home Negro says, and how she kept saying nothing offends her.
Everything offends her. It's a deflection, right?
Photo was back in 2002. Wow.
That's old.
That is old. Life partner. Talk about commitment issues. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. Thank you. DM it to me later. All right. So let's.
By the way, I just want to say hi to that guy because he went through the trouble of giving himself a little intro in the Discord when he joined recently.
Right on.
Hey there.
Oh, nice.
Good to see you here.
It's like, it's weird. Anyway, I didn't know he'd been fired when I made my statements. The thing is, you guys they're so consistent in believing, not you guys listening, like the Volvatron guys, the Jimmies. So consistent in believing everything we do is about Vic. We wanted him fired. We created a podcast about him. First of all, everything we do is not about Vic. Very little we do has anything to do with Vic. We're not the ones who worship him. We don't give a shit about him. Again, he is not a god. He is not on everyone's minds at all times. We have full lives that have nothing to do with him. And if you don't, I recommend maybe getting a life outside of this one dude. 2, this podcast is about our experience getting sued by Vic. If he did not want people to talk about their experience getting sued by him, then he probably shouldn't have sued us.
I don't think he cares that you're talking about his your experience getting sued.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He hasn't reacted or responded anyway. And I think in like at least when they were doing the TCPA damages like hearing and he was actually there, he stated that he didn't want to silence anyone. He just wanted the, like, I think he's got the kind of a similar philosophy to what Johnny Depp has, which he wants the truth out there. He doesn't care that you guys are talking about him. I think we find it fascinating because it just gives you another chance. It gives us another chance to see how many inconsistencies are in your story. Other than that, no, like the thing that's getting me is that they're saying we're only talking about this, we're only still doing this because he sued us, but they started the action, right?
Mhm.
They went public after Monica. Now Jamie might not have known that he was fired. Monica did. And Monica was pushing Funimation to make a statement behind the scenes. And when they wouldn't do it afterwards, she just went public by herself and said, it happened to me. That was like the timeline. She was behind the scenes asking them about what she could say. And then she made a comment about, I don't know if you're going to make a statement or whatever. And then you had her little chihuahua on Twitter going, Sony Funimation needs to make a statement. Sony Funimation needs to make a statement, blah, blah, blah. They knew. Monica did know. And she still continued, and she decided to make it public because she didn't have to do that. And she didn't have to go and get him disinvited from conventions, but she did that. I'm sorry, Jamie, you could sit here and claim ignorance all you want. Monica can't. And she's the one who started this. She was integral. She was basically the entire investigation. Her and the Yost twins, but she drugged the Yost twins in, and she's the one who proffered Sarah's story. And Sarah has not been interviewed by. It doesn't look like Sarah was talked to by Tammy Denbo. That incident wasn't properly investigated.
Yeah, the only reason we even have her name is because when Tammy Denbo asked Vic about it, he offered up that he knew who she was talking about.
When you said that she drugged the
I know where you're going.
I thought you meant like she literally drugged them.
My sadistic mind did the same thing, but
my point is that Monica knew, and she started this, and you backed her up because you're a ride or die bitch. You have no originality. That's literally what she said in one of those messages. Right. You have no originality. You just hopped on a bandwagon. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Jamie, you're just a follower. You're the one who's uncritical. You're more like, it could be, I mean, I'm not going to say that you're part of a cult, but you're just basically following the crowd. You're the sheep in this situation. You're the useful idiot. You didn't even have to be in this lawsuit if you shut your stupid mouth. But you didn't. You decided to back up your friend because you're a ride or die bitch.
Right.
And but Monica started this. Yeah. Monica started this.
To be fair,
believe all women and perception checks a woman. So
there you go.
That's the rule.
To be fair, she had the least solid cause of action against her because she was pretty careful. Which is ironic given her outside of this, how she acts and everything. Mm-hmm. But the chat keeps jumping when I'm trying to click on something. Let's see. Take a shot every time you get a whiff of projection. That I would already be like 6 feet under by now.
Yeah, you'd be dead. Everyone would be dead. Even Nick or Kato would be dead.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sorry, but like Monica, you can say that you're like, I don't know if Monica she was agreeing at least in that little tirade that JB went along with. You're the one who started this. You're the one who was heavily. You were the majority of that investigation. You got him fired, and then that wasn't good enough, like I said before. And then you went and got him disinvited from at least Kamehacon that we know of. Proof that you were involved in that, but that wasn't good enough. So you decided to take it public so you could publicly humiliate this man more. And then you're upset because people are reacting to that. So you, Miss Monica Rial, started this whole thing. Vic did not start this. You retweeted Mars Girl and Hanleia's tweets. You're the one who started this. And you cannot get pissed when people are reacting to that very badly because you lied constantly. Both of you just keep lying, and that's what these reaction podcast I mean I'm sure I could say probably the Anime Collector wants you to make more episodes. They want you to keep talking.
No, we do not want them to make any more episodes, please.
It's interesting.
Please, I'm begging.
Do not release another episode.
Hold on, random. If they're gonna do exactly the opposite of what we say, make more episodes.
I don't want to risk it. They're not psychologists. They're lizard people.
Make more. We need to grift off this for as long as possible.
Oh, we've done such a good job grifting $0. Except for the $2 we got today.
$2 super chat today. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
All right. So we're about halfway through.
I should stop repeating myself so much.
Let's get through the next question.
Experience involves him, but it is not about him. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, y'all. It is sad. 3. I came forward to put a face to what appeared to be this man's MO. Other people talked about him pulling their hair as well. I wanted to tell my story so those people wouldn't feel alone in hating that experience. And I came forward to let other women know that they didn't have to be silent anymore, the way that I had been silent and felt I had to be silent.
So here's an interesting question. Where did all those women go? Like, my sisters who were also out there getting their hair pulled, I came out to put a face to it. And then where did they disappear to? None of them would sign an affidavit for you to back up your claim at all? Yeah, no, that's right. We told them, no, you're going to get harassed. Don't even bother. Or at least that's the cover we came up with on our podcast in order to make sure that nobody questioned the fact that they disappeared.
Well, Jessie Pridemore disappeared, like from the Vic thing, but then she showed up in a gamer thing, to attack a streamer and basically accuse him of the same thing she accused Todd Habercorn of. But yeah, I'm interested to know, or like, I want to know the reason why.
Blackface allegation that kind of probably didn't help too much.
I'm curious as to why Pridemore didn't do an affidavit, because she was already out there, although she had credibility issues, seeing as she accused Todd Habercorn of actual rape,
yeah.
And then he was like, nope, she's just mad because she wanted a relationship and didn't get it.
And he had the DMs that showed her extremely thirsty.
Yeah.
About so much harassment, not just Vic's, for those of you who currently worship him, harassment from a lot of different men. It's pervasive. It is a part of every industry, and it's fucking exhausting.
Yes.
I wanted people to know they could speak up and say, no, we're not the property of the most popular man in the room. He does not get to do what he pleases with us because he has fans. He doesn't own us because he has long lines. You get?
So you admit his lines are longer.
And he's popular, the most popular man in the room. I would just say, in my experience, Monica's lines were longer than Vic's. Like,
I'm gonna point out that this is Jamie saying this, right?
Yeah.
This is Jamie saying this, right? It's hilarious that she's the one who's saying this, considering that Vic doesn't want her, and Vic didn't feel entitled to her at all because he wasn't attracted to you, Jamie. And that's what's probably pissing you off the most. I can hear a lot of anger behind her little rant, and it's like, okay, but I'll shut up.
Who did that?
I gotta interrupt you. It is now 11:15 or 11 FTN time.
Oh yeah.
So let's do pickups.
Okay.
What? No. What?
He's leaving in 15 minutes.
Then let's play the last 15 minutes of the podcast.
What? The last 15 minutes? Oh God, we'd have to have 0 comments.
Okay.
0 comments.
Let's
Can we do it?
Let's do pickups since it's your dang birthday.
Oh no, they doxed me.
Here's I thought you were leaving.
I am.
He is going to be leaving.
But Reese,
you've got to go to a
has
birthday.
gracefully given me something that would be very appropriately timed.
You're having a birthday party at midnight?
No, he has to leave for unrelated reasons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 1 sec.
Oh, we're making.
I gotta make sure. Here we go.
You got to make sure the green screen.
We hope your surgery goes.
It is on. Okay, so the first thing that I got from Papa Reese, well, Papa Reese's package is Acura. What? What?
Not only did you freeze right when you said that.
I love this podcast.
Papa Reese's package bestowed gifts on you.
Yeah. As you see, today, so
it was white and it was creamy.
Never
and
mind,
it was very, very
So yeah, I got the 4K, and Reese also was able to get the replacement disc for it. This is actually the SDR one, but that's good. Random 11 tier credit. It probably would have been easier and slightly more financially viable if I just pre-ordered it to begin with. But hey, it worked out anyway. So
all right.
I hope I'm not lagging too much. I can turn down the quality. And then Angel Cop as Random 11 got the other week.
Yeah. The
Can't
Jewish
wait to see
conspiracy.
The what?
The Zionist conspiracy.
Whatever.
And then Grenadier. And those bullet physics sure made me interested. Who was the other person that got instantly like super? Oh no, that was Reese. Because Brad was like, "Oh, it was like okay," and Reese and I were like, "Are you sure this looks like a masterpiece?" And then,
Dude, one of the original box sets was holy hand grenades.
Yeah.
Like the names of the original
individual
box sets
DVD,
were
not the box
hilarious.
set, but yeah,
Yeah,
Oh.
DVDs. I'm sorry.
so oh god,
you're so delayed.
here's the reflection. So Attack on Titan season. Oh, my webcam feed is super slow. Final season part 1, just because Amazon.ca did not have it in stock. Like they didn't even have the pre-order, so it was just
Might as well
a
get
disaster.
this before it goes out of print.
All right, so now we got Reese's happy birthday mystery package.
Oh, dear Lord.
Are you ready for this?
Okay,
What did he
live
give you?
reaction.
Bend over and receive
We
the
got a
mystery
live
package.
reaction. I can show these on stream, right?
Okay.
Oh.
All right, so first one is
Question mark.
Dead Leaves. I definitely did not have that.
It's sealed.
Yeah. And then we got, what is this? Dream Theater score.
What? The band?
This is a live
Band?
DVD.
Yeah,
Is
it's just been collecting dust at home, and it's a rock. Have you heard of Dream Theater?
Yeah, in fact, I recently found out that someone, a family friend knows the vocalist, because he's actually somewhat local, even though the band is like typically American, but just exclusively the vocalist is from Canada.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reese. I see why you.
Thank God Perception check left.
Open it up.
Oh, she's there.
Did we
but-
scare her off?
No, open
Oh,
up.
I see
the-
what you mean. You left it.
It fell out on my lap, and he gave me the poster for the Digimon movie.
I hope the DVD came with it.
That's pretty cool. Now
From the VHS.
Oh,
you
Oh,
could
this
have
is
got
from
the Adventures of
VHS?
Little Dick Part 2 for him, and you did this.
No. Open open that one.
Wait, what?
Open your little black book.
Oh, he's scared.
Oh, I can open it on stream. It's safe for work.
It's the Death Note.
It's just a notebook. That's all.
How to go? Man, that was a really good guide. Quick read. Would recommend. All right.
this is the first line you just say. There is no cure.
There's no cure.
It just says kill yourself.
Deal it yourself.
Also, Lance, while you're here, that book
Yeah,
is the reason I found the book that I sent to you a couple months ago.
Nice,
You just
brother.
like I gotta spread the love, right?
No, I saw that and I was like, yes, that's going into FDM box. And then what's this in the also purchased by
Papa Reese likes spreading his load over all of us. Do with as you will.
Well, thank you, Reese, for the lovely and very thoughtful gifts.
Local John Cosplay
Much
says, I think that book
appreciated.
should go to Ron. Then again, do we really want him to have it?
Yeah, in the notebook,
Alright.
it'd be like, I hate Vic. I hate
Okay,
Vic,
I missed
hate
it. Was
Vic.
that a Grenadier? That was the DVD. That was the Blu-ray, right?
That was the
Or
Blu-ray.
the DVD?
Yeah.
That was the Blu-ray. Okay, all right. I got questions about
Yeah.
that later, but all right.
Okay, so shall I go?
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
go.
sorry for having to break up the
Happy
flow
birthday.
of the.
Happy
Oh,
early
thank you.
birthday.
Do we all sing it or?
No, please no.
Because that is a copyrighted song. I don't own the NFT.
He's a jolly good fellow then.
Anyway, yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry to
continue.
break up the flow of the podcast like that on you, but yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah,
I actually think that copyright got null and void. I could be wrong.
Well, that's
but
good. So my pickups.
We'll have to write an original song for the podcast.
My Anime Expo passes arrived,
Oh, nice.
and
cool.
Bell Steelbook Target exclusive for my wife. So those are my pickups. That's it.
I love you, honey.
Anyway, and then Jason South picked up Tsukigakure, Ancient Magus Bride.
This is I think he said it was the first 2 OVAs.
Oh, okay. And then the Monogatari final season light novel box set.
Mm-hmm.
And then Danny picked up Beastars, Volume 18. Record of Grand Crest War. Good. I won't be the only one watching it for the Watch Club. We eventually do. Sword Art Online 2.
Season 2. Part something. Or maybe
and
that's a complete
Fate
box set.
Extra. Does that say Last Encore?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, anybody else? Or should we go back to...
I got pickups.
You got pickups?
Oh,
Show-
Reese can go first.
Okay, I got a really quick one. So I've got the black and white 1927 Metropolis.
Metropolis by Fritz Lang.
Fritz Lang, yeah. Complete Metropolis. And I also, for some reason, decided to pick up Samurai 7.
Oh, I'm so sorry for your viewing of that final episode again.
I've seen the series like 3 times.
Oh, I can't get through the last episode ever. After the first time, it's like I'm never coming back.
That's what I said. I don't know why I decided. I mean, I got 7 Samurai a couple weeks ago.
Oh, right. Yeah, the Akira Kurosawa one.
And I've already got Metropolis the anime, so this is like filling like the gaps. Like I got the live action Metropolis, I got the live anime Metropolis, I got the live action 7 Samurais, I got the anime 7 Samurai or Samurai 7.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Oh, nice.
All right.
But it was pretty cheap. Kind of stupid that they still kept it's a 10-disc set. The 7 DVD.
Oh, really? Jeez.
Yeah.
Because it's a Blu-ray DVD combo. Gotcha.
Yeah. Which is also, I decided to get this one instead of the newer classic sets, which is no slipcover, no Blu-ray, or no DVD. And I do like the border on this image for the cover.
The Anime Classics border.
That they quit doing.
Yeah. I do like the border on this image in particular. I do think it looks nice.
All right. Who else had pickups? Was that
I
you,
did.
Check Greenland?
I did.
Okay, go for it.
I got Sailor Moon R Part 2 to continue on with the Sailor Moon collection. That came with a stupid barcode sticker that Greenline foolishly tried to remove and realized I can't remove it without irreparable damage to the damn case.
But did that come used or sealed?
Sealed. Ranma Season 5. Season 6. And the movie collection, which bizarrely only came in either limited edition or DVD and not standard Blu-ray. So
that's how they get you.
I didn't realize the DVD part.
I was very weirded out by that. But I also got Black Clover Season 2 Part 4. And it fits snugly into the box set, unlike Season 1, which was kind of a bit loose in its box. But
maybe they checked the feedback.
Yeah, I'm guessing they did.
Yeah, they must have watched our podcast.
And then Dr. Stone Season 2 Limited Edition. Which
there you go.
Is that thinner than the first one?
It is.
Because it's a single core instead of 2.
So I thought I'd bring out season 1, but I was just trying to get this off my shelves and trying to get it to showcase it. And what came with it were I think a poster and some pins for whatever reason. Because they ran out of ideas. But yeah. And then I got Full Dive limited edition.
Oh, there you go. I have that on order.
Nice.
Did they censor the shittier on the cover and spine?
They did. Let me.
What is it titled? The game
not on the
even
spine.
shittier than real life or something like that?
Not on the spine. Where's? Sorry.
So
There
the
you go.
product
Shittier,
image
yeah.
was final.
This Ultimate Next Gen Full Dive RPG is even shittier than real life.
It's they censored it on the front.
On the cover, because that makes sense.
Can you see that?
Is even, yeah, I see the black right there.
I'm so sorry.
Have you opened that yet?
TT.
I have.
Can you show us the case?
Yeah.
For the very same reasons. See if they.
Oh, if they censored the case or not. I inverted it, I think. I don't know. Let me check. I'm so sorry.
Well,
about
that's
this,
a
guys.
question. Maybe the invert cover does have the censorship.
Oh,
on.
it's not the invert cover. I think it's the normal cover, but it's just the game slip for the game and the show.
Yeah.
The Final Fantasy bootleg.
Yeah. I'm not seeing the actual, even on the invert.
It doesn't say the full title thing.
No, it just has the name of the game. Oddly enough, there's
Really?
can you see the,
artwork.
I can pull it out. Let me pull it out real quick. I'm so sorry about this, guys.
No
I
worries.
wasn't prepared for this.
Oh
He
yeah.
wasn't ready for this, guys. We didn't give him his 3-second warning.
Well, I mean, I'm apologizing to our audience because they have to put up with my shenanigans.
Dude,
And then
they're
it
putting
came
up
with-
they're putting up with me.
And then it came with like this tag. I don't know if you guys seen the show, but it came with like his dog tag that he gets at the beginning of the game.
Is it the first one?
Let's say best
Isn't
friend.
I
Isn't
want
that
to
for
say.
Naruto's headband?
Oh, does it? Can you read that,
It
Brad?
said-
I'm so sorry.
It says best friend killer.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
it's the beginning one.
Isn't that for Naruto's headband? Should say
Yeah.
blue.
And
No,
then
it's-
it came with
Say
stickers.
Nice.
Yeah, so actually, I thought these were pretty cute and usable, so I was actually happy to own those. But yeah, those are my pickups.
Right on. Okay, are we cool to kick Foodnum?
Yeah.
All right.
Hashtag kick Foodnum.
Hashtag kick Foodnum. Okay, real quick. Go.
I know. You get
Happy
to
birthday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Enjoy yourself.
In an hour. Not
You're the
gonna wish you a
delegate
early happy birthday.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
You better not be
no.
happy for the next 58 minutes.
You have
so
to be utterly miserable.
So real quick, I want to address the chat. So Jason South referring to Jamie being like an ogre that has, like an onion. Onions make people cry. Drunkle John Cosplay said, once again, can testify even internationally that their lines were short in the UK.
Actually, onions stink. That's how the line goes in Shrek.
Oh, really?
Ogres are like onions. And
they stink.
Donkey
Yeah.
does it. They stink?
Yeah.
No.
Jason South said, she also accused Johnny Yongbosh. I think this is in reference to Jesse Pridemore, though he shut that shit down. Was she the one who accused him?
I think it was a rando.
I think it was just a rando.
Because I think I would have remembered that. I remembered seeing her name come up with the Twitch streamer and then laughing
yeah.
about it. But
I feel like she learned from her mistake. She said it's been 2 years since I blew up my whole career, or whatever. My girlfriend left me. Like she had a big pity me post on some Discord that got leaked. Drunkle John Cosmos says 100 women spontaneously disappeared, like they were never there to begin with.
Exactly.
And Evil Angel says, love how they specified men twice right there, as if it's impossible for women to do the same exact thing.
Exactly. Women
Oh, they're very
can be
sexist. It's very
Yeah.
obvious.
Right on.
mean it, and you get to take action if you are violated. Period.
Amen.
I'd feel weird if I didn't say bye. So, see you guys. And
Out of here.
I didn't tell you could come back. All right. Yeah.
All right. Take it easy.
To notify anybody
And
who
honestly, the reason we
violated.
took to Twitter and will continue to do so is because of lovely people like you, Jimmy. In fact, you and your pals
Oh,
can
God,
pat yourselves
Jimmy.
on the back because you are the reason we came forward and started this podcast. While Vic had already
Wait, the reason
Already
he came
creating
forward
an
doesn't
alibi
make
for
sense.
themselves.
Yeah, I have to ask. She's got to be connecting those two things. Like, we came forward and started this podcast, not the reason we came forward and started this podcast, right? She's got to mean the reason we started the podcast, and she just phrased it like an idiot, right?
Okay, because that yeah.
Because that would be very weird if people who quote unquote harassers on Twitter existed before she came forward, right?
Well, they didn't. They didn't
Exactly.
exist until she said something, and that's when they started talking to her.
They started to simply ask questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's all you. Aren't you happy about that? If you had just, not been a jerk, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation. While Vic had already been fired, we and our colleagues were already being harassed simply for stating we support victims. That harassment got so bad, oh, at least I thought it was bad at the time. I had no idea. And nobody would do anything about it. So I spoke up because I thought maybe, just maybe, his fans would realize there's validity to these stories if someone that they recognized.
Okay.
And they did for a minute.
Admitting
Did she just
to
say
the
what
fucking.
I think she said?
She's admitting to the whole point of the fucking defamation on why all of the other people didn't matter until she made the comment.
She acknowledges that she did the damage because because she had the power to do so. She knows that because she was perceived to be a close friend of Vic. She's acknowledging that she has the power to destroy him. She's not going to say it like that, but she's going to say, but people would take me more seriously because of who I am, and more importantly, because at the time I was perceived to be really close friends with Vic.
Right.
And I had the power to defame him.
Real quick, I want to welcome Trent Michaels.
Hi, I thought that was Trent. Hey, how you doing, man?
Howdy. How you guys doing?
So
we're
doing good, man.
I don't know if I
hear
just
from
had a
you.
stroke or not, but I have to re-listen to this minute of their podcast because I'm
Oh,
pretty
no.
sure she just said something absurd.
Well, after listening to over I don't know how many hours of this, I'd have a stroke too.
That harassment got so bad, oh, at least I thought it was bad at the time.
Okay, no, seriously, this line right here.
Wouldn't be in this situation. While Vic had already been fired, we and our colleagues were already being harassed simply for stating we support victims.
So she's saying that harassment got so bad. This is her referring to when she in reaction to what was happening to Vic, she put the Instagram post up that said, "I stand with survivors" or whatever, with the hands holding the quote unquote meme. Just a little meme, a little picture. It said, "I believe survivors." So that's what she's referring to. I thought she was arguing that she was being harassed before she even came out, but she's referring to being harassed because she lent credibility to the claims by saying, like, "I stand with the victims," which implied that she believed the claims were true.
Mm-hmm.
That harassment got so bad, oh, at least I thought it was bad at the time. I had no idea. And nobody would do anything about it. So I spoke up because I thought maybe, just maybe, his fans would realize there's validity to these stories if someone that they recognized had experienced it, right?
Right. And once again, just to point out, to echo what you guys just said, Monica has just admitted that there was no damage to that it wouldn't, Vic's career would not have taken a hit had she not come out and, been the face behind it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe I could break through to them. You can only yell fire so many times when a building is burning before you have to just grab the hose yourself, right? You can't just watch it burn to the ground.
Just don't yell fire
And
in a movie
despite
theater.
what the angry YouTubers have told you, we didn't want him to get fired. We wanted him to get help. What started all of this was the legal team that he employed and the angry YouTubers who had an agenda. That's who got the community involved.
What started it was your report to Funimation during the investigation.
Well,
That's what started it.
Well, even before that, there wasn't much of a controversy until Monica Rial, and she admits this, retweeted Mars Girl and Hanleia's tweets, which got it a lot more attention. Those people were always around. Like every time he got a new role, anytime like he was like in the buzz, there was those people. And the one time that they get the power to do anything is when Monica Rial retweeted those two tweets. She kicked up the controversy. She caused the controversy where Funimation had to react
because it gave these people's accusations validity.
Yeah,
it gave them a recognizable name to put, hey, this voice actress believes me, this one believes me. This is me telling the truth, when obviously it was a bunch of BS from the beginning.
To give you some examples here, long before this happened, when Vic was cast as Rin in Free, this change.org petition came up. Vic Mignogna is openly homophobic. Cast a different voice actor for Rin Matsuoka. So, like you said, these people 8 years ago was the most
recent.
Still open?
Or is this a Wayback Machine?
It's locked now. Petition closed, right? But
is the web page still open?
What's up?
The web page is still. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but this is what we're talking about, is that people who dislike Vic have repeatedly his whole career. As soon as he's announced as anybody, boom, immediately we get something like this popping up. Right?
Yeah. And then her thing is the we wanted him to get help line. No. Your actions say otherwise. You can say that all you want. We know you're lying. You participated in a investigation. In your communications to Funimation, you seemed like you acknowledged that he had been let go, and you seemed like that wasn't enough. You were you were prodding a public statement from Funimation during that, when she was sending the the message to the lady asking, hey, what can I say publicly? Because she wanted to say something publicly. One, you want someone to get help for whatever nebulous thing that you think they need to get help for. You stage an intervention. What you don't do is you don't completely shatter their financial ability to, their support system, and their career all in one blow.
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
Like I said before, you put anyone else in that situation and they would likely at least consider killing themselves. Yeah. What you did, and you could sit there and say, you're not the reason he got fired. We know that's not the case, but you could say it until you're blue in the face. You still made this public. We have proof of you trying to get him kicked from Kamehacon. And you tried that multiple times. And when you didn't get your way, you threw a temper tantrum and had your own little signing elsewhere. I'm sorry, you didn't want him to get help. You wanted him to be ruined. You wanted him in ruination.
Let's not forget the fact that hold on. Let's not forget the fact that the only accusations that were made against Vic to Funimation were from Monica.
Yeah.
She's the only one.
Monica, you're the
I would also like to point out that I just noticed the latency issue and how we accidentally talk over each other. That's not Trent doing that on purpose, for anyone out there listening. AC had to explain that for me when I had no idea what was going on. So
some of us are a little delayed, so it's looking like we're talking over each other, but we're not. Also, I want to share this with you. Stan sent this to me tonight.
What the fuck is that?
That's Monica getting her hair pulled, and yeah. Also, I want to remind you guys that in Slatosh's affidavit, he claimed that what do you say? In these conversations between him and Ron Otoye, Toei repeatedly asserted that Vic was a sexual predator and that criminal charges would soon be filed against Vic. Toei urged me repeatedly to terminate Vic's appearance. I told him that this would breach the contract with Vic. He urged me to do it anyway, emphasizing that criminal charges would be filed before April 12th to 14th of 2019. In these conversations, Toei also encouraged me to not do business with Vic in the future. I participated in a telephone conversation with Monica Rial in which she repeatedly asserted that Vic was a sexual predator and that criminal charges would soon be filed against him. She also implied, and I inferred, that she would convince numerous other voice actors to cancel their appearances at Kamehacon. I heard Toei in the background talking to her, and she periodically responded in agreement with him.
Well, that's what happened.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and it shows you didn't want him to get help. You were lying. You like right there. You're lying about criminal charges being filed. There was nothing criminal. There was no charges filed. You lied. You lied to get him canceled from Kamehacon, a really big appearance in a really great year for that appearance to happen because it was right off the back of Dragon Ball Super Broly. You didn't want him to get help. You wanted him ruined. You wanted him intact. Like at the very least, you wanted him out of your industry permanently. And you put someone in that position and they're at risk of offing themselves.
Yeah.
You're not seeking to get him help. Getting him help would be an intervention privately and also not destroying his career so that he wouldn't be able to afford to get help. Like,
and one of the reasons I brought up Slaytosh's affidavit here is that it really furthers the idea that I was talking about before, where it seems extremely likely that what's actually happened, as I've said before, this is my take on it. The reason that things popped off now is because when Dragon Ball Super Broly came out, the hashtag #KickVic and the attached, stories about, oh, I heard this, he's rude to staff, he's homophobic, blah, blah, all these things were attached to the hashtag #KickVic and hashtag Dragon Ball Super Broly. So perhaps for the first time, Monica is seeing it because she's looking at the success of Dragon Ball Super Broly, a movie which she is in, and starting to see these things. And it's going, oh my God, look at all these women who he's hurt, right? And so she's believing, oh, their criminal charges are coming, right? And that's what they're telling Slaytosh. They believe that this is happening. The 100+ women are coming forward, and this is their Me Too movement. And just like Weinstein, he's going to be taken down. It's going to be a criminal trial. Everything's going to happen. And then I put my face to it, and nothing happened. Nobody came forward. There are no criminal charges against him, right? So that's how I see it. I think that's what occurred, is that she backed the wrong horse. She bet and thought that she could ride, and she effectively, I think this is the way it happened, is she looked at what was happening online, and in her mind she's like, this is the next Weinstein, this is going to be huge, and I can ride this wave, right, by making myself the forefront of it, by having my own story and giving a voice and a face to the allegations and stuff. And then it just didn't work out the way she wanted.
I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I can guarantee you that's the way Funimation looked at it.
Yeah. I think
possibly so. Rooster Teeth, but Rooster Teeth really hadn't said much at all of anything. They just let Vic go, but I can guarantee you that Funimation was trying to virtue signal and probably had that mindset that, oh, this is the Me Too, we can attach ourselves to it, and we can ride this virtue signaling wave to more money, more subscriptions, and it backfired on them.
Right. Hence the tweet. We don't condone, harassment of any kind and all that,
Yeah, because I don't know what Rooster Teeth's motivation was, other than they probably just wanted to cut ties with him because of all the bad publicity he was getting, which was stupid because they've been a dumpster fire since then.
Well, I think what it's been.
Funimation has too.
Well, interestingly about Rooster Teeth, if I can pull it up really fast, there's emails between someone at Rooster Teeth and Monica Rial, and they reference a conversation that they had with Monica Rial. Thank you for telling your story. And then it was like shortly after Rooster Teeth made their statement. So she's the only, she might have been the reason I'm not going to say it like 100%, but she might have been the reason he got fired from Rooster Teeth.
And Rooster Teeth would later go on to have numerous people in their management and stuff that were outed for crimes worse than even Vic was accused of, right?
Didn't one catch a prison sentence?
Yeah, I believe so. There was somebody who was beating his wife, and there was all sorts of stuff going on there. But what I'm saying is that they've given a opportunity to deflect attention by coming out with the whole believe Whammon thing, right? And backing Monica and ousting Vic and pointing the finger at, oh, but that predator over there versus look at what's in their closet kind of thing.
Speaking of which,
Matt Hollum was
Matt Hollum was the CEO.
Yeah, the original CEO, or do you mean Matt Hollum 2 original CEO? Yeah. Anyway, so
and turn it into high drama so they could get their clicks and their monetization.
Yeah.
If the plaintiff had apologized, and I mean a real, sincere, heartfelt apology to those he had hurt, things could have been different. Seriously. I believe people can change. And seriously, if he had laid low, done the work, done the therapy, done whatever he had to do to become a better person, I would have welcomed him back, right?
So full of shit.
Okay, do you guys remember Do you guys remember the apology that it got leaked? The apology that Vic sent directly to Monica. It wasn't public, but it was private. And have you guys read that at all?
Yeah, the one where he said whatever, because this is between it happened to me and or was this after the Tammy Denbo and before the it happened to me?
It was after that it happened to me. He said that I noticed you've made a couple of public statements. I don't know what I've done to you, but please tell me what I've done to you so I can apologize.
His exact words, I think, were, "I'm embarrassed to admit I'm not sure what it is that I've done."
Yeah.
Right. Like I don't even know, but he, like, I mean, that's as sincere of an apology as you can get. And you know what she said about it? She's claiming here a real sincere apology, but instead she took that and sent it to Funimation. Said this is what he always does, right? And
every apology Vic has given, they've used against him.
Every single one. Yeah.
And they've mischaracterized it. The main apology that they mischaracterized, the one with the caps at the bottom saying, "I did not do any of the following things that I've been accused of." They always mischaracterize that and say that he has admitted to all of it when he didn't.
By apologizing for it, yeah. So LaQuadra Wells comes in with the fire. So she wants Vic to apologize for not sleeping with her?
Yes. Yes, literally, yes. Literally, yes. That's exactly what she wants an apology for.
It would be really funny if it turns out that the whatever the courts come in Vic's favor,
the appeals,
and they are proven to be liars and everything. Are they going to apologize?
No.
They're
gonna do what Juicy Smollett is doing. They're gonna do what Amber Heard's doing right now, which is double, triple, quadruple down and say that they're not lying. They're a different breed of person. They're crazy.
I'm not suicidal. Right?
I talked about this on my stream today. I think what happens if the appeals come back in Vic's favor, Sony settling. Sony will not
immediately.
Sony is going to settle. Sony can throw $2 million at Vic.
I think within a week.
Go away. Yeah, they settle.
Yeah. If the appeals come in, Crunchyroll / Sony are going to be like, all right, let's cut them a check.
Cut them a check, shut them up, NDA, all that. They settle without a doubt. 100% they settle. I think Jamie settles too. I think Jamie doesn't want any part of this.
I doubt she comes back in.
Well, I'm saying if everything comes Vic's way, if they all come back, I say Sony settles. I say Marky settles. I say the two that draw it out are Monica and Ron,
because they can't afford to lose, and they're the ones who stand the greatest likelihood of losing.
And if you think for 1 second, because I the way I see it is that if this case goes awry and Vic wins, I think Monica and Jamie turn on each other, and I think if they cost Sony any money at all, they're fired. Well, if Sony has to settle this case, they will be fired because they cost Sony $1 to $2 million.
I almost if they go the route that most normal companies go, that's assuming they're normal companies though. As soon as they're out of the lawsuit, they're probably gonna end their relationship with Jamie and Monica if they were acting normally.
Yeah, because my initial thought was what will happen is if the lawsuit doesn't go forward, and say Vic's appeal doesn't go through, what's going to happen to Monica and Jamie, in my eyes, is that they're not going to get fired, but their casting is going to be just dwindled down to nothing. They're just going to get less and less roles. They're going to get less and less work until they're not working at all. But if the lawsuit comes back and ends up costing Sony $1 million or $2 to keep Vic from going to court, settling out NDAs and all that, that as soon as they're out of the lawsuit, Monica and Jamie are both out of a job.
Yeah,
I think it happens fairly quickly. But to be clear, my prediction on the lawsuit is that Jamie and Funimation are going to remain out, but Monica and Ron are going to come back, because that Kamea-con stuff is damning. That is textbook tortious interference, and it should not have been dismissed. Had Chuck not been lazy and just dismissed the entire thing altogether, I mean, they would have probably moved forward already.
I suspect the greatest chance of who's coming back in, obviously Monica and Ron have the greatest chance. I think Funimation has a very decent chance. I doubt Jamie's coming back. And to be honest, she would obviously be gloating on Twitter for that. But the thing is that maybe it's better this way, because she's just feeding off the attention right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once that goes away, then what relevance does she have except just being a purposefully offensive, aggressively unlikable post-wall shrew? So it's like,
she don't need this lawsuit for that.
Who can't act, who has no discernible talents of any kind except for just pissing people off. I mean, to be honest, it wouldn't shock me. Well, I shouldn't say that because it'll be taken wrong, but she'll just no one likes her. Basically, it's the Amber Heard thing. I'm gonna bring it back. There's a reason why people don't like these women, and it's because they're evil and unlikable, and mostly evil. So
insufferable.
Yeah, and it's they don't even try to hide it. They think that they're gonna just get away with everything they can, and to Amber's credit, at least she's somewhat attractive still. Jamie doesn't have that anymore. So I think she got used to being able to treat people like that, because there's some people who were able to put up with her because she used to be physically attractive. Nowadays, it's not the case. And maybe that's because you're such an awful person on the inside. It starts showing on the outside eventually. So
yeah.
AC said to continue without him. So we're going to hit play here.
Go for it.
If we're all done.
Go for it.
And for a while, he seemed like he was on that track. Like he was going to apologize. He was going to do the work. He was going to do the thing. And then suddenly, Mr. Flat Earth and his gang of questionable lawyers showed up.
Yep.
And along with the stands, they pushed him into a lawsuit that had no chance of winning.
Pause.
So, Jimmy, who's the conniving?
Yep.
Okay, so in the Discord chat leaks that weren't leaks because the Reasonable Rangers published those to their own Facebook, Vic is saying that he is talking to a lawyer, and that is right after, and I think this is even before Monica made any kind of statements, or maybe it was right after she made her statements, but you see him saying, I'm talking to a lawyer right now. They're misrepresenting this constantly. Nick is not the reason. Ty is not the reason. The fans are not the reason. Vic was already planning to fight this because he just wanted to fight back. And I think that the I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. They're pissed off that he did that, and they didn't expect it, and they're just angry that he did.
Yeah, and real quick, they mentioned quote unquote Mr. Flat Earther. I can say with full certainty now, having had a conversation with them on Twitter, they're talking about Chuck Huber.
Oh,
Chuck Huber is a flat earther.
Oh, God.
Wait, I thought that Chuck Huber was what do you call it, antagonistic to kind of both sides a bit.
The thing, according to the way Nick Rekieta tells the story, at least, what I know about Chuck, I am quick to believe that this is probably an accurate depiction of what happened. Chuck Huber is friends with Monica, Jamie, and Vic. So when things started to go down and he saw the obvious escalation of Monica and Jamie throwing out their stories to try to ride the wave and all that, he tried to be to be a middleman in between the two parties to as he phrased it, heal the rift in the anime community by drafting up a statement for Vic to put out that said he was a sex addict, but then also have Monica and Jamie admit that they exaggerated their stories or something like that, right? And they basically told him to fuck off because they aren't going to they were, they wanted to cancel him. They wanted him to be the next Weinstein.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ty also told Chuck to fuck off with that statement that Vic was going to admit that. Yeah.
Which, just to be clear, Chuck was coming from a good place. Like, he wanted to get out ahead of this and stop it from becoming what it has become. Like, it was a valiant effort, but it put too much of the blame on the innocent party of Vic, right?
Yeah.
He was just hoping that by getting in there early, that he could prevent it from going down this path. But ultimately, neither party was going to, come out and say that they were wrong, right? Because, Vic obviously didn't do the things that they claim he did, at least not the way that they claimed that he did them. And Monica and Jamie can't afford to not be victims at this point. I mean, if they were to come out and admit that they lied, and this is what I said about Jussie Smollett. The reason that he's double, triple, quadruple down is because if you still have people who are on your side, admitting that you lied takes the few people who still are on your side and they're out the window. So people see it. I think this is why people do this. They see, I can keep lying and at least keep these idiots who still believe me versus owning up to the fact that I was wrong and risk losing all my support.
As long as someone believes you, you can continue to gaslight them. As far as the lawyer thing goes that they've mentioned, I believe Vic talked to a lawyer 2 days after he was fired from Funimation, long before Nick got a hold of him, long before Ty got a hold of him.
Yeah,
because he had retained a lawyer before Ty. He just switched the lawyer he retained for Ty.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that the original lawyer that he had was intended to be like for the purpose of litigation, like an actual lawsuit against them. I think the original lawyer was more like, what are my options, right? I think because he had the PR couple firm, as he referred to them, that he went that route first. And then when Rekieta reached out to him and said, hey, I have, I've been following your case for, what you could be suing for, and presented it to him and said, I know somebody who's local to Texas who has the firm capabilities to be able to bring this to court and, recover the damages that you've suffered. Right. So I don't know. I have to go back and refamiliarize myself with that portion of this timeline. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the original, because in deposition they asked him about his previous attorneys, which obviously he didn't have to answer anything. But I remember him saying something like it was maybe a week. It was I think one thing was filed, and it was the cease and desist, right? That's what it was with his initial attorney that he had gotten, was just to ask them to stop defaming him, right?
Yeah,
something like that. I'd have to go back and refamiliarize myself with it, though.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But the fact that they keep mentioning, that Vic had no chance of winning, they have no idea how fortunate they are they got Chup as a judge, because especially Monica, because Monica and Ron, there is no way that TI claim should have been dismissed.
No, honestly, I don't think that they are lucky that Chup was their judge, because I think that Chup only dismissed it. He was being pretty clear with what the problems he saw with Vic's side were, even though he was wrong, and basically was signaling to Vic that you need to fix this for this to come back, right? And he dismissed everything so that it wouldn't go to what is it called? The interlocutory appeals, right?
Yeah, I know I dismissed the back half, and I get that. Like I said, it's really hard
to finish this out. My statement here, it's not that they were lucky they got Chup. They were lucky that the fucking pandemic started, because that's the reason appeals haven't come back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the thing is that historically, nearly every single TCPA case that gets appealed in Texas gets overturned, right? So I don't think they're actually that lucky in the long run. I think it's extremely likely that Vic is going to win on appeals, at least to bring them back into the lawsuit, right? And have another shot at proving the damages and everything. So I don't think they're lucky at all with that. I just think that all they bought was time.
Yeah, if they accept that second amended petition, it's going to be pretty damning.
It will be. Not to mention the fact that they've got 2 ridiculous podcast episodes that further the defamation and
1.5
change, right?
Yeah.
That change their stories around and admit to ridiculous things like, well, when Tammy Dembo asked me about sexual harassment, the first thing, of course, that popped in my mind was the jelly bean story, stuff like that they'll be questioned on the stand about, so.
Backstabber now, Volvatron. Also, why the hell are you so fascinated with my vagina?
Cringe
Go
warning,
touch
sorry.
grass, kid. Like, seriously, go outside.
Yeah. This dude makes so many different accounts, and they all have something to do with Monica's vagina. It's very strange.
It is so strange for somebody who claims to hate me so much. He is so obsessed with my vagina.
Who's doing that?
Also, I gotta say this: I don't love Go Touch Grass.
They're talking about what is this? Monica Volvatron, the account name.
What?
Yeah.
Don't
she
love
doesn't
that
like
phrasing.
she doesn't like the term "go
Some of
touch
us don't
grass."
have grass.
Because
Oh, that's true. You're
it's
out in the
not inclusive enough.
desert. Go touch rocks.
Go on a hike.
Just go
It's
outside.
delightful.
Just get some vitamin
something.
D.
Get away.
Oh,
Step away.
Yeah, just
Touching grass implies that,
Point of privilege.
yeah,
Some of us don't have grass.
yeah, not everyone can afford lawns. Lawns are a privilege of the patriarchy, society, king capitalism.
But you can go outside. Public parks are free. They have plenty of grass. You don't need money to
Yeah,
go
but
to a
I think what
park.
they're saying is that probably where Jamie now lives in Texas, because of course she moved once her address became public in the docs. Where she probably lives now is more like Arizona, I'm assuming, or New Mexico, where it's a little bit more rocky and desert-like than.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jamie. I will never tell you to go touch grass, but I will tell you to go pound sand.
There you go.
put the computer down.
Yeah. Also, to maybe take a sexual harassment class.
Yeah.
Like at literally any job ever. The way people defend hair pulling or
Says the
tugging or
woman
touching
that
or
was
caressing,
hugging
whatever they want to call it.
people
Why
on
is
the
that motherfucker
stage.
touching anybody's hair?
New York
Keep your
Comic
hands to
Con.
yourself. Yes. Kindergartners.
Hold on, I think it's important. Keep no touching hair. Keep your hands to yourself. There you go.
Talk about
Get
the
it?
pot
Why
calling the
can't
kettle
you?
black.
Right.
Why?
And yeah, like I cannot like stress this enough about the pot calling the kettle black. It's like, seriously, go outside, get off the computer, get off Twitter for a minute. It's like, who's the one who needs to do this now? Like,
I mean, Jamie
is
wants
so
to come over and cut
difficult.
my yard. I mean, I've got 2-foot-high grass in the backyard I've been fighting with for a week. She's like, come help me out with that.
Yes.
mail it to her.
Kindergartners get it. Why can't you? Why is it so difficult?
Well,
Like,
she might
for a
take
senior
you
citizen
her
to get,
grass
right?
the wrong way, dude.
Drunkle John cosplay says Jamie moved to a more desert/rocky environment, fitting for a lizard.
She's definitely a lizard person.
It'd be hilarious if somebody, like, whichever one is hosting this, the lizard number 1 in the group got mailed a giant Ziploc bag of
crickets?
just lawn shavings or lawn
Okay.
clippings.
I'm shutting this down. Jokes aside, nobody should do this. Just to be clear, let's not send them anything. I would hate for the FBI to be called on you because they assumed that grass was drugs or something you're trying to plant on them.
No. Not the FBI. Now, let's remember, they don't use the FBI. Homeland Security.
Right.
Or FDA.
No judgment. Like, that's a discount on Tuesdays at Target.
I
And I
mean-
support that.
Hold Hold on. They're referring to Vic.
Judgment, like that's a discount on or tugging or touching or caressing, whatever they want to call it. Why is that motherfucker touching anybody's hair? Keep your hands to yourself. Yes. Kindergartners get it. Why can't you? Why is it so difficult? Like for a senior citizen to get, right?
Like 4th grade.
Say what?
Is she high? We had that problem still in like 4th grade.
Well, I think the idea is that you teach kids at such a young age to stop touching each other and give people space and everything.
Sorry, I have to interrupt just for a sec. Reese, did you say the FDA?
Yeah.
Do you mean ATF?
No, he means the Federal Dick Association. What do you think he means?
Well, the only thing I think about when it comes to the ATF is they like to kill people's dogs, and you know.
I mean, you might be. They might want. If you're sending them cakes, the FDA might get involved.
No.
If you're sending them cakes, they're not going to get anyone involved. They're just going to eat.
I'm sorry.
You got to make sure.
Monica said last podcast at the end that she was drinking from a mug that said "Eat cake for breakfast."
She
don't look, guys. Don't send them cakes or pizza or pies. They'll sue Domino's if they keep going. Like they don't deserve that.
The FDA might have get involved as well. I don't know.
Don't.
I thought you meant ATF.
Don't send them anything, guys. Don't. You know what? Take this philosophy. Don't interact with the cows. That is the worst thing you could do. They're funny off on their own. Okay, we're going to observe them from afar and laugh at them.
Hey, if they ever need work,
and sometimes
we're suffering for you.
Hey, if they ever need work, I can hire them to graze my backyard.
Already.
There you go.
No judgment. Like that's a discount on Tuesdays at Target. And I support that.
Okay, wait. Side note. If your reaction to hearing all of this is, well, I guess no one can show anyone affection anymore, please know that you are a creepy creep from Creeptown and no one wants you to touch them ever, so stop it now.
This
and
is the
forever.
kind of shit I was talking about.
Amen.
They think
she is so jaded.
They think like they think so poorly of even their fans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, oh, if you want to hug me, you're a creep. But if I want to hug someone, I'm just showing affection, and clearly we can still show affection. What?
Right. Well, and again, this is because the reason why a person would even have that perception that I guess nobody can hug each other anymore is because that's all that Vic ever did, and that's all everybody ever saw Vic do. And you're claiming that it was akin to sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm.
Vic still hugs fans to this day, though. That's what I find funny. He just. Like some of the things he's obviously had to back off. He can't do the Oran coffee line anymore, obviously, because everybody's going to take that the wrong way. But Vic still hugs fans all the time. I get pictures sent to me all the time of Vic hugging fans. And by the way, just to get out in front of Monica's creep whatever accusation, it's the fan asking for the hug.
It's funny. I watched Famish, that movie I bought of Jeff Nimoy's. Jeff Nimoy, was he the voice of Tentamon? What was it?
Yeah, I think so.
He was also in Wolfwood from Trigun. He made a pseudo kind of documentary thing about him being a washed up actor who can't get any work, so he goes back to anime to go to the cons, and he goes to a con for the first time in like over a decade. And things have changed to the point where like you're actually making money by signing autographs, which is not something that was going on when he was at the con the last time. And he's got that like don't touch me thing. Like every time someone shakes his hand, he's like wiping it all over himself, and like he doesn't. It's like it's very funny that it's it kind of just I don't know. It reminds me of the idea here that they don't want hugs from fans. And, kind of thing. Like there's, for a lot of the people that go to anime conventions, and this is what makes the sort of mockumentary thing so funny, is that like you can tell that the voice actors actually would prefer that you keep your distance, because of, the whole like stereotype of like a con is where people who shower one time a year congregate, and that sort of meme or whatever.
Oh, you mean profiling and continue.
I don't know. I've lost where I was going with this. I'm just going to go back.
Basically, these VAs think that cons are full of autists and furries. That's literally how they think. It's not the case, but that's how they see it. And to me, it's weird because of all the places I've seen that have conventions, a lot of people are just normal, everyday people.
Mhm.
And they have admitted, and Stan has even said, that a lot of normies are now have Vic's attention because of this whole thing. You have more normal, quote unquote, normal people going to these events. People who weren't necessarily massive anime fans or massive fans of anything Vic was in. That is their own admission.
So Ronan said, Trent, did you tell them that Vic is back doing voice acting again? Referring to, I think there was a panel at Back Anime. I didn't get to watch the panel yet.
Yeah,
I think
he did
announced.
a panel. Yeah,
he announced something that he's going to be.
There's it's cut up on Twitter. It's like a 2-minute video.
Yeah.
It was in my last video. He announced that somebody asked him if he's going to be doing voice acting again, and he said a short answer yes, and that to keep an eye on his Twitter for announcements coming out. So it sounds legit. We'll have to see. I know everybody's happy that
he said it at this last weekend at Back Anime.
Yeah,
but he also said when somebody asked him if he was going to be voicing Ikkaku and Bleach, he said he'd like to, but it's not up to him.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, again,
probably not.
It's a long shot, but to me, this seems a little more legit than something like this crazy NFT project that he's not anywhere a part of anymore. Because normally this is how studios handle it. Like they don't talk about it until they got a release date and they're ready for everybody to announce. So,
and it would be smart. It would be smart of them to not announce that he's in the project until it's already done, so that they can't take the backlash and do anything about it. You know?
Right. So I think that I think it's legitimate. We'll see what the project is. But to me, this seems a lot more legitimate than that weird ass NFT project he was a part of.
Thank God he got out of that.
Yeah, I mean, that was, like I said, it's when I made a video about it, I made it clear, like, I'm not promoting NFTs or anything. Just do the research for yourself, but support it if it comes out. Like, just give it a watch. If you don't have to buy it, if you don't have to buy an NFT, if you can watch it for free, do that. If you have to buy an NFT, I'm never going to say to do that. But, support the things that he's in. But I was like, I'm hesitant because the whole fucking thing was just weird. It was just, that's the only thing I can say.
I'll be amazed if they even make the stupid show. Honestly, like I feel like it was
a guy
grift.
go to jail.
Yeah, that's the thing though, is that now they're gonna need to work without that guy. And it's funny because it seems like everybody else behind the project actually like believed in it, but now they don't have their leader because he was a huge grifter. And we read like a laundry list of crimes that guy was guilty of according to the courts. So I don't know.
Got the guy personally trained by Chuck Jones. So.
Yeah, personally trained, definitely. Like and by trained, he probably watched a seminar. Like trained by Tony Robbins is like, I watched the little clip of his seminar that was in the email. Like the Michael Scott's like, I didn't go to the actual speech. You had to pay for the seminar, but from the segment I saw. Very inspiring stuff.
The whole thing was just weird. I mean, I'm glad he's out of it, and I'm glad he's moved on. It was just completely weird. The thing that he announced at Back Anime seems a little more legit because he wasn't able to give specifics. And normally, if you're going to do a show, you don't want people leaking stuff out before it's ready to be press release or announced or whatever the case may be. So we'll see what studio it is. If it's a studio we've heard of before. If it's familiar faces or whatever the case may be. He did mention Caitlin Glass at one point. I don't know what their relationship is like or not, but he said,
as far as I know, they're still pretty tight.
Yeah, he said nice things about her. He said that she was one of the best voice actresses he's ever worked with.
She's Winry.
Yeah, so she they seem to be on good terms. I know people have been asking whether she's Kick Vic or not. I don't know. Like, I don't keep track of what voice actor is Kick Vic or what voice actor is Stan Vic. I don't really care. I only
honestly,
I think it's bad to speculate about that kind of stuff.
I agree, but I will speculate and say that I think that the more time that goes on and the further we get from January 17th or whatever it was when the first tweet landed, I think that more and more voice actors in the industry are going to soften their stance on excommunicating Vic, because I think that over time they're going to realize that nothing came out of it, because again, with Monica was convinced criminal charges are coming, right? And I think a lot of people were convinced at the time, but then none of that happened, right? Now Monica and Jamie are telling people at Funimation, according to Cress, when we had Cress on, that he was found guilty of things, and that's why they won the lawsuit, right? Which isn't true at all, right? So they're actually spreading false information around the studio. But I think as time goes on, that a lot of people who previously would have been antagonistic to Vic are going to start warming up to him, just simply because time heals all wounds, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
People expect all these voice actors who are pro Vic to come out on this crusade for him, and it's just like, it's not going to be like that, because these voice actors, they have, to be able to maintain a living too, and they know that if they come out and go on this crusade to defend Vic, Funimation's probably just going to fire them too, right or wrong. That's just the reality of the situation. Like Johnny Youngbosch. Everybody's like, why isn't Johnny Youngbosch defending Vic? I know they're friends. Because Johnny Youngbosch doesn't want to lose his job.
Right. And that's what I said before, is I think that it's the easiest decision in the world for studios to make and for conventions to make, to not have Vic there, just because even though, they might believe and know that he's, an honest person and not at all like he's been portrayed by Jamie and Monica, they have to deal, from a business standpoint, it's bad for business to let, bring it back up, this riffraff, to invite it into your business, So anyway, let's get back to this, because I think we're 8 minutes away from finish. Oh, actually less now.
Just unmuted to their evil cackle.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
100%.
100%. She's right. 100% on that evil
It's
cackle.
so odd to me how these people that claim to stand with Vic spend more time trying to harass us than they spend actually supporting Vic.
Right!
Why were there angry YouTubers covering our first episode so thoroughly? Yet they don't cover any.
That literally had to have been.
That could literally be no one else, except for the angry part.
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little pants, too.
I have spent zero, and I mean zero, time harassing Monica or Jamie. The only time I've ever reached out to Monica is when I found out about Ron Toye's past of beating his ex-wives, and I tried to reach out with an olive branch saying, hey, Monica, if you're being abused by Ron, let us know so we can get you help. That is the only time I've ever reached out to Monica or Jamie.
I don't think I've reached out to either of them.
The only time I interacted with Monica was asking her what happened with her, like when she came out with her. It happened to me. Tweet.
And then got blocked.
And then got blocked. So I guess you could. I wouldn't consider my videos per se as harassing, although they might consider it as such.
If you're not worshiping every word they say, you're effectively a harasser. Yeah. And a Russian bot with misinformation.
I think the most that I react to on Twitter when it comes to actually, I'm trying to think. Emmett Plant was the one that I reacted to recently, the most recent, and it's because he's being really dumb and trying to get attention and trying to bolster himself up because he's got severe self-esteem issues and self-worth issues.
Severe.
Yeah, he wants to feel important because whatever, but he wants to make himself out to be bigger and more important than he actually is. He just has to come to terms.
Big.
Yeah, he's plenty big. I was gonna say, did you see the tweet that he sent about people making fun of him? How he's like, oh, they're making fun of my weight. And I'm like, bruh, you look like a bowling ball. I don't want to.
How are you going to expect people to like react when you're using a photo that's so old and not really accurate to how you look.
Yeah, and I always find that funny. They always talk like they were talking about the interacting with people hiding behind the anime avatars and all that. But it's like, what do we have with this? Is sort of what we were talking about earlier with the photo here of look at how old the headshots that they're eating are. They're like 30 to 60 pounds lighter in the pictures than they are as they eat those pictures, right? And all same thing with Emmett Plant and all of them. They use like photos from, you know, their, you could say like their glory years, so to speak, right? I wonder which come to think of it, I wonder what how old the Vic's picture is.
Well, Vic does keep using the same old picture as well. It's yeah. This is what did he say? This is the picture, right? From his
GoFundMe. And he was like 40 something when he got that picture taken. Or something. He looks much younger in that picture though.
Yeah, so
I will say this. Some of his more newer promotional stuff, he's using a more recent, within the last few years, picture. So he doesn't just stick with those older pictures.
Yeah, this is from, I think, the Broly. Cowboy. No, this wasn't from the Broly premiere, but it was around then.
Yeah.
This one. Because the Broly premiere, I think he had a purple suit. Anyway. Where was
it? Really dated people.
Vic's on camera a lot, like without filters and everything like that. Vic live streams every what?
Well, he's also on camera with a lot of filters.
Well, I know, but I'm saying like he's on
Snapchat.
camera a ton, like at conventions and all that stuff.
Oh, the Snapchat filters, the weird one.
The point I was trying to make is that it is a natural thing for like it's a meme or whatever that actors use the headshots from when they were, you know, like 20 years ago kind of thing. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I've lost connection to what I was trying to bring up. Also, Stan says, my only time to interact with Monica, I was met with a block. So I talked with Vic instead.
Because he didn't toe the line.
Right.
He didn't even harass her properly. He just said, that's not, I mean, I don't remember exactly what his first tweet that said. Like I saw one of his first tweets that I'm like, oh shit, he's not going to be corroborating what Monica said because he's really confused about what's going on. And he doesn't know what she's like. I remember thinking, oh my gosh, this sounds like it's going to be bad for Monica. And I think that's what she probably saw. And even though he wasn't harassing her, he just seemed confused. Like literally, it wasn't literally the phrase, what the fuck is going on? But it was the tone. It was like, what the fuck happened to my friends or something?
Did I miss something?
You missed a lot. So yeah.
Poor Stan. He's been through so much these last couple of years.
I feel bad for Stan and Erica McCord. Like they didn't ask to be brought into this. They were named by Monica's side, and then they're dragged because they didn't want to lie for them. I can't understand the audacity.
You imagine
the audacity that these people have, that they're treating these people horribly for not lying for them.
You didn't agree with me? Fuck you.
I would argue that
Monica.
Argue that the reason Faisal Ahmed named Erica McCord is probably because he was thinking, she lives in Japan now. She's not even going to hear about this. If I say that she said this, people will say, yeah, that's a real person. I remember Erica, right? And they would believe it, right? I can't imagine naming somebody else. And
what did he say about Erica?
He said that she considered herself one of Vic's biggest fans, but even she had a bad experience with him and asked to not work with, not be his chaperone or whatever you call it, handler.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
I believe he also said Vic tried to kiss her too. I can't remember.
Right, and then she basically bullet point by bullet point said, I was a member of the miniskirt army, not a fan of Vic's. Vic never tried to kiss me. I did ask to not work with him again, but it was for different reasons, all that kind of stuff. And Faisal thought wrong. Yeah. I'm really amazed and proud of the individuals who, against great adversity, Stan and Erica McCord, like they came out and said, no, absolutely not. Do not speak for me. This didn't happen. You know, and told, I mean, can you imagine the pressure to toe the line that they were trying to put on you guys?
Well, there was another convention owner who I think currently owns Anime Crossroads. I know because I used to go to that convention a lot. Who basically replied to one of America's tweets, almost outright calling her a liar or whatever. Like I don't think he like went that far, but he basically said, "You're a liar. You're lying about this."
Well,
And
look at what freaking Michelle Speck said to Stan.
Yeah, that was I didn't and the I'm a lot floored by that. Like I'm whew. You know, there's at the beginning of this, I wanted to give some sympathy for her because it seemed like at the very beginning, at least, she didn't have much to do with this at all. And the more that I'm learning, I'm more she's one, whatever sympathy I had for her in her situation, which was shitty to be honest, but like it's evaporated. There's the art of the proportional response. If someone cheats on you, guess what you do? You leave them and you walk away and you go and find someone
Agreed.
better who loves you and will be loyal to you and will love you. And you find someone who will be like who will respect you in that way. That's the proportional response. The disproportionate response is to do what she seems to be doing, which is, I don't know, it seems like she might have more to do, and the fact that she's sending messages like that to Stan and thinking that that's okay, it's not okay. It's not a proportional response, and it's what's, I'm sorry, my sympathy for you has just gotten nuked by your shitty behavior. Like this is not one-to-one. You're going way too far.
They invoke Michelle
I
Speck
need
because she's a jilted ex. So
Oh my God, are you kidding me? I'm sorry, I'm fact checking this right now.
Wait, what?
No.
Wait, what?
AC, stop having a seizure. Slow down.
So
take it one
Jamie
minute at a time.
Highlighted comment.
Jamie Markey's significant other, Jack Bishop. SMS Corks 89 says Jack Bishop is Jamie Markey's own forever fiance. He was also Rontoy's co-worker at the Tuttle Group. This is the first time hearing about this. I found a Jack Bishop loan officer on LinkedIn, but it looks like it's not.
I thought Ron was fired from the Total Group. I thought he was with somebody else now.
Yeah, but they're saying that before, you know, obviously before he was fired from the Tuttle Group. I need some details on this.
I can't help but laugh at the
please
way that's
DM me or whatever more information on this, because holy shit, is this some news that I've been sleeping on?
I don't know.
Every time you say the Tuttle Group, I just hear the Cuddle Group, and I'm like, well.
Struggle snuggle.
The snuggle group. Yeah.
Oh God, let me go, please.
Every time I hear the Tuttle Group, I keep thinking of the Dragon Ball GT villain, the super
Tuffles?
baby. Yeah, the Tuffles.
The Tuffles. I never would have combined those two.
All right.
Successes. Why do they create new accounts to harass us and other smart people online instead of showering Vic in equal yet positive
Lump us in with other smart people.
Why do the
online.
people who
No one's accused Jamie and Monica of being smart.
That
sorry.
would be defamation.
That would be defamation. And I want to see all this harassment they've suffered because I've yet to see any of it.
That's the go-to line for anyone who's facing criticism. They equate criticism, valid.
You're a big dummy.
Yeah, with harassment, and that's just not the case. People are going to react to what you do publicly. You're just going to have to, and as public figures, they should understand that. But it seems like they just want people to just kiss everyone around them and everyone in the world to kiss their feet or whatever, or kiss the ring, I guess is a better way to put it. Bend the knee. And it's just, I think that's what pisses them off the most. People are just not believing them, and sometimes they're not even saying anything. They're just like supporting Vic, and a lot of Vic's supporters are just supporting Vic. They want to go to conventions. They want to go and meet him. That's the way they do it. I stand with Vic is a pretty dead hashtag at this point.
Right. And just to reiterate a point we made earlier, that like, take a hint, Jamie and Monica. Yeah, the people who are standing against you aren't really here to support Vic. They're just standing up for the fact that it's pretty obvious that you guys are lying and that you guys are attempting.
And also,
Good.
I'd like to reiterate something you hit me with one day is like the podcast here. We're not, none of us. I mean, I don't see any of us who wouldn't like go, hey, if they give us some decent proof, come out, show the evidence. It's like,
I mean, that was
no one is
I'll just state again.
I'm not beating up on them.
I have invited people to send emails to ocapodcast@gmail.com with the evidence to go into the timeline that is not favorable to Vic. I will.
I would love to hear some decent defense. It's like, come on.
I mean,
just say what, like,
that was
say
literally.
what the,
Sorry, go ahead.
just say what. I've got
Yeah.
hundreds of other instances, but I was just told to stop. Tell us what they are.
The problem is that the anonymous Twitter users, the eggs, the hiding behind, those are the other accusers.
Yeah. Well, there's also the thing that Monica, I don't think it was harassing to ask you what happened. That's what I did. I asked you what happened and you immediately blocked me. I wasn't harassing you. I wanted to know your story. I wanted to hear your side. I was open at that point, and what you did essentially was the first crack in shutting me down. It didn't happen immediately. I was trying to figure out what was going on, but you very quickly went into this deflection, this defensive implications. It was clear that you were hiding something, and as it kept unfolding, we found more. We stumbled upon more and more lies, and I'm sorry, but like, it's not harassment to ask you what happened when you say it happened to me.
And I think we should just acknowledge that and operate from that perspective, that we just ignore it when they call it harassment, because literally when they say the word harassment, it means not agreeing with me.
Yeah,
effectively that's all it is, because at best, if you look in the Second Amendment petition, they do have things that they put forward as harassment or threats, which were things like somebody commenting on a YouTube video, not their YouTube video, just a random commenter that they had to look for to find, said, wow, they should maybe wear a bulletproof vest at the next convention because it doesn't look like, it looks like they're liable to get shot or something to that effect. It's like they had to find this, they had to go out of their way to find this quote unquote threat, and while I'll just agree, I don't think anybody should harm them. I don't want to see them be murdered at a convention. I want to see them go all the way through the court system and come out the other side having been proven liars, rather than be hurt by somebody at a convention, for sure.
Sued into bankruptcy.
Violence is not the answer, guys.
No,
anyway, we've got.
And as far as this goes,
I
have made my.
We got maybe
very
3
clear
minutes.
that I am anti-cancel culture. I am in this fight for cancel culture. I am not a fan of Vic. I didn't know who Vic was before this. When the Vic situation ends, I'm going after the next person who's being canceled for no reason. That has been my goal from day one. The only reason why I talk about Vic is because I am knowledgeable on his case, and I get information all the time on his case, and people seem to like my coverage of it. When the Vic situation ends, whether that be a victory in court firm or whatever, I'm moving on to the next thing because I want cancel culture to die.
Right. And I'll just reiterate something I've said from the very beginning. In this matter, I support all lawsuits and countersuits, because as I said from the very beginning of my coverage on this, the only way that we will get to the bottom of what happened is for things to get out of the court of public opinion and into the court of law, where the fake swattings and these things will not fly, where you have to put up evidence because that's the language that they speak in court, versus, allegations and vague phrasing and things that we use outside of court in the court of public opinion. So if Vic wins and they countersue, I will support their countersuit, and I will watch and cover it and be there. If they actually produce evidence that the judge got something wrong, I will support that claim. But as things have unfolded so far, I don't think it's going that direction. Anyway, we've got 6 minutes. Let's
Power
try to get a whole question out before we comment on it.
Like to claim we came forward for clout, use our names and this podcast to get clicks and make money.
Okay, I know I just said we have to go through the thing, but I would just like to point out one thing real quick. Not used your names. You are so hurt by this that we use Vic's name instead of yours, which is why we use Vic's name instead of yours. Is why this podcast is titled Vic Mignogna Accusers Podcast Analysis. Not Jamie and Monica's podcast. No, we use Vic's name because of how much it grinds your gears that we don't even see your names as worthy to clout chase with.
It's kind of hard
really
to
needs to
identify lizards.
What?
It's kind of hard to identify lizards.
And this podcast to get clicks and make money. Who really needs the clout here, guys?
Yeah.
We both have a lot of work. We don't have to have clout to get clicks so we can make money. We're literally spending our own money to pay for this podcast right now. We're not making money on it at all.
No.
And also for people who are like, you only make podcasts to make money, you clearly know nothing about podcasts.
Tell me you know nothing about podcasts without saying you know nothing about podcasts.
It's for money. What?
I'm sorry, hold on.
They literally just
$2 super chat from earlier. So we're doing a good $2 better than they made off of this podcast, that's for sure.
Man, we can get one thing from McDonald's.
Wait a minute.
One person can get one thing.
We can split it between us all.
Person. I said one thing overall.
Like one of those pies.
I hate the fact that YouTubers have monetized their situation and they can't even do it. They hate it.
They do.
Thank you to whoever did the super chat. It's very appreciated. We're just making fun of the stupidity that these people are throwing at everyone.
They literally hate the fact that everybody that has monetized this has made a dime off of this.
I wonder how pissed they are about the whole Nick situation, how he's blowing up, not just because of the Vic situation, but because of Rittenhouse and now Johnny Depp.
Oh, they hate it. And you know that the reason that they're so mad is because when Ron Toye is furiously masturbating watching Nick's streams, they see these super chats coming in constantly, and they're like, "This is more money than I make in a month." Coming in every fucking night for this guy. He doesn't deserve that. I'm the victim here. Give me the money. Right. That's kind of how I see this going down.
I don't recall.
Right.
Who's in it for the greed? Who uses anger and clout chasing to get paid? Because it's not us.
Me.
Oh, and again, you're welcome for all the content, you little angry birds.
Give me episode 3, bitch. Right.
Thank you. Keep it coming.
Give us more. I am more angry.
Anime gods.
I am more angry. Episode 2 should not exist. Do not ever release episode 2.
Okay. Referring to the
probably
In-Touch podcast,
taking
this is
so
technically the
because they
halftime.
want us to finish the coverage on the last podcast.
So kind of them.
Maybe that's what they're lining their schedule up with.
We'll find out next week, won't we?
I was gonna say, if it mysteriously drops after you finish this one, you'll know. I'd laugh hysterically. I'm gonna laugh the day they actually name reference this podcast.
If they name it episode 3, I will have like an OCD fit.
Again, I've given Monica and Jamie an open invitation.
They'll be generous and call it episode 2. Don't worry.
Yeah, I've given Monica and Jamie an open invitation. Name us angry YouTubers, please.
Oh,
please, because I will stream for 12 hours laughing hysterically at you.
I want to set it up so that every time, if they actually named us, that I would have to work it into the intro somehow, like how Nick has the hypocrisy, right?
I sincerely hope they name you guys. I think that would be absolutely funny.
They 1.5 is called halftime.
I promise you, they will not. But it would be the. I mean, it's already the funniest thing.
They know that any publicity.
Just the fact that they've all but said our name.
I hope they name drop you like Elaine has name dropped that Umbrella Man. I don't know how many times in court.
Anyway.
Oh my gosh, that was great.
You know what? You should put your money where your mouth is and help Vic pay all the money he owes us.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's gonna need it.
money you're
But I
not entitled to
do
yet.
love the idea of all the angry YouTubers as angry birds.
Those bastards.
I know.
He's won hundreds of thousands
And
of
if
dollars.
only I had a giant slingshot to just fling
Right.
them far away.
I mean, that's
don't
all
need
they
it.
are.
You're the two
And
giant
I mean,
pigs
same
from
thing
Angry
Boy,
Birds.
too.
that slingshot's going to do you a lot of good when all the quote unquote harassment is occurring on the internet.
They're
Is
targeting me
Monica-
specifically.
Is Monica threatening violence against YouTubers?
I think so. I think I should report her to
That's a
the
death
FBI
threat.
or to Homeland Security. Sorry, but no, they don't need the slingshots. They're the two giant pigs from Angry Birds. They just don't see it.
Yeah. That's got to go in the next thumbnail.
Slingshot fired.
Yeah, if we're the Angry Birds, they're the giant pigs.
Right? Like the same thing with the fan club as with the YouTubers, right? Are you better off listening to the YouTubers? Does it make you happy or does it make you angry? When you're
Me happy.
One's in the chat if you're happy.
Angry Birds.
sitting
If it
there,
makes
are
you
they,
happy, like
are
the
they
stream.
enraged? Are they red-faced and yelling? Are they mocking people? Are they being cruel
Here
and
it comes.
unreasonable? Does it
Literally, yes.
sometimes make you cringe when they say the things that they say?
Because
You
I
make
have
it
a
cringe.
vagina? Is that it? Ron Big Cock. Oh, Big Cock. I'll go with Big Cock. Big Cock.
Are some of the things obvious lies?
Sorry, those are the moments I cringe the hardest.
Montoya has never been accused of having a big cock. Let's just put that out there right now. That is
That's-
also defamation.
Exactly.
lies, but you're okay with it? Ask yourself why. Why are you involved in something so toxic? Why are you listening to people who know nothing about the industry? Why are you going
Appeal to
people
authority
who
again.
are just going to make you angry
And miserable.
You have to be angry.
Knowing about the industry
There's so
has to
many
do with
other
knowing
options
about
out there
the
besides.
sexually
I was
harassed.
I'm sorry. I was gonna ask. This came out in March, right?
Mhm.
So again, for the past year or more, the hashtag I've seen with Vic has been kind of dead. Two, I think the only so Vic hasn't been a huge subject of like the big YouTubers, and I'm guessing they're talking about those people like Nick and Tug and Yellow Flash for a while, except with the exception of Nick having Vic on for an interview. That was really the only thing. But they're publishing this in March, maybe reacting to what happened that first year, because that first year was when everyone was talking about Vic, when the I Stand With Vic tag was most active. But right now, it's not active at all. And I seriously doubt, even if they were getting harassed back then, which, I mean, I guess I think it's safe to assume they were probably getting a ton of hate too and a ton of troll comments, and I wouldn't be surprised that they were. However, nowadays I just don't see it. Like
Yeah,
I see I see a few people like arguing back and forth, but it's usually they're arguing back and forth between like the Emmets of the world, not really interacting with Monica or Jamie. And this year has been largely focused on other things because we're still waiting for appeals. We're still waiting for appeals. So the conversation and the culture and on Twitter and social media and YouTube has kind of died for now because we're still waiting on appeals.
Yeah, I mean, none of the people I haven't seen Tug talk about this in the only person I've seen talk about Vic in the last like year and a half, other than just like addressing quick comments in super chats on Ricada stream, is Vera Dark, and she only brought up Vic because of them doing their podcast and she was reacting to it, right?
So
and then
I think that this is an attempt to refire that controversy. This might be their attempt to refire that, or they really want that, or for some reason
they want it back. Like honestly, I think that they want the attention. They miss it, right? They want every day to be able to point to this person, that person, this person, that person, but Hirohei has changed his content style to the point where he literally is just talking about Genshin Impact all the time and Spy Family. Yellow Flash hasn't talked about Vic in years. Tug hasn't talked about him in any meaningful way in all this time, right? So it's like all the people that they referred, they're still living in that early time period right now. I mean, the only reason that we're even having any success with this at all is because we're the only ones covering it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's absurd for them to think that, like, oh, are they red-faced? It's like, when have I ever been red-faced on the show? When have I been yelling and screaming into the mic? You know, it doesn't happen.
I'll say that's me. I've done it a couple of times. Or gotten heated, a little hot under the collar. There you go.
Here's the deal. What's going on to me is that they've made their careers on being victims, and they are no longer victims. Their victim attention is dwindling off. Like you said, none of the big YouTubers are talking about them, so they have to rekindle their victimhood. They have to rekindle all this harassment and all this
because
other
their
bullshit that they're
orbiters
supposedly going to,
and their fan base rallies behind them in defense of the quote-unquote angry YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
But when you don't have angry YouTubers YouTubing at you, what do you have? Right? Nothing. Nick barely covered their first episode, and you got to keep in mind that everything that they're saying right now in this recording that we're watching is in reference to the response to the first episode. All the stuff we've done the last couple weeks about this episode, they hadn't even seen yet when they recorded this.
It's Notice Me, Senpai. It's screaming, Notice Me, Senpai. It's the same thing Emmett's doing with back anime. Notice
that
me,
is so
senpai.
pathetic. You know, I've avoided talking about Emmett and any of the people like him who are literally like, and it's just the same thing. It's like you said, it's about the relevancy. There was no relevancy before Vic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kick Vic gave them the opportunity to be somebody, to get attention, right? So the Emmett Plants and all of them, they're soaking it up because that's the way that they got, you know, some notoriety. That's the way somebody even knows your name, right?
How dare you not know who Emmett Plant is? How dare you not recognize him for the one musical score he had on the one Star Trek project? Now he is the god of the franchise. He is all-knowing and all-powerful in Star Trek. How dare you not recognize that?
I didn't realize that there would be anyone in the Star Trek fandom that would be more insufferable than Will Wheaton, but we found him, and his name is Emily Plank.
Don't forget Alex Peters or whatever that guy's name is. He's as insufferable as Emmett is.
And the thing about Emmett, the thing about Emmett, once again, is that like clockwork, that white knight male feminist is there with his projection and pointing the finger at somebody else and rallying behind, like, yeah, cancel that guy. Meanwhile, the sexual healing going on in his Discord, you know,
and begging for panty pics, which is just great.
Yeah. Perception, you'll like this. Tell me that Emmett Plant does not look like a fat Jack Murphy.
If he had the stripes, yeah, you're right.
just picture the gray stripes down the sides of his beard.
They're all like cut from the same cloth. Emmett Plant, like I couldn't tell if he was threatening to sue people or if he was begging, like literally begging Bach Anime to sue him. I couldn't figure it out because I was trying to follow his logic and I just couldn't. But like I think he desperately wants to be a party to litigation, and it doesn't matter how he gets there. But the thing is that he's worth nothing, and he's just kind of, I think a good TRO, a temporary restraining order is needed for Emmett Plant because he's worth nothing.
I don't even think you need it because he's so ineffective.
Well,
like, I was surprised people were even like about the stuff he said he was going to do at Back Anime, right? Like he has zero power.
My thing, and I'm obviously not looking at it like a guy would, a girl would. Emmett Plant is one of those type of guys, like male feminists. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, they always and from his messages that are, you know, we could bully him for that. They're not like super bad, but like they're hypocritical, right? But they show a certain like abuse of power that like is a tendency of abuse of power, like or like the sneaky manipulation kind of, I'm the nice guy, I'm owed something. And that type of guy can be, and I guess when it comes to men dealing with other men like that, they're not really a threat to them. I'm in the mindset that a kind of a guy like that, he's showing a bunch of red flags, and when he's like suddenly going out of state, flying to another state to an anime convention, which is he's not
drove because he lives in like Tempe, Arizona, I think.
Yeah,
he went to another state. He to an anime convention, anime which he has no interest in, to do something to try, like, even if it wasn't harassing, even it just seems like it's like I
hear you. No, you're right. I mean,
I saw it as an escalation, and those types of guys can get dangerous.
Yeah.
They might not be physically imposing, but if they have a weapon, then that changes things. I don't know. Like, when it comes to those guys, those types of guys scare me more. The Ron Toys and the Emmett Plants of the world scare me more because they're very. They when they minimize the shit that they've been caught in, they don't take responsibility. They think they are owed something, and then when they don't get it, they start escalating, and they're more likely to be violent. And in Ron Toy's case, we saw that he can be violent. And I'm sorry, but Emmett Plant is one of those people that I'm just like, that was an escalation. And I would say if I were in, like, I guess Vic doesn't really care, but like if I was in that position, I'd be like, okay, you're getting a restraining order. That was a serious escalation.
So this kind of goes back to what I've been saying before about when you're a bouncer in a bar or a club, the people you look out for are the short guys, because when they get drunk, they're the ones who have something to prove, right? And the way I kind of look at it is, when you react to the things that people like Emmett do, you fuel the response that he wanted out of you, so he escalates more. Whereas if he spent money to drive with gas as expensive as it is all the way to Bakersfield from Tempe, Arizona, assuming that's where he lives, I think it was, and then he walked away with nothing to show for it, like, that de-incentivizes him to follow Vic to the next con he gets. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, we've avoided talking about him, namely because he's just not even on my radar. I don't care about the guy. I'm pretty sure I'm blocked by the guy. And I just don't give a damn, right? I don't think that he's relevant, other than the fact that he's one of their 17 affidavits, and his story is just, yep, totally backing up. Remember, she said one of the events, one of three of the affidavits are about the same event from three different perspectives, right? I think he's one of those people, just like, yep, backing up my girlfriend, right? Anyway,
here's my direct and very, very crude and very, very honest opinion about Emmett Plant. Emmett Plant is a beta bitch. He is a beta bitch male. He is a male Amber Heard, and that's why people like Perception Check, she knows because she's seen it before, would be afraid of him, because this is the type of guy who exhibits violence against women, like a Ron Toye, that beta bitch male that has insecurities that he can't deal with himself, so he takes it out on other people with violence. Those are the people you have to watch out for, like a Ron Toye and an Emmett Plant, because they have insecurities that they cannot deal with, so they snap at people, whether it be another man if they have a weapon, which is most likely not the case because they're too scared to do it, which is why they result to beating women. If
they can't step up to a man.
Yeah, if it came out next year that Emmett Plant was getting a divorce from his wife because he beat her, I honest to God, would not be surprised. Not one bit.
So you previously said, don't you think Emmett Plant is like a fat Jack Murphy? He reminds me more, and this person is already fat, but he reminds me of Ethan Ralph.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Like, I see that a lot more.
Yes.
That's just for me.
Well, let's not talk about the rage pig. I mean, he did get beat up in Portugal again today. I don't know if you guys saw that.
The second time that's happened. How?
Because and Ethan Ralph thinks he's a professional wrestler. That's how he talks. That's how he acts. If you've ever listened to Ethan Ralph talk or any of this kill stream stuff, the man literally thinks he is a professional wrestler. He thinks his life is some WWE storyline.
My entire knowledge of Ethan Ralph just comes from the notifications I get from Mr. Medicare.
We were talking about Emmett Plant, so I zoned out for a little bit. But now I've heard Ethan Ralph, so I've come
Oh,
back.
no.
Why are we talking about Ethan Ralph?
Because they're very
Ralph-
similar.
Because
Yeah.
Ethan Ralph and Emmett Plant are each other's spirit animals.
Did you-
Ethan Ralph has lost every fight he's had with a man, and he notably
Did you
always
see the news today?
Yes.
notably he always attacks women on Twitter because he'll get into beefs with guys like he'll go get into beef with Nick Rekieta, and the first thing he goes after is his wife. He gets into a beef with Medicare, and the first thing he goes after is his wife, and it's like and starts like ripping into them and insulting them, even though they have absolutely nothing to do with the situation. It's because
he's trying to trigger his target. He's trying
Yeah.
to trigger Nick into response, or trying
Yeah.
to trigger Medicare into response. It's what he does.
Mhm.
It's his only go-to.
Is AC going for another piss?
Like probably.
So
But
the
it's like,
third
oh.
time
Yeah,
in one
it's-
night.
The kind,
It's really sad to
the
watch
kind
it.
of guys.
I just thought it was funny that he got beat up in Portugal again.
us first again. This is the second time he's been to Portugal, and once more. Although, I think the thing is that Cog was there and he was laughing at him, and then I think Ethan technically started the fight, but I do think I don't like the fact that Cog went there to mess with him. Like I said,
I'm not saying he was in the right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. But like I was gonna go ahead and say that now. Like I don't condone what Cog did. However, Ethan
funny.
kind of escalated that immediately and then got his shit kicked in. Like every time he steps up to a man, he gets his shit kicked in, and it's obvious why he can't why he goes after women instead, because he feels like he can just like pummel them down, like with the Chrissy Mayer thing and the Brittany
Because women are
Venti
weak
thing.
by nature.
Yeah.
That was
Sorry,
embarrassing.
And that's what those
probably
yeah.
people's ass.
Lance, were you saying something earlier?
Yeah, I wanted to point out is like what always kills me was some of these beta male kind of guys, white knight kind of things that kind of piss me off. Just like it is this most desperate bullshit that makes me laugh when they can't disagree with a girl. They can't have a conversation, but I'll be damned if they can have this whole concept of, oh man, I'm on your side, all this bullshit. But man, I can't think for 5 seconds for myself. Can follow everything they say though. And that's a very dangerous to me. That's
my
a
pregnant
dangerous
woman
kind of guy to
bladder.
be around.
I have had.
Oh, you pregnant? What do you do?
I have had 2
Do you know-
energy drinks. In fact, I got this one.
He does live in
a new one I found. Ghost Energy, Sour Patch Kids flavored.
Oh my
They have
God.
another flavor.
Does it taste exactly
Sour
like
Warheads. Oh man, that's a great flavor.
Does it
Sour
taste
Patch
exactly
Kids
like them?
It's pretty good. I'll give it that. But I like the Sour Warhead one a lot more. But they seem to be like a brand new company who are like going to gas stations and convenience stores and whatnot and selling them their product to sell in the store, because I bought everything that they had in the store, which was just 6 cans, two flavors, or 2 cans per flavor. So anyway, let's sorry, and I've also had like I don't know, 5 water bottles tonight.
You sound buzzed.
It gets really
as fuck, dude. Like you have a lot of energy.
Well, it gets really hot in here, as you can fucking tell. So I just continually drink water all night on the podcast because of how hot it gets.
Just drench yourself in the water next time.
You know what they say. It's getting hot in here.
Oh no.
Wait,
no,
that's
no.
for the OnlyFans. My bad.
That's not safe for YouTube.
Also, we're 4 minutes away from the ending of this. Let's go.
Let's finish this shit.
You're only 2 minutes in from the 6.
The angrier you are, the more money they make.
Exactly.
And it's off you.
Wait, hold on. She's telling me the secret to making money. I need
To be angry. There are so many other options out there besides this rage baiting, because the angrier you are, the more money they make.
Exactly.
And it's off you. They're completely taking advantage of you. And, as
I'm
much as I
taking
don't
advantage of you,
want
Please
to
get whatever degree of
have
angry you
compassion
need to send
for
me
all
money.
of these people that hate us. You don't have to be our fans. You don't have to like us if you're listening.
Pause it real quick.
But you can
This
do
is a quick
better.
point. I swear, it's a quick
Sure,
point.
go ahead.
Does anybody in this chat hate Monica?
I do not hate Monica.
I said earlier I do hate her.
I do
women
hate
like
Jamie,
her.
but I
hate
hated
women
her
like them.
before all this started. So there is that.
Jamie, the hatred for Jamie was also preceded this controversy. I did not hate Monica at the time. I do hate her now, and I do hate women like her. I hate women like Amber Heard. So I'm just gonna be honest. I do hate her. I just can't lie about that. So I'll be.
Perception check as a Chud who hates women confirmed.
Okay, I just wanted to see where the hatred level was. I'm indifferent to them, which I think is worse than hate, because in order to hate somebody, you have to care about them. And I don't.
You
care
feel
about these
nothing.
broads.
I think
don't care about these broads.
It's
one way or
worse
another.
than
I'm
hating
completely
them.
indifferent to them.
You nothing them.
Well, the reason why I hate women like this specifically is because they do a huge disservice to they destroy the credibility of real victims, and that's what it's my soapbox. It's my soapbox. It's something I'm passionate about.
I don't like it.
And
I like women
and
like
they're
this who, for
weaponizing
some reason, rate their own fault. I'm like, God.
And not only that, they're weaponizing these false allegations to completely destroy men who are like who do not deserve this. And it's like it's such a scary place to be, because you can drive people over the edge over lies, and that I don't know. It's just
think about it like this: if they'll do this to the guy, they'll do it to you too.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
It's not gender exclusive. Their just target is a dude right now. Anybody who will lie. I will lie on anyone, and that's how the world works.
So I'm the source of your anger. So theoretically, I should be making you money, but I think they're wrong about that. So
they're just mad. You can tell they keep bringing it up. They hate it.
They want to be making the bucks.
Well, to be clear, I don't hate Monica, but I definitely hate.
I don't hate either of them.
The actions she's taken. You know, like I would love it for. Let me phrase this carefully. What I mean is, I think that I would welcome her back into my good graces, so to speak. You know, like I would be willing to put things behind us, and it would be way easier had appeals not take a goddamn eternity. But when this goes through the courts, and you know, basically they have to put up or shut up with all their quote unquote evidence, then I think there is a reality on the other side where I could return to enjoying her roles in anime and whatnot. But you know, the ball's in her court in regards to, you know, owning up to the bullshit she's pulled, you know. Whereas, like I said, with Jamie, it's like, no, it ain't happening. Sorry, I'm not going to forgive you so easily. That Gamergate line was way over the line.
I can't bring myself to care about him either way. Like I just
mostly I'm just apathetic at this point, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And all these people who are desperately seeking attention, like an Emmett Plant, I honestly just feel bad for.
Yeah, I try to. Like, I sometimes slip up and interact with those guys, but I try my best to just ignore them. But sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I slip and I'm like, damn it, I promised myself I wouldn't interact. And then I do, so.
Right.
Very fair point, Stan. You can forgive them in other actions. Fair point.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm coming from. It's like, at this point, it's just, you know, it gets more difficult the more they dig their heels in. I'll say that much, but
than that.
I just don't understand why you'd want to focus on the negative like that. Like, why do you want to focus? There's enough hate and anger and vitriol and war in this world, especially right now. The last thing we need is to spend our free time arguing on the internet, or being cruel, being mean, being spiteful. Like, it just adds to this horrible feeling that's kind of lingering in the air now. Why not be a voice of positivity? Why not be a voice for optimism? And
is she or is she not literally describing Vic right there?
She's stealing his lines.
A voice for optimism and positivity? Is
That's
that, or is that
thing.
not exactly who he is?
That is exactly who he is.
Well, since you want to attribute everything we say to Vic Mignogna, tell your fucking dogs to leave Vic alone when he has a convention invite. Since you can attribute everything that I say or any of us say to Vic Mignogna, we can attribute your fans' actions to you, can't we? So call off your dogs and tell them to leave Vic alone.
What I like about that line is that whenever somebody's losing or they know they're losing in like in a battle or something, let's all be friends. Let's all hold hands. Let's all sing songs.
I just realized something. What they're doing is projecting all of their bad actions onto Vic and Vic's supporters.
Well, yeah.
While they're taking on all the Vic's message from the very beginning was to be positive, share positive experiences. Don't get into Vic's not gonna, what do you call it? He's not gonna avow what I did. He's not gonna approve of what I did. He's gonna disavow me for what I just said about Jamie and Monica. But I'm my own person, so I don't care. But Vic's stance and most of Vic's support, like his reasonable rangers, most of them share this stance is to share positive experiences, be positive, focus on that kind of stuff, and don't focus on the internet fighting and the negative. He doesn't want that. And she's taking his persona onto her, and she's saying, "This is me," and then all our bad actions are on Vic. It's like some kind of weird, like they're I don't even know what to call that. I need Ken there, because it's not just projection, because they're projecting their own issues onto Vic and his supporters, but then taking all Vic's supporters and Vic's positives, or how he's trying to deal with the situation in a positive way. They're taking his actions and saying that that's them, not him. Basically, I don't know what that's called.
It's the
I don't think
bait and switch. It's
so real quick, I want to
super positive.
I want to acknowledge Stan told me to check my PayPal. Thank you, Stan, for the $20 with the subject line of "for the many hours of work on this podcast, along with the many hours of torture on your ears." Thank you so much.
Now you have to start raging, because that's how you make money, getting angry.
Yeah,
I don't even have it in me to rage. I can't even, like I said, I can't even remember the last time I've legitimately just been furious. Like as a parent,
but I can remember when I raged, and that was today.
Just comes with the job.
I raged talking about Damon's situation, that's for sure, because the fat motherfucker just can't leave well enough alone. And yes, I'm gonna call Emmett Plant fat as many times as I can, because I know it bothers him.
Well, yeah, if it didn't, he wouldn't have a ancient profile picture.
He should, try to like improve himself and lose some weight. Dude, do that. Go to a gym. It'll help you.
I've given them the blueprint to win. I have told them how to avoid this. You know how you win against fat jokes? Lean into them. Make worse jokes, and it'll completely diffuse the situation.
Or
anything you called, if you can call
you
yourself
you deal with any joke. If you're a man, you don't let it bother you, and you just ignore it.
Well, if for people in general,
we're talking about Emmett Plant here,
they care.
Yeah. The idea that he's a man is
well.
We're not biologists here.
I mean, can you be considered a man?
You take it on the chin, you move on.
In 5 years. I'm just curious.
All right.
How old is Emmett?
I'm not sure who we're talking about. I just responding honestly.
My little guess is he's like 45. I think he's in his mid-40s.
He's old.
3 minutes.
And helping others come from a place of darkness to a place of light.
She's talking about Vic.
Like you said earlier,
exactly
if you're going to stand with Vic, fine, but cheer him on. Applaud his accomplishments. Don't sit here and bash us. That does nothing to
Vic, I'm going to applaud your accomplishment of getting out of that NFT project. Good job,
Vic. The
Vic.
thing is that that's what the overwhelming amount of his supporters are doing. Like, there's only a few people left that are really in those fights, and I don't see them going after Monica or Jamie directly. Maybe they have a few trolls still, but I just don't see that as like that's the overwhelming majority of his supporters are focused on what he's doing and supporting him and promoting whatever projects he's on, or whatever signings he does, or whatever convention appearances he manages to get like outside of the attack dogs, as you put so eloquently put it, they're still trying to get him disinvited from conventions. And that's really the only time the fighting gets really bad, is when they're going after conventions. And I don't see them going after Jamie or Monica all that much. Not as much as going after the people directly trying to mess with Vic.
Yeah.
That's what more most of the current fighting is. So I just don't see the harassment that Jamie and Marky allege that they're still getting. I just don't see it, and I think you're overblowing it. I think you're making things about yourself.
Well, I think honestly, like we said before, I think that they want it to come back. They want the anger. They're like putting this out into the universe because they want people to be making content about them constantly, because there's no such thing as bad press at the end of the day.
Nope.
You know, and their Twitter engagement improves when they have people coming after them. You know,
So you admit we don't cover episode 2.
It's
what?
You admit we shouldn't cover episode 2.
We shouldn't cover episode 2. No, I think I'm too committed at this point.
Episode 2.
Referring to this as episode 1.5 because the halftime thing is its own separate Q&A in between podcasting.
And yet it was the exact same thing.
I feel like
more of this shit.
Right?
Q&A is literally the halftime of the podcast run. Like episode 2 is actually going to be the final one.
You mean to tell me there's more of this shit?
We'll see.
There probably
That'll be the final
I'm guessing.
And what do you mean? I guess that's what he means. That's what it is. That is the fact. Episode 2 is the
Random Levin is
episode.
He's speaking directly to the universe and speaking life to his desire here that this ends here.
His dream. Equivalent exchange. This man's feelings for this to stop.
Well, this is a perfect time to announce that Vic Mignogna will be attending Anime Matsuri this year, one of the biggest conventions in the United States, and Monica and Jamie will not. Wow, wow.
Wow, wow.
It's a mood point. I'd
like to go back. I'd like to go back to our super chatter here, Sticky Hams, and say that I'm pretty sure it was Sticky Hams who said this. There was that one part of the podcast where they said, we don't want to go to a convention that has somebody who sued us, right? And I think it was Sticky Ham said in the comments, it's like, I'm sorry, it's because he sued you, not the attempted rape, that you don't want to be there with them, right?
Because they keep forgetting that that's their story because it's not real,
right?
That it
doesn't resonate with them. That's not the part that grinds their gears because it's fake.
They can't stay in that mindset because it's a lie.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It seems
what they are
reasonable
actually angry about is that they got sued. That's what they're really passionate about. They're not mad about the
they're not angry that
because it didn't happen.
Yeah, they're not angry about the hugs in the in the Funimation lobby and all that. They're not angry about any of that stuff because it didn't bother them when it happened. It was only a convenient device later. The thing, like you said, that they're angry about is the fact that he called them out on it and took them to court.
Mm-hmm.
Help Vic in a more positive light, right?
Absolutely.
And same thing with our fans. Like, if you're a fan of ours, like, there's no reason to go bash them. Like, seriously, let them do their thing. You have much better things to spend your time on. If you're even like thinking about it, you know, send one of us a cat meme or something ridiculous or some silly TikToks, and we'll distract you.
Yeah.
I feel they definitely have been watching our podcast.
Do you hear Dot snoring right now?
No,
Listen.
I can't. Wait. No, your booth is damn good because I can't
God,
hear.
I can hear. Hold on. Let me see if she does it again with the door open. Oh, she got up. You're snoring so loud, baby. She's gonna go to the other room. Matt probably heard it.
He's gonna turn it up so everybody can hear it.
All this out.
You hear the snoring?
Yeah.
Oh, she's so loud.
Why are we
She was just in the other room.
listening
She
to
wasn't
this?
in the booth with me. She's just in the other room. See, that snores a lot.
You see, you have failed on your editing.
That's why I have to lock Bruce out of the room when I record. Because even though I've got a Studio Bricks, which for you guys that don't know, it's like it's really nice, and it really locks out sound. Like there's construction happening on our street that's been going on forever.
Oh,
but it really works. But man, that cat, because there's a glass door on it and he can see me, he will stand at the door with his little paws like clawing at it and just
let it run.
I'm like, dude, they can hear you.
He wants you to come out and play with him.
I know, but now I have to lock him out of all
Lance,
the doors.
we're just gonna get through the last
let me know when to bring it out.
We got a minute.
You know, like it happens.
Okay,
It happens.
I'll wait.
So I guess that's it for halftime.
I'll
it was
hold it.
long.
It was long.
Are we there yet?
Halftime. We had a lot
No.
of questions though,
We
and I mean,
did.
we may not always do a halftime.
Right.
We will if we have questions. So if you have questions, please send them to testimony is evidence.
Yes,
at
at
gmail.com. And of course, you can check out more information, documents, other fun stuff, and not fun stuff. On
right.
We will be in touch.com. We're going to try to get some of our some other pictures of us together because we have been friends for so long.
No one wants to
I
see
think
more
pictures
of
we
you.
just haven't had a chance to
I hope
get
they
them up. So we'll
put
try to
this
put some more
picture
pictures
up
up
there.
there. Maybe some party stuff, little quinceanera fun.
Some island
Prom
stuff.
fun.
Oh my god, that's music.
So
Yeah,
until next
the music
time.
is. I can't cut around
Thank
the
you guys
music.
so
It would be real
much.
Thank you
choppy.
all for your love and support, and even those that don't love and
not
support you,
balanced.
you know what?
Mhm.
We love and support you regardless. So
Wow.
Clearly you don't.
I'm just gonna throw love out there because even if you hate me,
I'm so
I'm gonna say
honored.
I love you.
My
Because the
goodness.
reason you
Bots
hate
to
me is
wait.
because there's something
So you would
sad
love
in
and
your
support
heart.
us.
That's right. People who are happy
We-
don't hate.
So have we been
We're gonna
listening
send
to
you
the
love and make fun
uncut
of you.
version this whole time?
Quietly
No.
to ourselves.
Okay, I gotta. This
Just be
music
real.
is not balanced.
I mean,
This is the music is by J. Michael Tatum.
but
All right, I guess
until the next
until
time,
next time.
It's way too
we
loud.
will be in touch.
Ugh.
Yay!
Oh
There's
my
an
God.
outtake. Hold
Okay,
on.
We had laid
my
low
comment.
and done the
There's an outtake. Hold on 1 second.
wow.
work to become a better person. Oh my God, you scared the shit out of me! I'm sorry. Ron just came to the door.
Ron would scare the shit out of her.
He would come
you
on
can
the
leave that
door.
in there, Matt. That was
Yeah, leave
adorable.
that in there.
Hi,
That's fine.
babe. I'll
He
be
came
out in
to
a
the door.
second.
Can I come out of the corner now? Are you done?
The cackling. The cackling.
Oh my God. So anyway,
Ugh, the
We
cackling.
did it. Oh Jesus!
Thank
Um,
God.
Corner now? Are you
I-
done?
May
Am I
the
allowed out of my
evil
closet?
never be present
I-
in our lives again.
I will
I earned
give
that
them,
$20 from Stan tonight.
I'll give them the 1 point. I will give them 1 point. Okay. They did tell their fans to not mess with Vic. Whether or not their fans will listen to them is another story. Obviously, people are their own persons. But like, I will give them that.
What
I will give
bands
them that
are
point.
left?
I mean, I guess they're simps essentially. I don't know. I'll give them that though. They did make that disclosure at the
BT
end
underdog.
there.
Drunkle John Cosplay is also speaking to the universe and new podcast in 3, 2, 1. Wouldn't that be
If they do it,
It'll
if
be
you guys do
uploaded
it
on Friday.
if you guys do a new podcast, Miss Rial and Miss Markey, could you maybe work on your audio balance? I know that I'm not really talented on this, but I'm a novice, obviously.
Yeah.
You guys should know something about that. And the fact that the
Um,
music was like sort of drowning you guys out is not good.
They have sound engineer Matt Grounds. taking
Well,
up
he
his background.
sucks.
Yeah.
There's gonna be another podcast. Make no mistake about it. They can't help themselves.
Also, I want to address real quick now that we're through it. Ronan said, "God damn it, where'd it go?"
I want to pop my back.
How the fuck are they quoting Two-Ton Tucson on their website? Oh my god!
Right.
Wait, really?
Right there, plaintiff bears the burden of proof.
Look who else is claiming on here.
Oh.
Who is Vic, and why does he have a moron representing him on a bumptious defamation claim? It is such a great idea to prove Vic is a public figure with a guy quoted on your own website who has no idea who he is. I love your tactic here. Great job. Anyway,
he's well known in the anime
douchebag-
community. He's not well
douchebag.
known in the general world.
Douchebag, bankrupt douchette.
Right.
Yeah.
So Ronan,
who potentially sent salmonella peanut butter to 5,000 kids. But
I can't wait to learn about this later. That's amazing. So Ronan said, send an email to Viz politely asking them to bring back Vic as Ikkaku. So that is something you guys can do. I would suggest it. Just simply show your support for Viz and for Bleach, and humbly request that they bring Vic back.
Yeah, Vic has said it himself. If you want to see him in your town, just let the conventions in the area know politely. Hey, there's this voice actor we like, Vic Mignogna. We'd like to see him. Can you invite him to your show? Don't harass them. Don't be mean. Don't be vindictive. Just ask. Just politely
that
ask.
Michelle message still gets me.
Right.
It pisses me off so much that she's so she thinks that her situation justifies lying about someone to destroy his life. It's just not proportional. I'm sorry.
All right, so now that we are done with the In Touch podcast, I want to invite you guys to stick around. But if you got to leave, I totally understand. We have an entire podcast still to do, so we're gonna jump right in. But I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to plug. If you want to split, you're welcome to. But your info is in the description for anybody who's watching. But yeah, go for it if you want to plug.
First of all, shame on you for streaming on a Wednesday when you know that I've been streaming Wednesdays.
Yeah, I realized on my first visit to take a leak that I stepped on your toes there, so I apologize for that.
It's fine. I just normally that's the only day I can really carve out time is to stream. I felt kind of bad you invited me. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go because I'm streaming too.
Don't even worry about it. But I'm glad you could be here. So especially since Ken Jennings has no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Ken Jennings, where are you?
Man, I have so many questions for him.
He's hosting Jeopardy again. That's why.
I would love to. The big question for him would be outside of an ethical, obviously. What his opinion about certain personality disorders, like maybe a BPD kind of deal, and I don't know. It's probably not.
Don't make a psychiatrist quit his job.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask him like that.
Is he even still working? Although he would still be bound to any ethical obligations, I'm sure. But I don't. I mean, is he still a therapist?
Yes, because he told me when we were going to have him on last podcast that he had a patient that had to go to the ER, and so he was unable to. He was unable to join us because he had been working for 20 hours straight, filing. What were his exact words?
I just knew he
an abuse hotline report.
Oh shit!
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
there's so many people that I need to talk to.
Who was it again? Someone went after him and got him fired, right?
Yeah, that was with the Sophie Long case a long time ago. He got fired from one of the old jobs.
Right. Well.
Yeah. Right.
Well, someday. Assuming he has not passed on, and which I really hope he's doing well. I think he did a show last week, so I think he's probably we'll connect with him at some point. But yeah, hopefully we can have him on and we can talk to him. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to move into our topics here.
I'm going to head out because it's almost one in the morning for me. Yeah, yeah. So.
You're a trooper. Thank you for being with us.
No problem, and thank you for having me, guys.
Of course.
All right,
I'm
bye-bye.
Probably also going to bow out too. I should have bowed out an hour ago. I don't know why I'm still here.
Well, I'm glad you could be here, man.
You guys are awesome. Thank you for hosting me once again, everybody. Links in the description. Make sure you support this podcast because they have been humble hosts, and I appreciate every last one of them. I do plan on having. You on Brad at some point as soon as I figure out how to work out StreamYard.
Yeah, if I'm available, I'll definitely jump on. But
hopefully we can talk about something besides Vic. I wanted to talk to Ken because I wanted to set up a stream with Ken about mental health, but so maybe one day. But yeah, if you guys ever want me to come back on and you're covering a subject that I have at least some knowledge to, like I'm not going to say that I'm the biggest anime person when it comes to knowledge of anime. I've watched a few shows and everything like that. It's just with Vic, I get bombarded with information all the time. So you guys are awesome. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we'll connect again.
Great. I'll definitely, as the podcast says, we'll be in touch.
All right, man.
You guys have a good night. Take it easy.
Laters.
All right, let us tackle this bitch. So, I would like to share something with you. In Japan's involvement in the war effort. So Japan is sending an additional $300 million in aid to Ukraine. I saved that image from staying on here. And I think that's what that was. I don't know. Also, China has voiced discontent with the EU-Japan position on the Senkaku Islands. Quote, Japan and the European Union have been speculating on China-related issues at the conference, smearing and discrediting China, interfering in China's internal affairs, and provoking regional confrontation. So I'm bringing this up because when it comes to Russia, Russia's been all about the Kunashir Islands here, and the Senkaku Islands all the way down here on the opposite end of Japan are in conflict with China. And China desperately wants ownership of the Senkaku Islands because they're even farther out than Taiwan. And that would kind of imply, of course, their ownership of Taiwan. Now, beyond that, even though... Now, I'm going to skip these, actually, because Footnam's not here. Do you guys remember we talked about the town in Yamaguchi that accidentally sent everybody's COVID-19 relief money to the same person?
Yes. I firmly remember this.
There's a lot of news that has come out about this, including man who accidentally received entire town's COVID-19 relief money vanishes.
No.
Man who got entire town's COVID-19 relief money believed to have lost it all at online casinos. And man who gambled entire Japanese town COVID relief money arrested.
Damn.
So,
and that's the trilogy.
A story and 3 headlines.
Yes. I'm going to speed read because these are actually pretty fun.
I like to believe that it wasn't actual gambling. I want to believe it was gotcha, like fate and stuff.
So the recipient said, quote, I will not run, and then ran. So last month, we reported on the curious case of one man receiving 46.3 million yen, or 360,000 US dollars, in 100,000 yen COVID-19 relief payments intended for 463 households in the town of Abu in Yamaguchi Prefecture. At the time, the mayor apologized for the clerical error that led to the mistake and was pursuing ways to get the money back, but quite a lot has happened since then. First, details about how the error occurred have come to light. The town compiled a list of all the applicants for the money and put all of their account information on a floppy disk to send to the bank in order to execute the transfers. Now, before you go scoffing at them for using storage tech from the days of leet wares, that part actually went off without a hitch.
Unlike the last. How did they not link to that other article about the police?
Right.
And
right.
These are notorious for linking to random articles, and the one where there's a link, they don't like a connection. They don't actually link to it.
It's probably because Master Blaster probably didn't write that other article. That might be why. So it wasn't fresh in his mind. The problem was that in tandem with the floppy disk, the town's transfer order was also sent to the bank online. It was there that the man in question's account was at the top of the list, but was apparently formatted in such an erroneous way that the bank mistook it for a sort of proxy that all the money should go to first and then be filtered into the proper accounts. When the man noticed the windfall in his account on the 8th of April, he seemed to have had one of those angel-devil shoulder moments, and the devil quickly won. Bit by bit, he began moving amounts of about 600,000 yen, which is roughly $6,000, every day for about 2 weeks to avoid detection. Meanwhile, the town realized what they had done and began looking for the money. When they found out where it went, they immediately tried to get in touch with the man, but had a hard time. It was almost as if he was avoiding them. After they finally caught up with him on the 21st of April, the man informed them that the money was gone from his account and that, quote, it cannot be undone anymore. I will not run. I will pay for my crime, end quote.
How much money did he get from the online casinos?
I don't know. We're gonna get to that pretty soon, though. This left officials in an awkward position legally, since they technically gave him the money through an error, and it wasn't exactly stealing in the crystal clear sense of the crime. They consulted lawyers and law enforcement, and on the 12th of May, finally took action by filing a lawsuit against the man, demanding 51.16 million yen, 397,000 US dollars, made up of the amount he took plus legal fees. There was just one problem. He was already long gone. In the time it took the town to take legal action against the man, he cleaned out his bank account, quit his job, abandoned his home, and went on the lam. It turned out he wasn't living there long anyway, having only moved to Abu in October of 2020 through their vacant house bank program. These types of programs help owners of vacant homes in rural areas rent them out, while also attracting younger people to repopulate these areas through tax breaks. Reporters spoke to the owner of the home, who described the 24-year-old man as, quote, a good boy, young and handsome. The landlord also said that he had received rent for the month of May, but is unsure if it will continue after that. Needless to say, a real circus is ballooning from this clerical error, and readers of the news are both amazed and ashamed by what has transpired so far. Quote, he's very slippery. This is a sad story. The officials gave him enough time to make his escape, that's for sure. If he was in his 70s, I could understand making a run for it, but at 24, that money isn't going to last. There's something very wrong with the system if this can happen. When the money runs out, he's still going to be a fugitive. There are so many cameras out there these days, I don't think he can get away with it. It does seem like the odds are very much stacked against this person. If the police can track individuals in a crowd of thousands using surveillance cameras, he would probably have to adopt a survivalist lifestyle in the wilderness to stay off their radar, which would ironically make all that money rather useless.
Or just put on your damn mask.
On the other hand, he still isn't technically being charged with a crime, so maybe the police won't go looking for him. According to a lawyer interviewed by Nikon Gendai, the lawsuit will go forward in his absence and is pretty much guaranteed to go in the town's favor. However, after 10 years, the order to pay damages will become invalid, and essentially, he will have gotten away with it if things remain the way they are. So then he lost it all in online casinos, right? So the generals were due. So the saga continues for the 24-year-old man, right, who took the money and ran. As we learned last time, upon receiving the bank transfer, the man gradually withdrew the money that was intended for 463 homes in Abu and Yamaguchi Prefecture in amounts of, $4,600 every day for roughly 2 weeks. When it was all gone, he finally returned the town's calls, but told them, quote, it cannot be undone. I will not run. I will pay for my crimes. This is easier said than done, however. Spending money that was given is a rather murky crime. So the town struggled to find the correct course of action, and in the end, they opted to sue him for the $394,000 with legal fees added in. However, by the time the lawsuit was filed, the man had gone on the run, quitting his job and abandoning his home. Holy shit, I should have skipped all these. With his true motives completely hidden, we could only speculate whatever Machiavellian plan he had concocted to stash the money and wait out his debt's 10-year statute limitation. I had a theory he was moving the money through crypto and meat. That's what I would have done. Mainly because I always wanted to find a use for this stock image. Oh, why does this exist? Bitcoin is ground beef?
Well.
But with this most recent development, I may have grossly overestimated this person. On the 16th of May, a lawyer claiming to represent the man held a press conference. Although he said he didn't know the current whereabouts of the man, he said he had been in communication with him. At the press conference, he simply reiterated the man's claims, saying that the money had run out and that it could not be returned, stopping short of any details where it might have went.
Yeah, it went
What
to
the
gotcha games.
A news conference with the lawyer who either doesn't want to be identified or has a very saucy face tattoo. I guess he was maybe pixel blurred or whatever. Shortly afterward, JNN reported that people involved with the man were told that he had spent it all at a number of online casinos. When asked about the revelation, Abu Mayor Norihiko Hanada expressed his doubts, saying, quote, it's hard to think that such a large amount of money would be used up so quickly. So I wonder if that's the case. He added that he expects the truth to come out in the trial. Comments online, meanwhile, were divided over whether to believe someone could squander such a large sum of money in such a fast and ridiculous way. Oh, Kaiji. Is that the plot of Kaiji? That he gambles this huge windfall of money? I know it's a gambling anime, but anyway. What's he talking about? He can totally give it back. Just get a job. If he used an online casino, isn't it technically a crime now? It takes a special kind of talent to be able to lose that much money that quickly. Maybe he played at the same table as people he knew and like laundered the money that way. He probably expected to win big enough and fast enough so he could return the original amount hastily soon after and pocket the rest. Honestly, that's my thoughts here, right? Like the way I see it, I figure if I had like $1 million end up in my bank account and I knew I was going to have to give it back, like you would say, okay, look, I'm going to play blackjack. I'm going to bet all of it. And if I win, I double my money and I give back the $1 million and I still get to keep the $1 million, right? But if you lose, it's like, well, life wasn't that great anyway. I guess I'm going to jail.
So, the police are just going to say that doesn't count. You stolen funds. Give us that too.
Give us that too. Right. Well, alternatively, what I probably would do, because honestly, it's a safer bet probably is, well, I guess I'm putting it all in Bitcoin. Hopefully it goes up a penny, right? God, can you imagine putting $1 million in Bitcoin? It goes up 1 penny, how much money you would make?
A lot.
So while some complex theories emerge that the man could have somehow manipulated the online gambling market to launder his gains, it's hard to read that last comment and imagine it having gone any other way. It would certainly explain his initial behavior in avoiding the town officials and his remorse when finally contacted. There's still a fair chance that this is yet another lie in the ever-growing web that surrounds his missing money, though. And this story appears far from over. Still, it really is beginning to look like they should have aired that Gunma-chan episode that dealt with the dangers of gambling after all. Wow. That is a stretch for an article. It might have helped this guy. And then lastly, he was arrested. All right, let's see if I can skip these first two paragraphs. Despite the loss of a good chunk of the town's annual budget, they had considered problems taking firm legal action since they technically gave him the money. From a legal standpoint, it'd be as if I left a duffel bag full of cash in a random stranger's house. I probably would blame myself more than anyone if I had never got it back. Granted, that's an oversimplification of the situation, and factors such as the man's awareness of how the money arrived in his bank account also come into play. But the situation still made pressing criminal charges. What? But the situation still made pressing. Oh, I don't know how I missed the last word there. But the situation still made pressing criminal charges that would stick difficult. That's all changed now, however, thanks to a recent development such as the man's objectively boneheaded decision to blow all 46.3 million yen of the accidental transfer at online casinos. Aside from being a horrible waste of money, it also put him in the crosshairs of law enforcement as committing fraudulent use of a computer. Wow. I'd like to see like the casework behind that, like how you could also be accused of the same crime there. Like what's the word? The breadth of that charge is. This is a conveniently vague. Oh, there you go. This is a conveniently vaguely defined crime that pretty much just involves using technology to obtain money or goods dishonestly. One past example of fraudulent use of a computer was the case of an elderly woman in Wakayama who tricked her supermarket self-checkout scanner by putting discount stickers on full-price items she wanted to buy. So it's pretty wide-reaching. Yeah, I think we covered this. She figured out that the stickers that they put on things applied a 50% discount or whatever to whatever the thing was. So she was taking stickers off products and putting them on more expensive products and reaping the rewards.
Mm-hmm. It's the whole bento thing where it's got the sticker on it.
In the case of this defendant, who has now been officially named as Sho Taguchi, He was using a smartphone app to gamble, which automatically withdrew money from his account as he played. By using a computer-like device to move money, which he knew wouldn't belong to him, or which he knew didn't belong to him, police believe he was engaging in computer fraud. A newly launched investigation into his activity revealed that he had done it about 34 times in the 11-day period that it took him to squander everything. Wow. Despite initial calls for his arrest, online comments now seem unsatisfied with this development, based on the notion that he wouldn't be able to pay back the money if he were in prison. Are they stupid? How can he return the money if he's arrested? I would have been way too scared to try something like that. So is the person who sent him the money not getting punished? Right? Fucking right?
Yep.
Can't return any money while under arrest. Would you throw your life away for 40 million? This is so stupid. This is stupid and too late, right? How could you make the argument that he never would have committed the crime if he wasn't sent the money in the first place? Along the same lines, it wouldn't be surprising if Taguchi's lawyer is preparing a defense that he was the victim in all this. Considering the almost superhuman speed at which he lost so much money gambling and the digital receipts to prove it, it probably wouldn't be a stretch to diagnose him with a gambling addiction. Media spoke to his former landlord and coworker prior to his going on the lam, both of whom said that he was always a very mild-mannered and punctual person, further strengthening the case that he was an essentially good guy who had a momentary lapse of control over his inner demons during a moment of intense temptation. On the other hand, he also seems to have a chronic habit of screwing up. So we'll see if another revelation comes out.
He's a fuck up.
that blows that whole defense out of the water in the coming days.
The only thing that makes sense is if he literally lost it all, I guess, in one go. How is he completely broke? Not when you gamble, a lot of times you get back to at least sometimes a small winning. He must have done something.
You'll have
to
to forgive me as I take another leap.
Gambling works. That's not how gambling works. You gamble, you lose it all.
Well, I mean, I guess if he gambled everything in one shot, it depends on the kind of gambling, I guess.
No matter what the amount. If you gamble, you lose it all if you don't win. That's the point.
Yeah, well, yes, there. But what don't? Okay. I see where you're taking what I said because the way I phrased it. How? Okay, he had 40 million yen. How the fuck did 40 million yen turn to nothing? Over
in 11 days,
he had to do multiple times. He had to do this over and over and over
he
again.
Could on the slot machines every time.
That would be the only thing. So yeah, this guy is a really big idiot. Like it has to be something of that level of stupidity. Also, how fast did they let him know? He probably
spent it all on his food and lodgings once he got out of his house. I mean, hotel rental isn't cheap.
Yeah, heck, basic renting a house isn't cheap. But yeah, he probably did something. He probably just went spin crazy. But how fast did they let him know that this wasn't his? Like he could have just had this whole stroke process mindset of, oh my god, they were giving us stimulus and they just happened to give me 40 million yen. It's a stretch, but we've seen dumber. Just playing devil's advocate for a second there. No other comments?
No,
people have gambling problems. They'll keep gambling and you get into a vicious cycle, right? You're like, okay, well, I'm gonna bet half of it and see if I can just double half of it, and then you lose it and you're like, oh shit,
and you're like, fuck, now I need to get that back, right?
Yeah.
So I gamble another half of it. Right, and then I need to gamble more and more because otherwise I'm never gonna get it back. So
I'm not walking home tonight.
Fucking idiot gambling online. Don't gamble online. It's hard. It's harder for them to swindle your money if you gamble with actual cards at a real casino.
Right.
And I would be hard pressed to believe that 98% of online gambling isn't just straight up. The house is pretty much going to always win. Is the way I'm just going to phrase it.
Going into gambling in an actual casino with 42 million yen, whatever, Just go to the freaking roulette table and bet on everything.
Yeah, but see, so this is where it becomes difficult though, because in order to he had to do an online casino, because if you went to a roulette table, you need to cash as chips, right? And so how do you get what was it, 340,000 US dollars?
Obviously, don't do it all at once.
Yeah, but how do you even do it? How do you go to a casino and say, yes, I'll take $300,000 in chips, right?
I've heard of people getting, I think it was 500K or something here in the US at least, in chips somehow.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you spend all of it at once like
That's
that?
the problem I'm trying to figure out.
Without your bank.
They said it was over a course of 11 days,
right? Yeah.
Well, no. Yes, over 34 deductions over 11 days, I think is what it was. So.
No, that was
anyway. No. That it was 2 weeks.
My bank has shut me down for 2 PlayStation purchases. That seemed
right. That's what I'm saying. Is that it would be very difficult to actually pull it all out like that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna open these other tabs and move them to the other window so I remember to cover them when Footnum's back.
I'm guessing he's not coming back tonight.
No,
he's going to bed. He went to bed at 11.
Fair enough.
Like an hour ago.
Yep. All right.
He has to be up at 7.
All right, we're gonna skip the meat article tonight.
We don't get to beat the meat. Wait, what?
No, Miyazaki City mistakenly sent over 2 million yen in meat to 140 people. We'll talk about that another time. So, Ninjaverse Kickstarter is going about as well as we expected, and that is to say, it's not going to happen. Also, look who's back once again. Anime Crossroad Chronicle production.
Crossroad
8.
X Chronicle.
No. That's not how you pronounce it. So the goal is I'm actually tempted to just give him $156 so he finally makes this thing.
I want to know how they have $0 with one backer.
Oh,
right.
Oh,
it's such a low amount of yen that it doesn't even register as $1. That's how. So look at his created things. It's literally the exact same thing he's been trying to get it made all these years. I believe in you, Yoshihiro Nakamoto, but not enough to give you $156. Make a DVD tier and I'll do it.
How does he have one backer but
it's probably
$0 pledged?
Again, it's probably 1 yen. And 1 yen is so small when converted to $1 that it doesn't register because it's less than
literally
$1.
1 penny.
Well, anyway, so in convention news, fuck, I don't want to talk about this now.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Anime Central 2022 reverses their mask policy and no longer requires COVID-19 vaccination or a negative test. Now, I'm pleased with this because I like to think that means there's a possibility that Anime Expo, right? I just got my AX passes in the mail. I like to think that means that Anime Expo is also going to undo that policy.
You can hope.
But the response that Anime Central got tells me Anime Expo will never undo that policy. So let's hear what happened. By the way, it took place, I think, last weekend. So the staff for the Anime Central event announced that this year's convention will no longer require masks, COVID-19 vaccination, or negative COVID-19 tests. Staff claimed that its policies are, quote, based on the current CDC guidelines and align with the requirements of the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center and state and local health authorities regarding large indoor events. The convention is still strongly recommending that its attendees wear masks. In addition, attendees must acknowledge if they have symptoms of sickness or have been around others with COVID-19. Staff states that it will, quote, continue to monitor the requirements and guidance from state and local health departments, end quote. An email sent by and to Anime Central staff suggests that it was a decision made by the Midwest Animation Promotion Society, MAPS, a very unfortunate acronym, following lack of support from from the venue and last-minute communication. The event website also reveals that there will be no refunds or rollovers for badge holders. Anime Central previously said on Twitter on April 29th that its COVID-19 safety guidelines would, quote, not change prior to the con. So this person, Josh Griffith, said, at Anime Central, will your COVID policy change between now and the show? I just had to cancel tickets to a different show because they dropped their mask and vax requirements, and I really don't want that to have to do that for ASEM. No, our COVID safety guidelines will not change prior to the con. Anime Central had previously reminded attendees on May 2nd that it would require masks and COVID-19 vaccinations or negative tests. And then reached out to Donald D. Stevens Convention Center for comment. The Convention Center replied, quote, we continue to follow the most current rules sent down by the CDC and IDPH, whatever that is. The CDC guidelines require wearing masks for areas where COVID-19 community level is marked as, quote, high. Cook County, where the convention will take place, is marked at medium community level. Though the Illinois Department of Public Health, that's what IDPH stands for, still notes that, quote, school districts and private businesses can continue to require masks at their discretion. Voice actors and convention guests Erica Mendez and Lucian Dodge revealed that masks will be required for attendees who wish to see them at the event. The event's website notes that masks may be mandatory in some areas or at the request of guests. So let's see. It took place, this last weekend, May 20th to 22nd. Now, good.
I was just going to say, I think it's kind of shitty of them not to offer refunds. As stupid as it is to say, well, I'm going to refund because, they're not going to mandate others be vaccinated. I think that's personally stupid, but they should, especially if they said we're not going to change, and then to come out like a couple weeks before the convention and say, oh, no, or not, like, what was it, a week before the convention? And then, oh, now we're changing it now. And no refunds. What? No. If you're going to drastically change the policy, whether it be to add a vaccine mandate or remove one, I think, allow people that
second chance
about it.
Oh, hey, this isn't what I wanted,
to get a refund.
Yeah, I agree.
Real quick, SMS Corks 89 says, wait, is there something before this? No, right? It says, better yet, Jack's LinkedIn that you brought up has the same picture, but in color. But I don't think this is, Jamie Markey's Jack, because Nashville State Community College, El Paso Metropolitan. El Paso is in Texas, though, isn't it?
It is.
POS analyst. Are you now? I don't see Tuttle Group on here. Oh, here. You're right. Holy fuck. Holy shit. My mind is exploding right now. Fuck me.
I'll pass, thanks. But what did you find?
Jack Bishop
is on there.
Jamie Markey's orbiter was at one time employed at the Tuttle Group with Ron Toye. Holy shit. Well, that is news to me. Holy shit. Do you so many questions come up to my mind now.
It definitely deepens the conspiracy. Yeah.
Holy shit. Is that how Monica met Ron?
Now we're getting into like tinfoil hat conspiracy, not even just like legal conspiracy.
What if is it more likely that this is how Jamie met Jack? Because Monica met Ron through, he was her landlord.
What? Okay.
I have
This
no
is
clue.
This is crazy to me. I will
But-
definitely be including this in the doc.
I mean,
I'll
it
add
would
that
make
later.
sense for Monica to try and help her friend get another friend.
Wow. Wow, I don't even know what to make of that right now. You're blowing my mind with this, dude. So this is regarding Anime Central. Here's the official communication to the staff from Anime Central management. All team members, this morning the convention announced a change in its policy and guidelines regarding COVID-19 mitigation. While we are unable to give full insight and context into what led us here, we can give you some, which we'll outline below. Please also note that this information is for internal use only and is not, under any circumstances, to be distributed or disseminated outside the organization. We ask that you leave any response to the social media team, both as a matter of organizational policy. You leave any response to the social media team, both as a matter of organizational policy and to protect you from being individually or personally harassed on your personal social media platforms. A lack of support from the venue, combined with last-minute communication regarding that lack of support, caused the MAPS, God, I hate that term, board to bring together everyone at the committee chair level, including assistant chairs. And after a set of collaborative discussions, the MAPS board, the committee chairs, and assistant committee chairs made the decision to proceed in the direction announced this morning, which is no vax requirements, blah, blah, blah. Look, I'll tell you right now, the reason this decision was made is because it is logistically impossible for them to fulfill that obligation. Too many people are going to be there. You can't verify everybody. And from what I've heard from people who have gone back to conventions, even ones with mask mandates, you can't stop the people who don't have them on. If 100,000 people show up to Anime Central and only 5% of them aren't wearing masks, that's 5,000 people, right? And if you're not, but let's just say theoretically that you're getting one of them per minute out there, that's still going to take like 3 fucking days.
Well, the other thing,
that's the entire con, and the people you already harassed are taking them off again anyway.
I don't know about this con specifically, but I have concern over Anime North, like I think I've said before on the podcast. They're requiring vaccines for the convention that's going to be held in July, and vaccines and masks, against the current recommendations of the province, right? The province has the same thing, like a business can require it, but we don't say that you have to require it. And so they're saying, yeah, well, even still, we're going to still require it. I believe they capped the convention at 2,000 people, and then they decided to change their mind and said, well, now because COVID isn't as big of a deal anymore, we're going to release the cap. So now it's uncapped. But we're going to still keep the vaccine mandate and the masks.
Right.
So now we're going to have 20,000 plus people there. And how are they going to? And then also the convention is, I don't know about this.
It's unenforceable.
Here, but the Anime North, it takes place in a Congress Center for the show hall, I guess. But then there's a bunch of panels that happen in the hotel across the street. And there's actually normally other hotels down the street a little bit that have other panels. So if you have to keep going back and forth between all these hotels, those hotels aren't going to be requiring masks because they're an actual hotel. They with people with rooms and shit. So, and it's not exclusive to the convention. So that means that your check for vaccine and masks will have to be at either, you're going to have to quarantine a section of the hotel and say, okay, past here, you need the pass, and probably not have some panel rooms that would normally be available just because it would be stupid to try and quarantine that much of the hotel. Or you're gonna have to do it at each door which is another, even more insane, to have each panel required to check the vaccine passport. So my thought process is the only logical way of doing this would be to check at the ticket area and assume everyone with a ticket, with the badge,
which has work for cons that send you the badge.
Yeah, notably for Anime North, they said they're not going to be sending out badges this year. So that may be how they get around doing it. They'll only have to check when you pick up your badge. But that means no one can go and pick someone else's badge up. Everyone will have to pick up their own badge.
Which is already a thing for Anime Expo usually.
Yeah. And so that'll just, like, normally at Anime North, you can pick up multiple people's badge if you have their tickets. But so if they are going to do the vaccine thing, you won't be able to do that. So that means that will all be a shit show. But then on top of that, Anime North is run primarily by volunteers. So now you're expecting a bunch of volunteers to be authoritative sources on
go the extra mile for just this thing.
Yeah, enforcing vaccine passport, enforcing masks in the hall when it's super hot in the middle of July, and you're walking up and down a crowded fucking convention hall, and people take off their masks. You think that the because it's super hot and it's uncomfortable, you think that the volunteer staff are going to be hounding these people, and you think that they're going to have success at hounding all these people for the mask? That's the other thing, right? Like, it's one thing to say, okay, they're going to do their job. They're going to get mad at all these people. What if they don't? What if those people are not receptive to the fact that random volunteer staff are yelling at them about something stupid as a mask when they're hot and they can't breathe because it's humid and their mask is making it uncomfortable for them? You think that they're really going to give a shit that this 17-year-old volunteer is yelling at them? And do you want to put it on that 17-year-old volunteer to have to yell at them and get into confrontations with people?
Yeah, a 150-pound volunteer against a 300-pound whale. Let's see that side.
So I mean, like I said, I think if you restrict how you get the vaccine check, if you restrict how you get the passes, you could limit the vaccine check to just getting the passes and then assume going forward that the passes are good. But to legitimately enforce even that, like, you're still dealing with volunteers for that too. So but either way, but then after that, to legitimately enforce some mandate on 20,000 plus people wandering around multiple buildings over multiple days, it's unfathomable that it will go off without a hitch. And I think that most conventions should, if it's available, just remove the mandate and say you can come and wear a mask if you feel like it, but you don't have to.
Come at your own risk.
Yeah. You're muted.
I think Anime Expo had like 800,000 people the last year I went.
Wow.
Let's see.
Close enough.
Hold on, I'm just looking it up real quick. 115,000 for 2019. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was a million or 100,000. Like in that ballpark. So yeah, 115,000.
I mean, I'd be surprised if it was 800,000.
Yeah, I double checked for a reason.
you're getting on like some sizes of some cities here, but yeah.
Well, Right. So anyway, it does take place in LA. So, but that's 5 times bigger than Anime North, right, in terms of attendees. And I can't imagine, almost 6 times bigger actually. I can't imagine.
Well, 20,000 is the cap, but yeah.
Yeah, but
or was the cap.
Right. So I'm saying that 6 times that would be 120,000, and 115,000 is a stone's throw away from that, right? So it just seems undoable for large conventions to actually enforce all this, right? And it's going to be a shit show to say the least. I don't even know. I'm probably only going to go for 1 day, even though I've got the 4-day passes, just because I don't know how I'm going to be able to news alert. Dan is moving, so I won't be going with Dan. He's got a job out of state that he's going to be leaving at the end of June for, and my wife works the weekend, and I think she'll probably only get 4th of July off, which is our anniversary. So I don't know. Anyway, it's going to be interesting to see. And I on the one hand, I'm very happy to see that conventions are moving towards, back to that level of well, the fact that they're not fucking online anymore, right?
Yeah,
So I'll give it that for one thing.
Anime North is still doing an online thing, I guess, just in case they're in person, because the in person one, Anime North is normally next weekend, and they delayed it because of COVID, and so I guess they're still doing the online thing next weekend, assuming just in case they cancel the in person one up later on. But yeah.
All right. Well, I don't remember where I left off on reading this, but I don't think it's important to necessarily read everything. It basically, the general consensus is that they dropped this. Look, let me take a step back. So again, in the entire history of virology, humans' prime directive is to procreate, right? Pass on your lineage. And with viruses, it's the same, to pass on to the next host, right? To infect more things. And in the entire history of virology, the way that a virus does that, and has always done that, is to become less lethal and more contagious. Because if you kill your host, you don't spread and you die with the host, right? So naturally, and I said this at the beginning when COVID first started getting on everybody's radar, I said, look, I fully expect, because of the way that governments are handling it, that every person will eventually get COVID. Now, it's much better to get it now than to get it when it first popped out, because it was the most lethal back then. It has over time mutated to be less lethal, more contagious. So with that said, people are overreacting to the idea that a con isn't going to enforce masks and all that other stuff, because they are in the mindset still that COVID is a killer, a death sentence, because of the inflated numbers and all the stuff that we've looked at over the years. So I am totally in favor of conventions going back to the way that they were. No mask mandate, no vaccine mandate, no negative COVID test or anything, because at this point, everybody is eventually going to get COVID. It's just, it's a matter of time before it happens. You will not be able to outrun it, because the way that the way that all the countries handled it destined us to this outcome. Right. And because of that, I am totally in favor of this decision. However, the way that Anime Central has chosen to handle it is pretty shitty.
Well,
because
there's a second half here that's I've kind of skimmed over. I don't know if you're planning on reading that.
Oh, right.
While this constitutes a reversal of the policy and procedure for our attendees, the decision was also made to maintain the requirements for staff. Masks will be required while you are actively on shift and in staff-only areas,
and we are still requiring proof of vaccination or a negative test performed in a clinical setting within 72 hours
for the staff only. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're saying attendees can come and be unvaccinated, but staff still get fucked.
Mm-hmm.
That's stupid.
It is stupid. But I think at the end of the day, this is the thing that they actually can control. They have the logistic ability to control.
Yeah, logistically, yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's a bad move, especially considering that they told attendees that no, the policies will not change before, and then like a week later or 2 weeks later, like literally right before. Where's the? Hold on, let me pull up the
additional note. Hold on, go back. The last thing
I
there.
will, hold on. This was from the 16th, and literally. What would that be? 2.5 weeks prior, they said no, our con stuff will not change. So 4 days before the event, 4 days before the event, this article is written, announcing the stuff. So anyway, I'm back here. Good.
Just the last tweet. It says that the
additional note
convention was not.
It has since come out that the convention center was not, in fact, responsible for this change. And it was 100% the decision of Anime Central management trying to shift the blame away from them. So I don't know that I agree with this because I would argue that the reason this choice was made was because the convention center wasn't going to provide the logistical help to do it.
Because, that might be.
Because
it might have been like, well, we didn't make them change it, but we said we weren't going to do it. And then the convention's like, well, yeah, they physically didn't make us do it, but they gave us no other choice. You know, that might be a game of semantics.
Well, the way I see it, I think there is, because these are often federal buildings or whatever, right? They're state owned buildings, these convention centers and things, and so. I think there's a weird, iffy gray area regarding whether or not they can enforce medical procedures to prevent you from being able to enter government property on the grounds of medical procedures and whatnot. So, like, you know, such as a mask and a forced vaccination and whatnot. So I would argue that might be what was the crux of this, is that at the last second they realized, oh, actually, you know, but I don't know. This is speculation. Now, Lindsay Leverage tweeted out, I have now received confirmation from multiple sources that ASEN's Midwest Animation Promotion Society, MAPS, again, I hate that term, has a policy in place that staffers that resign within 30 days of the con are put into poor standing and lose veteran staff benefits. I don't know what veteran staff benefits would be, personally. I don't know what that would even look like, but this policy was enforced for staff members that are currently resigning due to the COVID policy change, including those who cite the decision due to being medically high risk. If you're high risk, you shouldn't be running a con anyway, because the con flu is going to come for you regardless. And at this point, I
think it's saying that the convention is medically high risk, not the person is medically high risk.
No, it says the policy was enforced for staff members that are currently resigning due to the COVID policy change, including those staff members who cite the decision of resigning due to them being medically high risk.
You just inserted them.
Yeah, and I'm showing you that's how I'm reading it.
I know, and I'm saying that it could be interpreted as the convention is medically high risk and not person.
But what makes it medically high risk is the health of the volunteer.
Okay, so one is the volunteer or staff member is immune deficient, right? So they're
but I'm saying risk. That literally
but another one would be there's so much virus out there that the event is the risk.
Sure, but right? What I'm saying is that literally every single person who would be resigning would be saying, I am resigning right now because the policy change is making the place high risk. Everybody would be saying that would apply to everybody.
Well, it's not everyone's opinion that COVID's as
but
big
those
of a
people
risk.
Aren't resigning over it.
Okay. Sure. So everyone resigning right now, or I would say most of them resigning right now because they changed the policy, are resigning, and they're putting down this high risk thing. I don't get what's wrong with that. It says that most of them are putting this down, right?
Well, I'm just saying that because theoretically anybody who's going to resign on the 16th or 17th of May, like the week leading up to the actual convention, anybody who's doing that is resigning for the reason of the policy change. That's the only thing that has happened between the 16th when the email went out and this tweet being sent out, is that the policy has changed. So the people resigning are resigning for that reason. So I'm saying that I think it's much more likely that the staff members are citing their reason for resigning that it puts them medically high risk. However, just to shut down this whole thing anyway, positive news, looks like VSS/ASEN is attempting to walk back and reinstate resigning members to good standing. Bad news, the board...
Yeah, that's positive, sure. Sure, Lindsay.
The board is directing staffers to not speak to the media on behalf of the event unless authorized to do so.
Well, forgive me, I stepped in halfway through the article. If they're vaccinated, and I'm sure you guys talked about this, but if they're covered, then it should be the attendees that are fucked. They don't go with a vaccine and a mask. It's like,
no, because
it sure shows how much people actually believe that the efficacy rate of their vaccine.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. In one sense, they're saying you have to take it because it works, and in another sense, they're saying I can't be near you because I know it doesn't work. Actually, we didn't get into that yet, but
the conversation was going to go that way. Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Sorry.
No, you're good. You've just led us there. It's all right.
I do think that if there's a significant policy change right before, the convention should be deference to people wanting refunds or staff wanting to not go.
Yeah, I think that they're in for a hardcore lawsuit if they didn't let you resign without losing all of your, whatever. This late in the game,
I don't know.
Because it's not like they changed the policy 40 days before the con to give you that 10-day window to resign without, whatever.
It would depend on is it actually staff? Are they actually employees, or are they volunteers? If they were volunteers that have been volunteering for 20 years and you said, well, if you volunteer for 10 years, then you get our veteran volunteer thing, and that gives you an extra ticket for the weekend, for a guest. Maybe that's the perk, right? Can you sue over that? I don't know. If they're actual employees, then there's more standing, I would guess.
So I didn't read this previously, but Lindsay Leverage corrected herself and said that actually it's not 30 days within of the con. It's actually you have to give 30-day notice, right? Was what she said. And then she went on to say here, addendum, not only is 30-day notice expected, meaning you have to give them 30 days before you fuck off, right? You have to let them know ahead of time, 30 days ahead of time, but also 60 days before the primary operation of the department to maintain good standing.
Yeah.
That's 2 fucking months notice, right?
If you're going to do it right before the con, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so she asked these questions like
I hear him snoring.
Okay, we should turn it up like Jamie Markey did with her cat.
Oh, that's too cool.
No, he said Lance, not Reese.
Oh,
our poor duck lord. So why are department managers and assistant department managers exempt? Oh, fun. There's a whistleblower section. A whistleblower, as defined by this policy, is an individual within the organization who reports on activity that he/she considers to be illegal or dishonest to one or more of the parties specified in the policy. The whistleblower is not responsible for investigating the activity or for determining fault or corrective measures. The MAPS board of directors are charged with these responsibilities. Examples of illegal or dishonest activities are violations of federal, state, or local laws, billing for services not performed, or for goods not delivered, and other fraudulent activity that may harm the organization. They want whistleblowers to go to the MAPS board of directors, essentially. Well, we've got a whistleblower here. con whistleblower. But I'll be real, they don't really say anything in here that I thought was like bombshell enough to even read. But I've included it in the doc if anybody else wants to read it. And I also included the archive for it, just in case it goes down.
Just in case.
So, in more interesting news, unless you guys have more you want to say about ACEN.
Oh.
We cool?
Good. We're good.
We good.
Okay. Marvel has licensed Stan Lee's likeness. A new deal opens the door for CGI appearances of the legendary creator in Disney theme parks and future MCU projects.
Excelsior.
We knew this would happen too. The minute they started with the de-aging crap and the
Oh, dude, it is so bad.
We knew we knew that we saw this coming a mile away. It was only a matter of time.
Bought Stan Lee NFT.
But I'll be real, it looks fucking awful at the end of Endgame, or start of Endgame, wherever it was that his cameo was. He looks fucking awful.
Was that when he was still alive?
Yes.
It'd be funny if he just keeps, like, they just keep up aging him until, like, 10 years from now, he looks like the Crypt Keeper when he shows up. Like, his actual corpse is in the movies. Fuck, that'd be awful. So, in the latest adherence by Disney to their legacy desecrating screed of No One's Ever Really Gone, Marvel Studios has signed a new deal to license the likeness of Stan Lee, the terms of which allow for the company to use his image however they see fit, including the possible use of CGI to revive the iconic comic book creator for future MCU appearances. As announced by The Hollywood Reporter on May 18th, the 20-year deal between Marvel and the Stan Lee universe, a joint venture between Lee's POW Entertainment and entertainment development company Genius Brands International, which currently controls the creator's estate, will allow for the Disney subsidiary to use Lee's name and likeness in a variety of different projects, ranging from films and TV shows to Disney theme parks and merchandising. Interestingly, according to a correction made to the Hollywood Reporter's initial report, this license does not extend to VR and video games. Well, thank God for that. A familiar name to some, POW Entertainment gained notoriety in 2018 when, shortly before his death, Lee himself filed suit against the company, accusing them of having, quote, conspired and agreed to broker a sham deal to sell POW to a company in China and fraudulently steal Stan Lee's identity, name, image, and likeness as part of a nefarious scheme to benefit financially at Lee's expense. Fucking get this. This lawsuit was later dismissed with prejudice in 2020, with the Los Angeles Western District Superior Court authorizing a $1 million sanction against Stan Lee's daughter, who inherited the case after her father's passing, after determining that the case was frivolous. Can you fucking believe that shit? $1 million sanction against his daughter. Further, the agreement grants Marvel exclusive rights to the use of existing images and archival records of Lee's person. It really ensures that Stan, through digital technology and archival footage and other forms, will live in the most important venue, the Marvel movies and Disney theme parks. The most important venue. That's where he's going to live.
Yeah.
Not Earth.
God,
not real life.
I feel bad for his family, dude. Like,
it's disgusting, isn't it? Is he really that important to the MCU that he has to fucking cameo?
Until whenever. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
I like the idea of having a missing persons flyer in every movie somewhere that had his face on it after his last cameo, just so that they would have, and it'd be like a find, like, where's Wally, where's the flyer?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess that's another way to do it. I just think let him rest, dude. Like, I cannot believe this $1 million sanction on his kid too.
Someone who is not involved whatsoever.
Well,
I mean, there's
in
probably
theory,
more to the story than this, but it just seems unbelievable.
in theory, that $1 million would get charged to his estate, so his daughter wouldn't have to pay it. It would be the estate, but
she inherited the estate.
Yeah, but it was his money, so he
Still.
filed the suit. Although it was very clear that he was getting taken advantage of in the end there, so who knows what the fuck happened with that.
I don't know. It seems like, I don't know, man. I'd have to look at the timeline of when he actually died and everything, but it almost seems like it drove him to death, Battling this thing caused him to die. So Genius Branch chairman and CEO Andy Hayward told the entertainment news outlet about he'll live on in the most important venue, the Marvel movies and Disney theme parks. It's a broad deal.
Though I think it's a brand deal, no?
No, broad.
Oh, broad. Okay.
It's broad. Though the door has been opened for the Spider-Man creator to become a real-world version of Weekend at Bernie's eponymous subject, insiders cautioned that a full digital revival of Lee may not be in the cards, noting that future MCU cameos by Lee may come in a form different from how fans traditionally knew them. Said insiders explained that the public distaste for such CGI revivals, as seen particularly in response to Peter Cushing and Carrie Fisher's most recent Star Wars appearances, has cautioned the studio away from exploring this ghoulish route. I doubt it. I guarantee they're going to do it. Despite this publicly noted rejection and the digital zombification of late actors, Hayward hinted that such a move was not completely out of the cards for Marvel. The audience revered Stan, and if it's done with taste and class and respectful of who he was, uses of his likeness will be welcomed. He is a beloved personality, and long after you and I are gone, he will remain the essence of Marvel. I can't even.
So with Star Wars, there was definitely a very large uncanny valley with the two characters that they de-aged and tried to recreate. And so when you viewed them, it was like, yeah, this is a fucking zombie. What the fuck is this? If they had have used deepfake technology to try and make a face swap, as opposed to purely trying to recreate it with a CG model on top of a face, I think it could have looked better. It may have been perceived less harshly.
I believe that's the direction they went. In fact, after they put young Mark Hamill,
Mark Hamill showed up, and it looked like just like him. It was
in the
weird.
Mandalorian. After he showed
it.
up, somebody else did a deep fake version of Mark Hamill that looked a little bit better than what Disney had spent like $100 million or whatever to do.
Yes.
So they actually hired that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard
So
too.
Boba Fett, and it looked amazing. And it's just like, holy shit.
But I just want to, that was for the Boba Fett version, which I haven't seen, so I don't know. But the one in Mando was the old way of doing it, and it looked bad there too.
It was uncanny valley, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so if they can nail it where you're not getting this uncanny valley thing, I think people are going to be more susceptible to it. However, there's still this, like, that this actor is dead. So it's not them talking, and so as you're watching the movie, you're like, okay, well, when did they say this? How did they make this line? All this stuff.
So if they use it for literally like he's standing in the background, he doesn't say anything. It's just like a 2-second thing.
Yeah, you know how I could see them doing this? I could see them getting a cameo in there where they bring the X-Men into the MCU and you see Mystique turn into Stan Lee and walk past a crowd of people or something. You know, as a quick way to just kind of acknowledge there he is and then gone.
Yeah.
You know,
I cannot imagine that they're going to and I do not think they should try and use his likeness in any meaningful way in a movie or theme park, I guess.
A TV show.
Well, I guess unless it's going to be like a cartoon, and then obviously that's different. But yeah, the other thing is like I said earlier, you know, he was getting taken advantage of. So I don't know who got paid the money for this. You'd think it was his daughter, but maybe it's this POW company. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
So if anyone was to buy the likeness, at least it's Marvel. You can there is a silver lining to it, and it's not some random company that's going to, actually fuck with his image. So
yeah, I think it's a bad move. I can see them wanting to what if they bought his license, his likeness, and created what they did with Johnny Depp as Captain Jack Sparrow for the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, where it's an animatronic with a recording, like that would be a much more tolerable, don't you think?
Oh yeah, for in the theme parks,
park, yeah.
People, I doubt people would have an issue with that.
It's weird, it really is. I guess because when you see it in the theme park, it's not a real person, But when you see it in the movie, it's like you're trying to convince me this is real, and it feels like almost like like identity theft or something. Like it just feels wrong.
Yeah.
Anyway, so in other news, Speed Racer is apparently getting a new live action series at Apple by J.J. Abrams. So mega hype for me, but I'm guessing that Emile Hirsch is not going to be playing Speed. So that's going to... And fucking, what was her name? Christina Ricci as Trixie.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me more of the Wachowski one, please.
Damn it, now I want to go rewatch that one.
So entertainment news website Variety and The Hollywood Reporter reported on Wednesday that the Speed Racer anime is getting a live-action series by J.J. Abrams. According to the sources, Hiram Martinez of Snowpiercer and Get Shorty is serving as showrunner and co-writing the series with Ron Fitzgerald of Westworld. Abrams is serving as executive producer at his company Bad Robot. The website states that the live-action series is part of Abrams and Bad Robot's deal with Warner Brothers TV, and it has been in the works for years. The 1967-68 car racing anime Mach Go 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 was licensed by Translux and released in the United States in 1967 as Speed Racer. The worldwide rights for Speed Racer property reverted to Tatsunoko Productions from the American licensing company Speed Racer Enterprises in 2011, though Tatsunoko filed lawsuits against SRE to uphold the reversion, and they were not dismissed until 2014. Okay, wait a minute. The worldwide rights for it reverted to Tatsunoko from the American company, and Tatsunoko filed the lawsuit against to uphold the reversion. What? Okay. I feel like there's a sentence missing here where SRE did something to try to get them back, and Tatsunoko, whatever. Tatsunoko announced in 2015 that it was planning a new license program to reintroduce the property and make the episodes available in high definition for the first time. Tatsunoko also announced it was developing a new Speed Racer series with a modern audience in mind. Oh, great. Funimation released the original anime series on Blu-ray disc in November. And we already know about these. Okay. Anyway, Well, I'm optimistic. We'll see. Something that's less optimistic. Netflix's Resident Evil is possibly the most abhorred live-action adaptation yet.
Oh no!
How do you do that? How is that possible with the other Resident Evil movies?
Yo, the first Resident Evil movie was a good movie.
It was a entertaining movie. So Netflix's ability to produce content that their users consider indescribably awful and unfaithful has not wavered, as their Resident Evil show's first trailer was utterly despised, not solely for the race swaps and unnecessary diversity, but also because it looks nothing like Resident Evil. The completely hated trailer and its phenomenal amount of dislikes, with the show performing even more poorly than the other Resident Evil live-action movies trailer that used the He-Man theme song. So you can watch it here. So this is the official teaser for it. According to the whatever the thing is that is allowing people to still see the dislikes, 137,000. So I remind you that Lance Reddick is playing Wesker. This guy.
I would just like to point out that I think it's unfair to say that although I've probably had the alternate opinion at some point, so I mean, take it for what it's worth, but it's unfair to say like it has to be a perfect adaptation of the game. I think with games, they're a lot more abstract, and it's easier to sometimes go against or not follow strictly what happens in the game, like the Super Mario movie, which I think was a good movie, but really had very little to do with Mario games.
It's funny you say that it was a good movie.
It was a good
I'm
movie.
gonna reiterate my previous statement. It was an entertaining movie. Definitely deserved a Golden Globe that year, that's for sure.
The other thing I'll say is that I don't know if you guys heard about the latest controversy with Netflix and Ricky Gervais.
A little bit.
Yeah, this time.
So
he said women don't have penises.
Yeah, he was making a joke about offensive things that people are getting caught saying 10 years ago and getting canceled for now. And he says
you can't predict what the next thing you can get canceled over is, because 10 years ago, if you said women don't have penises, nobody would cancel you for it. In fact, nobody has ever said that because we never thought we'd ever have to.
Yeah, that was the joke.
Yeah.
And so as a result of that, they've gotten some flack, but they've come out strong against the flack and basically said, if you don't like it, quit. We don't give a shit anymore. And so they made a public statement to all of their employees that basically said, if you don't agree with anything that we have on our platform, maybe Netflix is not the right spot for you. So on top of the fact that they're also seemingly getting a little bit more tight with their purse lips, or whatever that saying is, for spending money on shit that's just going to end up wasting money because it's going to be garbage. All of these decisions that they're making are down the pipe.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to.
Fuck, I was going to skip these for next podcast, but now I guess we'll cover them. But continue.
I was going to say we have to survive a little bit longer of the stuff that they've already invested heavily into and made under an older corporate environment. And if they are making a change for the better, it'll still be a year or two before we start seeing the fruits of that.
I'll be real. I don't think it's possible for them to correct course. Now,
Well,
I
maybe
would just
not.
like to say regarding this, I have given every iteration of the Resident Evil adaptations, I've given every one of them a chance. And as far as I'm concerned, I love this part though. Resident Evil has solid source material, and it blows my mind that RE1 through 3 have never received an authentic, slow-paced, live-action adaptation. I don't get how 4 police officers trapped in a mansion in the woods with zombies, monsters, and death traps, all with the mystery to solve, isn't worth a full season of content alone. So I'll just say, based on this trailer, I would be more than happy to give this. Is this a show or a movie? I think it's a movie. Can't remember. I don't even know. But I would be willing to give it a shot based on the trailer. It does vaguely resemble to me. We're going to make a zombie movie, and hey, we have the rights to slap Resident Evil on it. That's kind of how it kind of looks that way to me.
Yeah.
So I'm not so sure that it's going to be, I don't know that the source material is going to be treated fairly or whatever, but as far as just getting to watch an action movie with zombies, yeah, I'll watch the shit out of it. That's cool. I'll do it. Who cares? But it is going to be very hard to watch and hear, the character names and have that like knee-jerk reaction every moment when I'm supposed to believe that this is Albert Wesker, right? Like, I mean, no, it's
Well,
sorry.
apparently there are reasons for that, AC.
Oh, just you fucking wait until I read this article to you. Netflix's Resident Evil showrunner insists respecting character race is limiting. Netflix finally released the maligned trailer for their upcoming Resident Evil series, and those who cared got to witness the race-swapped antagonist Albert Wesker in action. The showrunner of the series claiming that respecting character race is limiting. Showrunner Andrew Dabb. Cringe at your name, Dabb. Showrunner Andrew Dabb was excited to explain that adhering to canon was limiting, regardless of how popular the character and series already is, in a pattern that was already seen when Netflix, quote, righted the issues in their despised Cowboy Bebop adaptation. Dabb explained that casting actors that look like their original counterparts is wrong. Quote, if you know the games, Wesker is dead. He got blown up by a rocket launcher in a volcano at the end of Resident Evil 5. Listen here, I don't want to give too much away, but I will say the explanation for why Wesker is the way that he is and how he is still alive go hand in hand. So you're telling me that the reason that Albert Wesker is now a black guy is because he charred himself in the volcano after getting blown up by a rocket launcher? That's messed up.
Press X to doubt.
I think when you are casting in the modern day and age, if you are limiting yourself based on, well, this character is blonde, so we got to look at blonde actors, you're going to find yourself in a bad position. Okay. Not a single person casts a blonde person because they're blonde. Because every single actor who has played the Punisher, except for John Bernthal, he doesn't count anymore. In the movies, every actor that has played the Punisher is blonde. And they dye his hair jet black to play the role. Every one of them. Dabb continued by expressing confidence in Wesker's actor, Lance Reddick. Side note, I have nothing against Lance Reddick. I do expect to have it based on the trailer, an extremely hard time not thinking of John Wick when he talks, but nothing against him as an actor. When Lance was interested in doing the part, you're not going to find anybody better than him to play this character, which I can't wait to see how he pulls it off because I'm not seeing it. I mean, I think he's a great actor, but I don't know that I think he's fucking Wesker. I don't see it, right? Having played the games. You're not going to find you're not going to find anybody better than him to play this character. Both the dad part of the character and also the more corporate killer part. At that point, you're making the show weaker by going with someone that may be more aesthetically a match to the game. So why would you weaken a show like that? It makes no sense to me. And luckily, Netflix and Constantin Films as well were very much on board with that. The goal here is to do the strongest show. Okay, so I'm going to tell you the way that you do this. You don't call him Wesker. It's that simple. You just reversion the property as a live action property with characters that only exist or are a proxy version of the character from the game in the live action property. You fucking, who the hell is Alice? From the Mila Jovovich movies. She didn't exist in the games. That's all you fucking have to do.
I can't think of a good example right now, but I'm sure eventually it'll come to me. Of them doing just that. Adapting a thing and changing a character slightly. And it's like, okay, it's the perfect example actually is the Mario movie. Daisy was the princess. It wasn't Peach. It wasn't Princess Toadstool. It was Daisy.
And she actually is the reason that Daisy became a character in the lore for the actual games.
That I don't know.
That's true.
Okay.
Daisy, the character in the Mario games, did not exist until the Mario movie created her.
The first appearance, I think, was the Game Boy game. But yeah, the Mario movie might have been first. I don't remember.
I'm almost certain that it is. Now that you've brought this up, like I feel like we can do this. I'm sure that there is something we could pull up where it'd be like, oh right, that character, right? It happens all the time where a character, Mario's a good example too, where the character gets created through like the American property. I'm trying to think of one. I know it's too late. It's too late in the night.
Yeah,
to come
there's
up
definitely
with this.
other examples of not movie, but like, so in Donkey Kong Country, right? They needed a character that was a younger character, sidekick character, and they were originally going to use Donkey Kong Jr., but then they opted not to. They didn't want to use Donkey Kong Jr. I can't remember the reason why, and they created a new character in Diddy Kong that represented the same role as Donkey Kong Jr. would have. It was just a new character, so it was a swap in essentially. They could have easily done that. Okay, so in this movie, we're not going to have Wesker. We're going to have fake Wesker, pseudo Wesker. It's the same. He's going to have the same role in the movie as the antagonist. He's going to have the same characteristics. He's just going to be a different character.
Berserk, like the way that they adapted Berserk in the '97 Berserk, they didn't put Puck in because there was no point in having him just for episode 1. So they took the character Colette and her father and made her the one that the guys are harassing at the bar instead of the fairy. Right? Stuff like that, where you, in order to make it fit, you can change the story, right? And you can make it still serve the purpose by using a character from somewhere else or creating a new character,
or merging two characters. That often happens too.
Precisely. Like I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I'm sure that there's characters that are in Dragon Ball Z that are not in the manga at all, or Naruto filler characters that end up coming into the story later. I want to say there. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure there is a character from Broly from the Dragon Ball Z movies.
Broly
ends
was
up
a filler
coming into the canon, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that is a much better option, especially because how great would it be for Netflix to create their own character who is then so popular that they start putting him in the games and they have to pay royalties to Netflix. You know? So I said rather than giving paying customers what they want, more and more showrunners seek to subvert expectations and tear down beloved IPs by defying or even attacking the fans that make the IP profitable in the first place. So I saw Welcome to Raccoon City with Dan, and I'll tell you, the movie could have been really good, but unfortunately, they made every one of the male characters a dickless incompetent. And they made all of the women characters like the come with me if you want to live, right? Kind of like, and it was just it was just obvious that you were getting beat over the head with ideology the whole time you're watching it. They made Jill black. They made Leon Mexican, right? And it was just like and look, here's the thing. I got to make this really clear. When you race swap a character to be a different race, and you tell me it's because we wanted the best actor for the job, that person had better fucking outshine the rest of the cast to warrant your decision. For example, Michael Clark Duncan as Kingpin in the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie is probably the best character in the whole fucking movie. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I
he
mean,
was a good
Colin Farrell as Bullseye wasn't so bad, but I cringe if you watch it today. But but a funny ass character.
Another good
my sister had the biggest crush on Colin Farrell as Bullseye.
Another good example of a race swap that people accepted was with Fury, Nick Fury from the Marvel movies.
I believe that race swap happened before it got to the movie, though.
So the race swap happened in the Marvel Comics Ultimate comic. So it was an alternate universe, Ultimate Comics. They had created a black Nick Fury in that universe, and that was completely separate from the mainline Marvel movie or mainline Marvel Comics. And they had actually made that character initially he didn't look exactly like Samuel L. Jackson, but they over a few chapters they made it look like Samuel L. Jackson, and then he was like, "What the fuck?"
Really?
And then they were like, "Well, how about we just let you be in our movie then?" And he was like, "Yeah, okay."
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. Samuel L. Jackson showing up at the end of Iron Man. Like, look, Samuel L. Jackson is one of the few black actors that is so beloved that you could literally have made him Captain America and people would have been okay with it, right?
Probably.
If literally any you couldn't have just want to see Samuel L. Jackson as the motherfucking Spider-Man, right? Like just like cross shaft with Spider-Man, I would watch the shit out of that. Literally.
I think as long as people are being genuine and
right
and have a valid reason for the race swap, people will accept it.
Don't even address it and don't beat it down your throat.
And when I say valid reason, I don't mean like, what was that fucking show? It was a Netflix show where they kept swapping bodies. It was a good show. I forget what the show was called, but anyway, the first Altered Carbon. So the first season, the starred a white character. The character was white, but the show inherently has the ability for you to beam into another body.
Mm-hmm.
And for the second season, they couldn't get the same actor again, so they used Anthony, the guy that plays Falcon in
Anthony
Marvel
Mackie?
movies.
that
And
his name?
Anthony Mackie, yeah. And they gave some 2-bit reason that he was race swapped, and it kind of worked. It seemed weird when, if you are a white person, actually the main character was Asian, I think, and you have options. I don't know why you wouldn't pick the same body, but whatever, it kind of worked in that one. But
you're telling me, hold on. You're trying to figure out why an Asian guy would want the body of a black guy.
I don't think he wanted the body. It was kind of just like it was needed for the mission he was on, if I remember correctly, or it was just the one available. I can't remember, but either way, it sort of worked. But if you give some like dumb reason, like I know you guys don't watch them, but on Yellow Flash's show on Saturday, Lofty Pixels, the Quarterings editor, made the argument that this wasn't a race swap because there was an explanation, and they were like, well, what's the explanation? And he was like, well, I don't know, maybe he's just an android. And everyone was like, well, if they
still
made...
talking about Altered Carbon, or
No, sorry. Now I'm back to talking. They were talking about this this
the Resident
story. Yeah.
Okay.
And so if Wesker...
that is a terrible explanation.
Yeah, if their explanation is, oh, we brought him back as an android, and we have a world where we can build androids, but we just can't build them to look like Wesker.
This is the stupidest argument ever. Because
hold on. No, just let me finish my point here. So in that case, the logic breaks down as to why this character needed to be race swapped. And then it's like, well, if you could have built an android, why didn't you just make the android look like the original character, right?
And why does he have two black daughters?
Are those his daughters?
Who literally grow up in the storyline. Like, this takes place across two separate timelines.
Okay, I didn't know anything about the story.
One of his daughters looks like, so there. I'm guessing they have different mothers, because one of them looks Blasian.
I mean,
and the
if
other
that's
one
the
looks
case,
black.
They might legitimately have a good reason why he's black in the show. But the main point that I was trying to get at is, if the reason is not very thought out, if it's not genuine, if we as an audience can tell you are literally doing this just for a black token character, and you're replacing an otherwise traditionally other race character, then people see through that, and it's like, and it ruins whatever you were trying to do. So
yeah, and I think it actually makes it worse. It actually makes it worse for people that you kind of throw it in like that, almost like a token, Yeah. That, again, rather than make a character where Lance Reddick can really shine, wouldn't it be amazing if you gave the actor the ability to become their own character versus just saying you're the black version of Wesker, or kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it seems like a really bad move on their part. And the whole time you're watching it, it's taking you out of the experience. Like I said, I could get totally behind this thing here. The story seems like, just from what I've gathered from these fucking pictures, the one girl is got a back brace on of some kind, right? Their names are Billy and Jade Wesker, I think. So you can see Billy, vials of blood for Billy. So it seems like Wesker here is attempting to create a serum that will activate the spinal column or something of his daughter, who's got some brace or whatever going on. That's what I'm reading in just these 3 fucking images here, right? And I could get behind this story, and it would be so easy for you to make this story if you just don't fucking call him Wesker, because every goddamn time I hear his name in the story, the first thing that's gonna pop into my fucking head is Wesker telling Chris Redfield he's punched his last boulder. You know, like I can't not see that because I've played the games. You know, so I don't understand why on earth companies are still doing this.
Yeah.
When you can just make a new character, because effectively Wesker's got a son in the games, right? And instead you're completely writing a new backstory. So why are you even using Wesker? You're limiting yourself with that. Just doesn't make sense
Anybody
to
who
me.
watches the movie is like, oh yeah, that sounds like a fun game, and they start from game one. Like, what the fuck? Wester's isn't black?
Right. Of course, I guess maybe that's the move. Oh, this is the this is what is that? The population replacement. What's that thing that they're always talking about? That, secretly, it's been in media the whole time. So I've got this since you brought it up.
I don't want to get any farther away from it because I pulled up the tabs.
Okay.
Random 11 is right. Daisy was first in Super Mario Land, which came out in Japan April 21st, 1989. And the live action movie came out, where's the dates? In like 93 something.
Okay.
So that's like, 4 years apart almost. May 28, 1993.
Okay. I feel like there was something else. It's this is 6.5 hours in right now, so it's like my brain's pretty fried, despite my immense attempt to drink as much water as humanly possible to clear the brain fog. But real quick, so after subscribers quit, Netflix tells activist employees it's time to support free speech. Now, they also pull the plug on several woke projects. So according to new reports, Netflix has cleaned house, reportedly laying off a number of staff members who consistently advocated for social justice content, as well as pulling the plug on several such projects that pandered to woke activists on the topics of race and LGBT issues. So Anti-Racist Baby is getting pulled.
Sounds like a good decision.
I want to see them make a show called Racist Baby. No. I want to see this. I want this to be a thing only because I want the arch villain to be the racist baby. This is just a little Hitler baby. We have to save the daycare from Hitler baby.
Battle the babies. I can't wait.
All right, so let's see. I was hoping that they would. So the streaming giant canceled. They pulled the plug on a number of woke animated projects, including the Wings of Fire, With Kind Regards from Kindergarten, and Anti-Racist Baby. Then the streaming giant has also canceled Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You. Oh, no, Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You, which would have served as a companion piece to the still in production Stamped from the Beginning, a hybrid documentary and scripted feature that delves into race in the United States.
For people at banding into comics, there's this thing called italics.
Yes, it would make this way easier.
It's generally where you put a title in italics so you can tell where the title ends and stops, or it starts and stops.
So Netflix also laid off roughly 150 staffers, totaling about 2% of Netflix's total workforce. Now, I'm going to risk the copyright claim and share. Let's see, where do I even save these movies? Here, it's going to be here. Ah, damn it. It's an MKV. Hold on. Uno momento, por favor.
According to sources, while Netflix's decision to axe their projects were based on creative reasons, these layoffs were reportedly a cost-reducing measure made in light of a weak start to 2022. So they're saying the layoffs are not related, even though they told people to quit if they didn't agree.
All right. So you guys remember the Netflix, what was it? Strike or whatever?
Yeah.
For Dave Chappelle?
Yeah.
Did you see that that Netflix did a memo? No. Where they said, I'll read just the highlights of it.
Oh, please.
So Netflix, right, with all that Dave Chappelle stuff and all their staff is a bunch of woke assholes, and they're always cramming their diversity shit everywhere.
Yeah, but at least they seem to be so far on the right side as far as like, no, we're not dumping comedians. We're not
barely.
Well, I know.
Not barely.
Yeah, but barely is better than like every other company is doing, right?
Yeah. Barely is what we hope for.
I know. Yeah. Oh, you didn't quite. Yeah.
So
you didn't cut them off.
This is my point. I think that me and Vito personally are responsible for this reversal.
You would think
because
that.
we fucked it.
Yeah.
If you find it hard to support our content, Brett, Netflix may not be the best place for you.
That's what they said.
What's up?
I said that's what they said. I couldn't remember the exact words.
Yeah. So basically, what happened was when they were doing the protest about Dave Chappelle, Dick and Vito went to the protest and they got the shit kicked out of them by the SJWs with the purple hair, right?
It was just Vito, I think. But
and it was televised, right? So, or they had recordings of it. It went viral. Yeah. So he's saying that Netflix saw that behavior in their employees and said, "Oh fuck, we gotta curb this now." Right?
Not all those people were even Netflix employees. It was, from my understanding anyway. It was ran by the protest was ran by one of their employees, but a lot of people that were there were not Netflix employees, from my understanding.
Right. So Netflix also laid off roughly 150 staffers, totaling 2% of Netflix's total workforce. They claimed it was based on creative reasons, right? As noted by former New York Times columnist Barry Weiss, given that those layoffs were made across their animation, social media, and publishing divisions, those let go, quote, happen to include, just by chance, some of the most Twitter active social justice workers in the place. These cuts came just a few days after Netflix warned their woke employees that if they didn't agree with the content the streaming giant was producing, they could simply look for job opportunities elsewhere.
Honestly, coming after the Veritas thing with Twitter and the people only working,
it almost seems like they're fully expecting to be the next scoop from Veritas, right? And they're like, no, we already got rid of them.
Well, I mean, they probably they might have been the most social justice warrior, but they also might have been the least productive people. Is my point. Like they're probably all only working 2 hours a week.
4 hours a week
or 4 hours a week, whatever. So firing them and hiring people who aren't on social media 24/7 complaining about their work environment and actually working is probably a better move.
Yeah. So this was the event that Dick Masterson was at with Vito. Hate isn't funny. Black trans lives matter. Right. So there was a walkout at the Netflix campus, and they went there and got the shit kicked out of Vito, at least. Anyway, I think that's pretty much it for what we got to cover here. I was going to wait till next week, but you dragged it out of me. I'll put these over here. Also, go subscribe to the Dick Show. All right, so let's see. In streaming news, this was supposed to tail right after the Marvel Stan Lee thing, but I added that other thing for Resident Evil, so it got botched. Disney Plus has censored the anti-white racial slur from the Marvel short All Hail the King. So that part where he said, "Hey, cracker," now he just says, "Hey." Man, I gotta tell you, if what I feel when somebody calls me a cracker is what black people feel when they hear the N-word, then I think they might be overreacting. I can't believe they needed to censor this on Disney.
I feel the same way. It's like, I mean, it's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like,
I mean, I also think it's stupid, but I at least applaud them for having standards. You know, if you're gonna say racial slurs are not welcome on your PG-13 rated short, then yeah,
I say we get more racial slurs. Off with the racial slurs. It would have been even funnier if they censored it, so he just used the N-word instead. That would have been even funnier.
Yeah. Oh, that one's allowed.
Yeah.
But didn't Iron Fist have a lot of? I don't know if any of you saw Iron Fist.
You mean not Iron Fist,
No,
the black one, Luke Cage.
Luke Cage.
Yeah. Is Luke Cage related to Nick Cage? Wait a second. No, wait, that's Nick Fury. God damn it!
Nick Cage is a real person. I don't think they're related.
In my head, I had like the gears were turning, but they weren't quite making it across the full road.
We got Nick, we got Cage, we got Nick Fury, we got Luke Cage or Johnny Cage or Luke Cage.
There you go.
They might be related, Johnny and Nick. And Luke.
Yeah, like I mean, was the N-word dropped in
Mortal Kombat? No. So the final batch of Shaman King reboot episodes hit Netflix on May 26th. So you guys can look forward to that. And David Productions' Spriggan anime takes aim in the latest key visual, and the reboot series is set to debut on Netflix in June, so next month.
Okay, sorry to take us back, but the last story. What's the name of the anime?
Shaman King?
Shaman King. With Shaman King, I swear to God, Shaman King came out, the first episode came out after JoJo, and now the last episode is going to be out before the next half of JoJo. Why?
Is it a Netflix original? Or did they just happen to acquire it and put it up?
I think it's Netflix exclusive. I don't think it's an original.
Yeah, so that's probably why.
They call the exclusives. They brand them all as Netflix
I know.
originals.
Netflix throw their fucking name all over everything. Anyway, Adult Swim announces Rick and Morty anime spin-off series. Kill me. New anime from Jujutsu Kaisen Zero director called Ninja Kamui.
Why? Who asked for this? Who was like, yeah, Rick and Morty needs a fucking anime?
Okay, well, actually, newsflash, okay, you plebs, you uninformed, unintelligent, unfunny plebs. Rick and Morty is actually funny, and it takes a high IQ to get the humor, so I know you might not get it.
Yes.
But it is funny, and I enjoy it. And if you didn't know already, there was an anime. There's actually been multiple anime.
There have been a couple shorts.
I'm well aware.
There you go.
Plebeian.
Although they weren't very well animated, in my opinion. So
yeah,
and they had CG.
You have to have a super high IQ to like Rick and Morty and use terminology like scene. So, venerable programming block Adult Swim has announced the addition of 2 new anime series that will join the schedule in the future, with the Rick and Morty anime shorts previously directed by Tower of God director Takashi Sano leading into a 10-episode spin-off anime titled Rick and Morty The Anime, which will be produced by Telecom Animation Film. Adult Swim and Sano are also stressing that the series will stand alone from the main series, playing up the multiverse aspect that is on trend for TV and film. Can't wait till the anime versions meet the real versions in the show.
Just don't do CG. Thank you.
So Luke Cage does have the N-word in the first episode.
He's like sitting there watching it.
Oh,
Right
you were checking that? Yeah, I was pretty sure it did.
So I got to know when it goes on Disney Plus. You're going to have to confirm for me whether or not
it's already
whether
on
or
Disney
not.
Plus.
Yeah, so I got to know whether or not they cut it out of every single instance, just like Hey Cracker. Right?
But it's the rating is different. That's the thing.
VMA.
Anyway, so do you guys remember when we covered the adult-oriented Scooby-Doo series that has a race-swapped Velma and no Scooby-Doo?
No, I missed that one.
So this is, I think, podcast like 153. And there was this line here. The new Scooby-Doo animation is being written by Mindy Kaling, who is also serving as Velma's voice actress. So many critics might once again see this as some sort of self-insert situation. The series will apparently be a prequel of sorts that focuses on an East Asian Velma. Previously, when we covered this, as I read that Mindy Kaling was going to be playing her, I assumed that they were going to make her Indian, right? However, East Asian implies Japanese, as we discussed on that podcast. Well, I have an answer for us. Mindy Kaling defends South Asian Velma on Scooby-Doo spinoff. Doesn't care if people freak out. An image from the show featuring a startled Velma looking down at a mutilated individual was shown during Kaling's presentation. Kaling also pointed out Velma's dark skin tone, reflecting the character's decidedly Asian descent. Hopefully, you noticed my Velma is South Asian, Kaling told the audience. If people freak out about that, I don't care, she added. Nobody ever complained about a talking dog solving mysteries, so I don't think they'll be upset over a brown Velma. Just wanted to point out that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which I think is funny because she says, nobody ever complained about a talking dog solving mysteries, so I don't think they'll be upset over a brown Velma.
Because
all the comments, since when is Velma black, LMAO? People seem to be complaining about the fact that Velma is black, and let me say this, I don't mind it. Other than that, this just looks like another generic Adult Swim cartoon. Daphne is naked, someone has their head split open, but people are more shocked by Velma being black.
Yeah. So, the naked girl is the thing that I was saying wow to.
Wait, what? She's naked?
She's covered in soap suds. They're all naked, by the way. They're in a locker room.
If that's Daphne, okay. The animation style
hideous, but
so this is the one that I had seen previously. It got moved to the bottom when I pulled up the link because they got more comments or whatever. This person, I am Indo-African, says, why? She's supposed to be white. Why can't we colored people make our own original characters?
True.
So nobody had a problem with the talking dog. But I don't think they'll be upset over the brown Velma.
Yeah, we didn't turn the what is Scooby? A fucking isn't he like a not Doberman?
He's a Great Dane.
Great Dane.
Great Dane. Okay.
Like they're not going to turn him into a Dalmatian. Like then people would be like, "What? No."
Well, the thing is that Scooby-Doo's not even in this story. Just for the record, just like to state, I fucking hate Scooby-Doo. Hate it with a passion. Despise that trash. So I'm not going to be watching this, and I won't cry the fact that Scooby-Doo, the talking dog, isn't in it. Right? I don't care.
It looks very similar to the adult-themed version of that Harley Quinn show that they made. It was like a cartoon where it was a very adult.
I think it was just called Harley Quinn, wasn't it?
Pardon?
I think it was just called Harley Quinn, wasn't it?
Might have been. I don't know what it was called. I watched 30 seconds of an episode and I turned it off. So I expect that, and I don't particularly like that actress, Mindy, whatever her name is.
I despise her. She is so terrible.
Well, you despise Scooby-Doo and you despise her. This is a
this is a recipe made for me hating this show.
Hot garbage.
The series.
Like I will soon have my kids watch regular Scooby-Doo than this crap.
I've always thought it funny. The only character that I liked in Scooby-Doo was Scrappy, and that's the character everyone
else
hates.
I like Scrappy.
Did you watch the originals? Like, not he wasn't in the original, but like, did you watch the show back then when they added Scrappy?
See, the thing that I hated the most about Scooby-Doo was the fact that it was in public domain. So it was on all the time. Oh my God.
It wasn't in public domain.
Well, fucking Cartoon Network had a perpetual license because it never wasn't on TV.
Syndication.
It's like every single fucking time it would come back from commercial breaks. Like, what were we watching in? Oh, that's right. Fucking Scooby-Doo is still on.
Cartoon Network had a contract with and then they made Boomerang, right? The channel Boomerang. Where like Jetsons, Flintstones, and Scooby-Doo were like 24/7.
I will say I hate the Flintstones more. I will say that. The writing in the Flintstones is so trash. Like, I literally would throw shit at my TV every time they would pull the same fucking gag in every goddamn episode, where there'd be some stupid dinosaur that had the job of being like a record player or some appliance, and he would look at the camera and go, it's a living. Fucking hate that shit. Every goddamn episode. Oh, that was terrible. So, real quick. Mindy Kaling told Seth Meyers the backlash was swift and people were not happy. There was a lot of not Velma, those kind of tweets, Kaling said. For example, one user tweeted in June, it's Velma, except she's Asian. Not a single person is referring to your Sri Lankan version of Velma as Asian. This is such a weird phraseology here. Yeah, so, and there's no mystery ink. In other words, it's not Velma. Yes. So literally, fucking hell. Literally what she's done. This is the thing again. So you've got your zombie show and you happen to own the rights to be able to slap Resident Evil on it. All right. Literally, we have fuck all. There's no mystery machine. There's no Scooby. There's probably not going to be Fred or Daphne or anybody else in it. No Shaggy, right? So we just happen to have a girl who we put a fucking sweater on, who has a bob haircut and glasses, and boom, we made her black. And now that's Velma, right? No, you're making a completely different show, right? It's not the same thing. It's unbelievable how people are. And I love the tongue-in-cheek. Nobody's going to be upset about this, and fuck you if you are. The response was swift, right? Like, fucking hell. Nobody's going to watch it.
All right. With that, I'm going to take my cue. It is almost 3 a.m. I am sorry, but
get the fuck out of here.
I've been in
sleep
ingrained, whatever. I don't know. I've been watching the Johnny Depp trial.
Okay, I got you.
Constantly, and that has caused me to get a little bit behind in my actual work.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
So I need to actually go to bed and wake up on time and shit.
All right, man. Good luck. All right. Enjoy Footnum's birthday.
Oh, yes. I will. I will have a cupcake in his honor.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to speed through some of these because I also have work. And I'm so happy we started at 5 today because that's going to make my work a lot easier tomorrow. So movie studio sue online summarizers for 500 million yen. So you guys remember we talked about this concept called fast movies?
Oh, right. Yeah.
In Japan.
They got arrested and shit. Yeah.
So they got arrested. So the fast movie summarizers were arrested in June of 2021. We covered that. 13 movie studios are suing 3 people who have produced 10-minute edited summary versions of their films called fast movies, or fast eiga, eiga being the Japanese word for movie, for 500 million yen, about US $3.9 million. The studios, which include Toho and Nikatsu, filed the lawsuit on May 19th. Police had arrested the fast movie online summarizers in June 2021 for illegally uploading content and committing copyright infringement. Okay. So they have been arrested And now they're being sued like a year later. So have they just been rotting in jail? God knows. The movie studios determined the amount in damages. This makes no sense to me. So they're being sued once again for $3.9 million.
Mm-hmm.
The movie studios determined the amount in damages by checking the number of online views for, quote, fast movies of 54 films that have screened in Japan, such as Shin Godzilla. The studios judged each view as worth 200 yen, or about $2. Some fast movies have reached over 2.65 million views. So just some of these 54 films, right, that there are videos of, just some of these fast movie versions of them have reached over 2.65 million views. And you're suing for $2 per view. How does that come out to 3.9 million? That should be over 5 million. Number one, just throwing that out there. So unauthorized recordings of films in theaters is a crime in Japan and everywhere else, you dumb idiots, under the Act on Prevention of Unauthorized Recording of Films. Uploading such footage to YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and other services are also copyright violations. People who violate the unauthorized recording law in Japan's general copyright law face up to 10 years in prison, up to 10 million yen or $90,000 in fines, or both. So that's quite amazing, especially because people upload these videos and it's not like the people watching them providing the 2.65 million views online are all coming from people in Japan.
Yeah.
Right. Most people who watch it's absurd for a movie company to think that just because somebody watched the Fast movie on YouTube means that if they hadn't seen the Fast movie, they would have actually gone to see the movie in theaters. Number one, again, right? I don't know.
Personally, I feel like it could be seen as a form of advertisement. Like,
I agree.
I'm gonna buy that Blu-ray.
For example,
it depends how transformative
I
it is.
recently purchased a movie. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. I found a channel that makes these fast movies, right? And it sold me on buying one of the movies. So, okay, let me see if I can. There is a channel. Found it. There is a channel called Fox Recaps. And this fucker has the greatest fucking strategy for getting people to watch his videos. This video is titled "To Marry the King, a 60-year-old woman glued her wrinkles to pretend to be a young girl." And I saw that thumbnail. I'm like, well, fuck, I gotta watch that. Like, is this real? Because I see a picture here and I'm like, did this actually fucking happen? Right? And of course it didn't. It's one extremely minor plot to the overall movie. Right. I bought this movie to see it because of the other stuff. And I'll tell you right now, that video right there is better than the movie. Just throwing that out. I'm dead serious. The movie's called Tale of Tales. This is the one I was telling you about, Reese, that it kind of feels like a Kino's Journey sort of style of surrealism, but only in the video on YouTube. But I'm just saying, as you said, a form of advertisement. I fucking bought this movie on Amazon to watch it because of this YouTube video. Just throwing that out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what's saying what any of those people who watched any of those 54 movies
films
did do the exact same thing and bought those movies.
Yeah,
and made them money.
Yeah, see, this just kind of goes back to, I guarantee you that the excuse that's being used by when the shareholders are saying like, hey, you said that this movie was going to make X amount of dollars and it only made this amount of dollars. He's like, oh man, it's Such tragedy. What can I do? The fast movies, man. You know what I mean?
Are they showing that one? Are they showing that? No. Oh, there it is, number 49.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like that's the thing is that it's the excuse used for things not performing well. Like this is how it always goes, right? In Hollywood and in these places. So anyway, we're already at 7 hours in, and I do not want this to be the longest podcast I've ever done. So I'm just gonna speed through a couple of these things here. So we previously recorded on this when it was just a tweet from WTK, but now we have like Crunchyroll / posters to show. So Fathom Events announced the 2 Macross film screening events for June for Macross Frontier, movie 1, The False Songstress, and movie 2, The Wings of Farewell. So if you wanted to check this out in theaters, The False Songstress is going to premiere first on Thursday, June 16th. And the 2011 sequel, The Wings of Farewell, is going to be following 2 weeks later on June 30th, if you want to check it out. Moving on. G Kids is going to release Goodbye Don Glees, the anime film in North America. So if you were wondering who got this, it was G Kids. Also, Crunchyroll / Funimation is going to be releasing Shinkai's Suzume no Tojimari in theaters. So they got it from G Kids, who got fucking Weathering with You.
It seems like a back and forth because they got your name first, and then G Kids got.
But when they had your name,
8 meters per second.
Yeah, but the thing is that when they had your name, they weren't really concerned about having any of the other shit. Like your name was like, well, this is going to be big. Let's get that, right?
Yeah.
Whereas all of Shinkai's other stuff was like, some other company can get it because it's not that big of a deal. Do we really need it? You know?
Still had 5 centimeters per second.
Oh, fucking god awful.
Sentai had half of it.
Children who chase lost voices.
Yeah,
that wasn't bad, but yeah, after your name,
dude, Children Who Chase Lost Voices was crap. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, that's what it's okay, fine. Yeah, I'll be. Hillary Hag was like the best part of it.
Oh no, hard disagree.
I'm saying that's the only thing I enjoyed. Everything else I was like, oh, it's Hillary Hag. I guess this is like.
She has a voice that only works in like 1% of the things she's in my opinion. Anyway, Dragon Ball Super Superhero North American release window has been announced. So Crunchyroll and Toei Animation announced they will be releasing the next installment of Dragon Ball Super into theaters this August in North America with Dragon Ball Super Superheroes. So that's not that far off. And fuck, I wonder if this is going to be premiering at Anime Expo.
I really don't want to go see it. I want to deter Japan from CGI.
I can't wait to see how it plays out. Although I'll be real, I bet you this is going to look way better on Blu-ray than super huge on the big screen.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
Minor touch up here.
I mean, it is interesting to see what the final product will look like, but it's like I want it to tank. the evil 2D purist in me is like I want the secretly to tank.
So. Demon Slayer Season 2 censorship in China continues. Okay, so you guys remember last podcast we talked.
We don't live in China.
So this is actually a correction for last podcast. Just throwing that out there. So you guys remember that this got censored in China? So it turns out that the version that was shown on Sankaku Complex that we talked about with the sleeves was actually not what the censorship looked like. So the real censorship was this. This is what aired on Bilibili in China. There are many fake censorships spreading on the internet, one of which is the following image, the one we showed, where the user claims that it's taken from the Chinese Demon Slayer version, but it was simply a fan edit version of the image. So just throwing that out there, I wanted to correct the record on that because last podcast we showcased this and claimed that it was the censored version, but it actually was this. All right. Also, hold on. Where was it? Despite the strict censorship rules in China, anime censorship is not just limited to one country. In fact, many other countries have a history of censoring anime. For example, South Korea has previously censored My Dress Up Darling, which we showed already, and Malaysia has censored Attack on Titan, the manga series. Titans wear pants in Malaysia due to local censorship law.
Didn't we cover that?
I don't think so.
We did not cover it. This is what we talked about.
So get this. So Attack on Titan's popularity has increased exponentially over the past couple of years. After the recent popularity of Attack on Titan series, series has been spread. Great job. Series has spread in every corner of the world. Right. Totally agree with that. But we know that not every country has the same censorship laws. In 2018, a Malaysian fan who was not that much invested in the series saw a panel of Attack on Titan in a local comic magazine and decided to take a photo. He later forgot about the picture, but recently his interest in the series increased again, and he decided to share the image with fans. On the subreddit, You Flaming Thunder Banana shared this Attack on Titan manga panel with the caption, I want everyone to know that Malaysians are wearing tight pants in the Malaysian version due to local censorship law. Okay. The user further explains about the law that it is very strict on nudity, which according to him completely backfired as it emphasizes the Titan's butt way more. One person asked about how Annie's Titan had been censored. Sorry for the spoilers, I realized. To which he replied that he doesn't know, he doesn't know for sure, but a friend told him that Annie's Titan had been given a sports bra. So this is Annie's Titan. Anyway, I'm not even going to bother to read the rest of it. I'll just tell you that this person commented, ironically, this Creco comic was actually unlicensed and illegal. So like the manga that was being sold that changed it for the sake of the law was like a bootleg black market item too.
So it's bootleg and it's censorship. Good job.
So Fire Force Season 3 has been announced.
Woo!
Mob Psycho 100's third and final season gets a new trailer and official release date.
Woo!
Which is...
I missed out on the limited editions though.
Ah,
that's too bad.
Didn't we have the release date highlighted?
Sometime in October, I think. Just
October. That's yeah.
Right. That was all it was. Not a specific day yet.
The Duke of Death and His Maid confirms a second anime season for 2023. And if this is up your alley, you might also like the maid I hired recently is Mysterious, which was announced for summer 2022. She's mysterious all over me. Comedy manga Yuri Is My Job gets served a TV anime adaptation. So the tea has officially been spilled on the TV anime adaptation of romantic comedy manga Yuri Is My Job, which unveiled main cast and staff details, a teaser trailer, and a dual teaser visuals that put the main character's dynamic on full display. Okay. Smile and happy, and then punishment. Okay. Anyway, I can only imagine what Yuri Is My Job means.
Well, her job is to write Yuri manga.
Are we sure? Are we sure?
Or like write the dialogue.
So Hime is a picture-perfect high school princess. She's admired by all and never trips up. So when she accidentally injures a cafe manager named Mai, she's willing to cover some shifts to help to keep her facade intact. Sorry. To Hime's surprise, the cafe is themed after a private school where the all-female staff always puts on their best act for their loyal customers. However, under the guidance of the most graceful girl there, Hime can't help but blush and blunder. Beneath all the frills and laughter, Hime feels tension brewing as she finds out more about her new job and her budding feelings. So, I don't know. You tell me. Also, Rent-A-Girlfriend's director, Helms Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible, TV anime adaptation, which sounds to me like Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro / Teasing Master Takagi-san / whatever else, insert here. And this was for Lance, who I don't think is in the call anymore. 7 Deadly Sins, 4 Nights of the Apocalypse gets greenlit for an anime adaptation. So there you go, Lance. I hope you enjoy the VOD. Anyway. Urusei Yatsura 2022 anime is looking more chaotic than usual. So I'm not really fond of this anime personally. I have found it very hard to get through because I just don't give a shit, and it wasn't dubbed in the original release.
It probably won't be dubbed in a potential Blu-ray release.
I want them to make, and this would be crazy
Unless
for them to
Sentai
do.
got it, maybe.
I would want them to make an anime like this in the style of like an 80s or 90s one where it's like cut and animated in an old style fashion.
Like,
That'd be expensive.
It's just polished, but they got the character design.
It's David Production, right? Is that what we discussed? I think it is. From JoJo. I don't know. I think it said so in the other article, but I'm not going to bother with it. All right. Mononoke TV anime starts up a 15th anniversary project that had better fucking not be a continuation because I do not want to have to watch more of this trash. It has been nearly 15 years since the Mononoke TV anime, which was a spin-off of the Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales, which was actually good, began airing in the Noitamina block on Fuji TV. It'll be starting a 15th anniversary project. The first of the project will be an event on June 18th at Fuji TV headquarters in Odaiba, where more information will be announced. Oh God, it's just like I'm having a panic attack as to whether or not this is going to come back, and I have to watch more of it. Anyway, I'm really hoping that it doesn't, because, well, for obvious reasons. Also, I don't know why we even bothered to cover this. Shikimori is not just a cutie TV anime, sees delays after episode 6 due to COVID-19. Reese?
It was no episode last week. We'll have an episode 7 this weekend. Won't have episode 8 next weekend. Following weekend, episode 8 goes up and everything.
No, you got that wrong. No, episode 6 was before. Then this last weekend it was skipped. Episode 7 goes out next week. Then episode 8 the week after that.
Yeah.
And then it skips again. And then episode 9, 10, 11, and 12 airing like normal. Anyway, it had to close due to staff being infected. Doga Kobo did. Anyway.
I checked, and the new Urusei Yatsura is from David Productions.
Cool. All right. I'm going to skip this whole chunk right here. Oh, fuck. I just highlighted it. Whoops. All right. My Hero Academia Vigilantes manga's final chapter is arriving on May 27th. Do you have anything you want to say about this?
Probably have an anime adaptation announced with the final volume print.
So for anybody who's unaware, this is not by Horikoshi. It's written by Hideyuki Furuhashi and illustrated by Betancourt. It follows heroes who use their powers to fight villains without a license, and it's officially getting ready to wrap up its run. Chapter 125 made its way to the Shonen Jump app in English on Friday, and the last page reveals that the final chapter is coming May 27th. So, also, Yoshihiro Togashi teases Hunter x Hunter's manga return with 4 new chapters. So it's only been since 2018. The manga's been on hiatus.
Mm-hmm.
How do you pay the bills?
Well, his wife is the author of Sailor Moon, so
So that's why he doesn't bother to work.
Yeah, and he also did, I mean, we know this, but he did Yu Yu Hakusho, and they've done Hunter x Hunter animes before, so it's like he's made his money off of it, I'm sure.
All the figures that keep coming out.
So anyway, yeah, he's gonna. That means that we're gonna get 4 new chapters. Can't wait for the OVA that animates that. Also, Saudi Arabia now owns 5% of Nintendo as the 5th largest shareholder. So yeah, Saudi Arabia's been, attempting to obtain more and more video game companies in part. And what's interesting here is they say here that they've been purchased for investment purposes in an effort to learn from the company in order to strengthen its own content creation. So they are trying to learn Nintendo's secrets so that they can start making Saudi Arabian games where all the princesses are in hijab. I'm guessing. And I'm going to save this one. Neon Genesis Evangelion PUBG collaboration event exists.
Excuse me while I vomit.
Right.
And I'll just put that in the trash right next to Naruto and Fortnite.
Yep.
Look, more firewood for the coming winter. All right. I wouldn't mind if they didn't look so fucking ugly. Like if they went out of the way to make it look all animated, out of place, I wouldn't have minded actually. But they're like, no, we gotta make it look like
somebody. I can't quite put my finger on it, but she resembles a real person that I've seen. I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, moving on from here. Take a look at this awesome vision of how beautiful a modern Pokemon Red and Blue could look. It's pretty cool, right?
Fucking footage. Okay. Dang. And Game Freak Nintendo, this is why you hire
that's a pretty cool concept.
These
fans, it is, right?
To make your new games. Come on now.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't read the article.
Nope, he's gonna get a cease and desist.
Yep. I'm glad I could show it here before the tweet gets yanked.
Instead of Lucasfilm, where it's like, why do we hire that guy?
Right. Anyway, fuck, I'm gonna save this for next podcast here. Release news. Fuck me. All of these things that goddamn Footnum's supposed to be here for.
It's all right. I'm excited for Right Stuff. A particular.
No, he lost his chance. I don't care if it's his birthday. So the Wings of the One Amis film are it's got a 4K remaster edition in Japan. The 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray is also going to be available. So this is the Japanese release. However, the Japanese release, where did it say? Oh, it comes with the English dub.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not unheard of, but it's rare.
And Japan has the same Blu-ray region code as we do.
What the fuck?
So, and it's the 4K Ultra HD too, which has an even more.
Did a company back in the day do the dub?
Manga Entertainment, I believe, did the dub.
That's clever. That's. Are they gonna cut out the middleman and be like, we don't?
Yeah.
Need
So if you wanted it, I honestly, the movie is kind of forgettable. I say that because I don't remember anything from it except for the rape scene.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And the only reason I remember the rape scene, which I actually don't remember, but the only reason I remember there's a rape scene in it is because everybody says it's a masterpiece minus one scene.
Is
the rape scene?
Don't tell me it's the lead character that does it.
It's I don't. We'll do it for a watch club sometime when Footnum gets his 4K.
In 20 years, we'll do a watch club.
Yeah. Also, Seven Seas continues Wonderful Wednesdays with a launch of new labels. So they are now launching Girls Love and Boys Love.
Nice. That cover on the article reminds me of the
Titans
one of our sub things in the Discord where you go looking for
Beat You.
And I'm like, that looks like Hamtaro's retarded cousin.
Right? You should totally watch A Beat You. I can't wait till Discotheque finally gets it, right? Like it's gonna happen.
I'm still waiting for Discotheque's release of Hamtaro.
Yeah. So these are the licenses they've got. Entangled with You, The Garden of 100 Grasses. Oh, Jamie Markey would enjoy those. I'm Kind of Chubby and I'm Your Hero.
Yeah, Rod Toué would like that one.
I think Emmett Plant was like Lights, Camera, Boys Love. Asumi Chan is interested in lesbian brothels. I also am interested in these. There's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless. And also there's the Titan's Bride, which is for mature readers because the gore from his anus is going to be graphic. Also, the final Evangelion Shinji Ikari Raising Project Omnibus is launching this December. From Dark Horse. I have no idea what this is. Is this the guy from ReZero? This is Johnny Young Bosch's character in the Netflix dub, I think.
What are you pointing at?
I didn't watch the Netflix dub. It was ass. I mean, I liked the people in it. I just hated the dub.
He kind of looks like the guy from ReZero because of the jacket.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the front. Yeah.
Subaru.
Subaru, yes. So I would also like to point out that I do not understand what is being stated here, but I will read it anyway. Media Blasters tweeted out, lo and behold, in the authoring and going through materials, we found extra Girls High, never on the BD, full episodes. Parentheses around the S, as though there's more than one, but also not more than one, because why are you showing me the parenthesis? Why not just say episodes? This will make a nice addition to the Blu-ray as we rush to get them done now. Oh, just shoot me already. Now again, I got to read again because I don't follow this at all. Because Anime News Network only lists 12 episodes and 12 episodes have come out so far. So I'm going to read again. In the authoring and going through materials, we found extra Girls High, never on the BD, full episodes. I don't understand. It's got to be extra. No, through the materials we found. We're to be determined. I don't fucking know. I just don't goddamn know. And nobody has asked. So,
well, I'm seeing as a sequel. Oh no, this is a manga.
Right.
Never mind. Wait, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the manga.
All right, when is it time? I'll wait till we get to the tab. I can't fucking wait.
What?
Oh, there's one release that I'm just like, fucking finally. But also the one that we're all excited for.
High specials, 3 episodes, 8 minutes each.
I already opened that one.
That must be it.
There is one more. Did we cover Rental Magica?
No, I don't think so.
I think that's new. I don't think we covered this.
Hold on, I gotta make my screen bigger so I can actually read the damn thing.
And then
page.
This. Okay, here we go. All right. Rent a Girlfriend. Premium edition box set.
Fucking time. Holy shit.
Only $129.99.
I know. I was like, what the fuck?
From Crunchyroll and Sentai. Just to get cucked one more time by buying it. Right.
I didn't buy the. Well, I was waiting for the LE. I was like, okay, when's the LE coming out? When's the LE coming out? Holy fuck. Because they kept Right Stuff was like, yeah, well, it'll be out later, and it's like, okay, when?
Why? Buttons? Fucking standy? Why do I goddamn need this?
I just like.
Is this a phone holder? What the fuck? For real? I'm gonna pay $130 for a fucking thing of bookmarks.
We shouldn't, but
God, I hate these. No, not doing it. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, you're
Sentai.
not? Okay.
No, not for $130. I'll wait till the Sentai sale when it's 30.
Oh, there you go.
I honestly don't even want it, but there are too many shirts for Stealth Weave in this thing. Including this one.
You could just get the standard.
Yeah, I could. But that's not how
it's
I
out
roll.
now.
Gugure Kokuri-san Blu-ray. Also from Sentai. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Familia Myth.
That I will never
season.
pick up because AIDS.
Huge. Good thing I didn't. Good thing I didn't click on. No, we're just gonna pretend that's not a thing. Okay. Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun.
That Footnum keeps combing over.
Yeah.
He's like, this is so much better than My Hero, and I'm like, okay.
They call it a complete collection, even though there's multiple seasons.
Season 1 complete collection is what it says.
Oh, that's actually good. Okay.
I hate that. They have that with Ascendance of a Bookworm, and then Ascendance of a Bookworm got season 3, and it's like, well, fuck.
So from the creator of Akira comes Short Piece.
This is
which has got another re-release. Includes the Academy Award nominated animated short film Possessions,
which was definitely the best one out of
so
all.
did it just now, like recently, get that Academy Award, and now they have to resell it with the.
They got it like right when they got that Academy Award thing for it.
How old is this property? 2013.
Right there, 2013.
I don't know. I already own it. Not gonna buy it again. Shikazakura. Okay. Moving on. I'll buy that. Live, Die, Repeat. Edge of Tomorrow. 4K.
I still always think that Live, Die, Repeat is just some corny tagline, and the actual title is just Edge of Tomorrow.
Okay. The title is Edge of Tomorrow, but for some reason, between the theatrical release and the home video release, they changed the name to Live, Die, Repeat, and it looks here like they have decided to undo that again and actually put Edge of Tomorrow front and center.
Like,
terrible release.
Even on the side, too.
Yeah. At least it says Edge of Tomorrow first and then Live, Die, Repeat. Right. If you haven't seen
it was a good adaptation of whatever the manga was or whatever.
I will say again, as we talked about, he is the main character of the light novel / manga, but he doesn't share the same name and might as well be his own character. He doesn't share the same, character quirks. Tom Cruise makes a new character in the same situation as the character from the light novel, and it is a major success because he's not named fucking Wesker. Like, just why is it so hard, right?
I watched this and then I showed it to my dad, and he enjoyed it as well.
Good. Your dad has good taste.
24/7.
Also, I like to point out that this pattern back here, I recognize it from Demon Slayer. That's Nezuko's dress pattern, isn't it?
Probably.
Granted, the patterns in Demon Slayer are actually ancient, like common patterns that they used in it and popularized again. So I'm not that surprised to see Yashahime also use it. So this is the DVD, and here's the limited edition, which I wish I could afford these, but can't because poor.
I just got the standards. I didn't like the way the limited editions looked.
But... Yeah, I've got my issues with the limiteds too, but that's just how I roll. And also have no room for them. There's the standard Blu-ray, and then Suppose a Kid from the Last Dungeon Boonies Moved to a Starter Town, limited edition.
Okay, this is getting a limited edition, but there's another release we're going to cover here in a few minutes that I'm just like, why didn't that get a limited edition?
Here's Sunny Boy.
Not that one, but
The one where the girl holds the cat with the balls. I remember that from when we covered it.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission on
Yeah.
Blu-ray. No, fuck. I was supposed to cover this way at the goddamn end. I'm going to come back to it. The detective is
one.
already dead.
How
yeah.
come this one didn't get eliminated? I heard everybody talking about this one. It's like, okay.
The only thing I remember about it is that she does a giant jump flip in a fucking airplane. Remember we covered that, and it's like, why does she get so tiny? How big is this damn airplane?
But like, this is
episode had some of the coolest animation for it.
Yeah, this is the one that everybody was talking about, yet it doesn't get an LE release, but the one that I've never fucking heard of, that previous one, gets an LE. And I'm just like, huh? Is there something I'm missing about the other one, Reese? Was the other one really popular instead?
It's alright. I mean,
if you needed proof that there's a slip cover, we've got an underside different
cover sheet.
Cover sheet, yeah. So that's cool. I'd watch it. Does it say anywhere like the LE coming soon? No. Publisher Funimation / Crunchyroll. That's how they're going to have to handle it from now on. This totally fucks
for the next 2 years,
forever now. No, this is going to totally fuck their system, because now Crunchyroll and Funimation are going to be together if you just put it under Crunchyroll. They have to have a Crunchyroll one from before the merger, a Funimation one from before the merger, and Funimation Crunchyroll for after the merger. Combatants will be dispatched, limited edition.
Yeah, okay.
So I really wanted to get this, and I am super happy that I actually even like that there's a LE that is even better. They put the main character for front and foremost. Who this guy? Right?
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. Here's the blonde. But isn't she voiced by Monica Rial?
Don't tell me that. I'm watching it in Japanese. Fuck that. God damn it.
I know. Go back.
I don't even want it anymore.
I could be mistaken. I could be very well mistaken, but I'm fairly certain.
Go back to the other. That one.
She's ruined lollies for me. Oh, they didn't put it on the.
They didn't put the standard edition on the.
Is that because it's just this one without? Yeah, it is.
See, they give you a book and a lanyard.
No, it's not. It's not.
And then
you're right.
What are you getting with Rent a Girlfriend? You're just getting like a fucking stand and a. They don't even give you an art book with the.
You know what I'm not getting with Rent a Girlfriend that actually makes it tempting? Monica Rial.
Yeah, is she not in that? Thank God.
I don't know. Just assuming because it's the Sentai property. Anyway.
Well, it's Sentai
I
and
didn't mean to open
Crunchyroll.
that one because we already covered that. We did cover this, right? Did we cover this? We didn't.
I thought so.
That is from the slate, right? One Piece?
Yeah. August.
Okay. It's been so long. I think I might have missed one then. I might have missed a few. Hold on. I saw that one and thought, oh, I already pulled these up. Oh, Green Lantern. Who gives a shit? Oh, that's why I asked about this. Yeah, no, so I didn't miss any because we covered Pumpo the Cinephile. So Rental Magica. Yawn. Okay. Castlevania Season 4. Oh.
Annual edition. All right.
Yeah, cool. I was gonna say, isn't this the one where he gets butt sexed? Amnesia.
Is this re-released from Sentai? Because I feel like they've released this.
I feel like that's the case. Yes.
That's in stock. What's the release date?
And I can't even remember.
Go back. What was the release date on that? Because it's showing us in stock.
Oh shit!
Scroll down to the release.
Pre-orders are already discounted. That shouldn't come out until July 5th.
So definitely not from this slate, but still believable to be in stock because Crunchyroll is literally Sentai's warehouse, and this is sub only too.
You mean Right Stuff?
Right Stuff is Sentai's warehouse.
Yeah, you said Crunchyroll by accident.
Whatever. Sorry.
And
oh, it is sub only.
That reminds me. God damn it, bitch.
What did I do this time?
I forgot. I should have been scrolling our affiliate link the whole time, which is in the description, everybody.
I tried to use that. I don't think it worked.
I will say that the blonde in comics have been dispatched is not Jamie Marchi, but it is Monica Real.
I don't know why you brought up Jamie Marchi because we had not even speculated that.
Yeah, I did say that I thought it was Monica Real, and I was
you did say
unfortunately correct.
Well, thank you for ruining my night.
I am sorry. Okay,
That's
I just had to warn you. Be like, no, just in case you.
So Kingdom got a new date. It's being pushed back? Is that what's going on, Reese?
Yeah, it got pushed a month or something.
Okay, so there you go. Now back to My Hero Academia. So this is the My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission Blu-ray DVD. Now, this is the standard edition. There's the Amazon exclusive version, which comes with an ebook.
Oh yay! Oh,
this
it comes with okay.
It's just a standard edition with an ebook.
But wait, decent.
There's the Best Buy exclusive Steel book.
I haven't bought any of the Steel books, so I'm not.
And there's also the Walmart exclusive
with the
that has a goddamn art box, and literally all it comes with is a flat fucking collectible fig pin. Why is this art box so enormous? I could fit all of the movies in here. If not for the fact that World Heroes Mission movie and exclusive fig pin wasn't on the goddamn spot. Also, weirdly, you can get the Walmart exclusive on Target. God knows why. And something else I should have shared that was weird. Each one of these has a different duration length for it. This one, 1 hour and 41 minutes. This one, 104 minutes. This one, God damn it.
So maybe they just fucked up on there.
101 minutes, right? And this one, 300 minutes. Also, this one says a 3,000 PC limit, whatever that fucking means.
3,000 units?
I don't know. The UPC maybe? That's what they meant?
Just 3,000 units.
I guess.
Yes, they only have to make 3,000 copies.
Damn, I'm going to miss out on that fig pin. Oh.
No, what am I going to do?
Right.
Oh, God.
So, friendly reminder, let me turn off if you would like to support us further, there is the link in the description for our Right Stuff affiliate. Get out of here. But there's also Stealth Weeb. I am currently working on a sweatshirt for your boy Kong Ming. I haven't put it up yet, even though it's one of the easiest things. Honestly, I'll be real with you. One of the hardest things to come up with for these is the goddamn title for the product. There are so many products that I'm like, I can make that. What the fuck do I call it? So I'm thinking that the Kong Ming one, because it's showcased in the opening, I'll have to call it Checker Bon Bon. Am I right, Reese? I know, but it's got a checker pattern on it, right? Checker Bon Bon, the sweatshirt. Anyway, there's also the OCA podcast star.
Might be able to call it something in relation to whatever she was doing in the second, or whatever was it, the second episode?
I don't know. I'd have to.
Whatever episode.
The fact of the matter is that my download of the show was only in Chinese, so I have yet to watch the show. Unfortunately, my daughter, every time I get in the car, says, "Will you play my favorite song?" So I've heard the opening about 100 times now.
Why did you show her the opening?
Because I thought she would like it, and I was right. Anyway,
are you using the TV size or the full length size?
Full length size.
Wow,
so
good. Yeah.
So there's plenty of things you guys can buy from OCApodcast.com. There's more merch that I've been meaning to get to. And now that we've gotten through the In Touch podcast and they haven't released episode 3 /2 or whatever we want to call it, I'm hoping to finally get the color version of this up soon. So I'll be working on that now that I'm going to have some time, and I won't be editing flaming lizard stuff anymore for a while, hopefully. Also, Toradora Aisaka Taiga tiger figure is truly tiny and mighty.
The hashtag get cut when you bought that first one. Yeah. No, when you compare the two, it's just like day and night. It's like, oh look, oh yeah, that's right. Didn't you really enjoy Toradora?
I bought it the year I got married. I went to AX even though I was getting married because so for anybody who doesn't know the lore yet, who's still actually watching, of the 10 viewers, that's actually pretty high. Thank you guys for hanging out this long. I met my wife at Anime Expo in 2006. We started dating, and we have gone back to Anime Expo every year since then until my son was born, in which case my wife had to miss a couple of years because mommy duties and whatnot. I have gone every year, though. And because we met 4th of July weekend, we got married on July 4th. And even the year that we got married, we still went. And so when we were there, I bought Toradora and took it with us on our honeymoon to watch. So I have only seen maybe the first 4 episodes. And then those fuckers dubbed it and re-released it, and I haven't gotten a chance to watch the dub. I liked what I saw. We never got back to it. Because...
Did you watch the re-release or no?
No, I haven't yet.
Or did you buy it? Excuse me.
No, I haven't. No, not yet. Maybe this year at AX I'll do that. So a Japanese man has been arrested for selling modified Evangelion figures. This is a thing that the Japanese just will not learn. You get caught, bitch, like every time. So a 54-year-old part-timer was arrested after he was caught selling modified figures of characters from Evangelion. His vile act of taking the head of Asuka Langley and placing it on a more voluptuous body, allegedly violating Japan's Copyright Act, while simultaneously earning him disgust from Asuka worshippers. I mean, I'm just saying, I think she looks better here than over here. Just throwing that out there. A photo of the figurine seized by police and the rightmost figure is said to have the swapped out head. Isn't it just amazing? Like, it's such an absurd concept to me that I could buy this figure and I could sell this figure to you. But God help me if I take the head and put it on another figure. In Japan, at least. The act of altering a product from its original form is apparently known as makaizo, extreme modification. And one of the figures seized by police had its body swapped out for a different one.
So, in theory, if you bought a figure and then had paid someone to modify it, what would that constitute as in Japan?
I think that is the loophole. Like literally, if this guy was smart enough, what he should have done is he uses this picture to show you the potential and then sells you both figures separately with the head already removed and an instruction thing that says, here is a stick of super glue, right? You do the math, right? The funny thing is how much money these guys make, right? So occurring from June to October 2020, 2 figures of female characters from Evangelion were modified and then put up for sale at an online auction, which were eventually sold to males in Tokyo and Kyoto for the sum total of 21,800 yen or $170. Police say the head of the figure was bought from an overseas website and the suspect affixed it to the body that had a more accentuated chest and lower body. Said to have accrued 1.8 million yen from online auctions, the criminal has admitted to the charges against him and police are investigating the matter further. Japan's copyright laws are such bullshit. I could not imagine living there. Also, a permanent One Piece themed fitness gym is opening in Japan and is now recruiting pirate trainers. So I had to look at this image for far too long to realize what I was looking at here, because I could not figure out what this thing was. I have now figured it out. This is an artist rendering of what the gym will look like. And for some reason, they chose to take the photo, so to speak, from a perspective where you are looking at a pillar in the room. So in order to visualize what will actually be back here, the pillar is semi-transparent. That's what's going on. Now, this is very strange, though, because the facility will be called One Piece Fitness Bragmen, taking the last part of its name from One Piece's in-universe tome of adventure tales. As shown in these artist renders, Bragmen will take its interior styling cues from One Piece's nautical fantasy aesthetic, and that theme carries over to the staff uniforms as well, as on-site trainers and instructors will be dressed as pirates. So, yeah, this is a thing. Anyway. Meet the Japanese Colonel Sanders, who's handsome and passionate about fried chicken. All right. Are you guys ready for this? I think you're going to enjoy this one. And I'm going to make everybody else miss the fact that they cut out early and fell asleep. Real life fan steps into the suit of the Colonel.
Okay.
In Japan, a country that loves its characters and mascots, KFC's Colonel Sanders has become something of an icon. The white-haired, white-suited, white-bearded founder of the fast food chicken chain can be found outside pretty much every branch here, and he even gets dressed up for the holidays and special occasions. So it came as a bit of a surprise when KFC announced that it would be introducing us to a new look Colonel Sanders for a limited time promotional campaign. And it came as even more of a surprise when we found out it was Japanese actor Kanto Kaku, whose name could also be pronounced cock. So Kento Cock, who would be stepping into the Colonel's suit. Here he is. The 32-year-old actor is a lot younger than the Colonel we're used to seeing, and many fans would argue that he brings a lot more sex appeal to the role. However, according to KFC, the reason why Cock was chosen to be the new Colonel Sanders is because he's a massive KFC fan. So much so that they go as far as to say he's the man who loves Kentucky Fried Chicken the most in Japan. Judging by the way Cock eats chicken in a new clip shared by KFC, he's definitely had experience tasting the Colonel's secret herbs and spices.
Oh, God.
The commercial will be broadcast on national TV from the 18th of May with the tagline, Kyo Kentucky ni Shinai, which translates to, won't you have KFC today? Okay, Colonel Cock, you've talked us into it. He looks like a cock, right? Like that's just
He's just trying to make chicken sexy again.
For those curious to know what the new Colonel is selling, it's the Toku Toku pack, which comes in 3 varieties with either 4, 6, or 8 pieces of fried chicken. The new commercial aims to reimagine Colonel Sanders for a modern audience, and for Cock, it's been a dream come true to act as the founder of the chain. Cock says he fell in love with KFC when he was a young schoolboy, stopping by his local branch to eat fried chicken regularly on his way home from club activities. In the press release, Cock was quoted as saying, quote, "My biggest dream in this industry was to appear in a KFC commercial. It's certainly an iconic role to play, and Cock nails the character with the passion for fried chicken that would make the original Colonel proud. Anyway, I don't know. I thought that was funny. And then right before the podcast, I saw this from the verified KFC account. I don't even know what to make of it. It's the Morbius the fucking time.
That's what he did. He fucking drank vampire bats. Now he's younger.
Anyway, let's see. Let's read these two and call it a night.
Okay.
So a fire chief in Akita started a forest fire trying to scare away a wasp.
Imagine, like, maybe he's like allergic and he's just like, shit, fire will scare it away. And just like,
kill it with fire. So it says you had one job. So firefighters are true heroes that deserve our eternal respect and appreciation. And yet they are also human. As such, are prone to errors in judgment like any of us. Even starting a bushfire, which is probably the absolute last mistake we'd expect from a firefighter, has been known to happen and just did recently in Akita Prefecture. By the way, Akita is where Chojin Ensan is from. So on the 7th of May at about 1:25 p.m., the chief of the Akita Prefecture Kazuno, Kazuno Wide Area Administrative Union Fire Department was out clearing land by his parents' home in Kazuno City. Suddenly, he was confronted by several insects, which reports refer to as hachi, a Japanese word that encompasses all kinds of yellowy, stingy bugs, from humble bumblebees to terrifying murder hornets. So this is a giant Japanese hornet. I suppose we can give him the benefit of the doubt and say it was murder hornets, because the encounter spooked him enough to pull out a road flare and light it to ward off the flying beasts. After throwing the flare at the bugs in self-defense, it landed in a pile of dry grass and ignited it. Luckily, a high-ranking firefighter was already at the scene and called for backup. However, by the time 3 fire engines and 11 other firefighters arrived, about 45 square meters, 484 square feet of grass and trees were already engulfed in flames. It took about 30 minutes to extinguish the blaze, but luckily no one was injured and there was no serious damage to property. In a press conference on the 9th of May, the chief apologized, saying, quote, "I am very sorry that I started a fire, having just called on residents to be careful not to start wildfires." So you can watch his embarrassing apology here. Many comments online seem to appreciate the rich irony of the whole situation, but some took a sterner stance. Oops. That's really basic safety. He should resign for something like that. It's like a comedy sketch. When I saw this on the news, I knew it was so wrong to laugh, but I did. This is the time of year that the giant hornets build their nests. But did he kill the bugs? Maybe, I don't know, keep a can of bug spray when going into the brush? It wasn't that big of an area anyway. So anyway.
No, he did. And then he lit a match and was like, I'll just burn it with fire.
Right? I hadn't read the article. I was expecting that's what it was going to be. The road flare kind of disappointed me. So, indeed, the damage was very limited, and the fact he will absolutely never live this down with everyone at the fire department ought to be a suitable punishment. It also serves as a reminder to the rest of us that fires can happen anywhere and to anyone if not careful. So please stay safe out there. All right, that was a great article that I'm glad I definitely took the time to read. Okay, let's get to our routine SpongeBob SquarePants article. A newborn baby has been found abandoned inside of a hotel toilet.
Well, damn. And that should have been Anya and Yor.
A mother seemingly unable to cope with her newborn infant decided to abandon her in a hotel toilet, leading to the child being found and causing police to pursue attempted murder charges. The vulnerable baby was found by an employee of a hotel located in Sakai City who came to clean the room after the hotel guest checked out, and they immediately dialed 119, the emergency medical services. The helpless infant, a girl with her umbilical cord still attached, was found placed inside a toilet, supposedly by her mother, and was subsequently taken to a hospital where she is currently in a conscious condition. Police intend to track down the hotel guests whose whereabouts are currently unknown and hit them with attempted murder charges. So, I thought it was worth it to share this, given that we talked about Roe v. Wade last podcast. And also given the fact that this is the birth of Guts. No, not really. He was born from a corpse. This isn't quite the same thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, I hope the baby all the best. You've got a funny origin story to share with your kids. And
should probably never know of it, though.
I don't know. Maybe she'll watch the podcast someday. Oh, shit, that was me. Anyway. So before we get to 8 hours, I would just say thank you guys for sticking with me. It is always rough when we have to do these 2 weeks worth of articles, but I think we are.
Thankfully, we are done with the In Touch podcast for now.
Yes, it feels good to be done. Anyway,
that's at least a new episode tomorrow,
right? You know, I would be far less stressed if they released that tomorrow versus releasing it before we finished the previous one. So at least there's that. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure to like the video. And coming up, I think my family might be heading to a timeshare for a quick vacation. So we might be able to do the podcast on a different sort of schedule, maybe way earlier in the day coming up. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But just for 1 week, you know, next week, we might be able to do it in the middle of the day when I'm not dead exhausted. So that would be cool. We'll see. Hopefully. Anyway.
Not having the host drop like flies just because they're tired.
Right. And since we've got the In Touch podcast out of the way, maybe we can have an actual fun, full show like we used to. So anyway, looking forward to that. Until then, take it easy, everybody. And we'll see you next time. Unless you
Good night, everybody.
Okay.
Did Randall 11 leave?
Remember he left because he's been following the Johnny Depp trial so closely that it's affecting his actual job. So anyway, take it easy, everybody.